Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Star tonight, you fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. High, 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 high. gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm? We can set the world on fire, fire.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he blows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel it. Forced to part in. If you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart.
Stage 1 is upon us. Welcome back to VCT China and the community broadcast here over at Project Horizon. I am Charlotte, joined by Zobi, and we cannot wait to open this stage for you because a lot has happened, a lot has gone on since the last time you saw us here over at Project Horizon, and yeah, let's break it all down. But first, I'm just going to ask you, Zobi, how are you doing today? How's it going? I know it's quite early in the morning for you, but ready and raring to go, I hope?
Yeah, no, I am so great. I was actually ready last week, and then I realized that I had the schedule wrong, and I'm like, if VCT China's not starting yet. I know they start early, which we love to get the first taste of all the changes to come, but not that early.
Yeah, and there are a lot of changes. What with the new patch, we've got a bunch of agent changes and a new map pool as well, all of which we will dive into. But let's sort of take a look at the past very quickly and talk about Masters Santiago, because that is probably the benchmark that we have to go off of. You know, kickoff was a while ago. The meta has changed since then, and honestly since Masters 2. But I think the main talking point is just that, I mean, China didn't do very well at Santiago. Only All Gamers even won maps, but at least they won a match as well.
Yeah, no, it's super difficult, right? Like, the fact that we had EDG champions not that long ago, right, is becoming an afterthought with continual, again, misperformances in playoffs. It feels like it is dangerous when you look at a region that almost walked away from a global event without winning a singular map. And I mean, I'm glad that All Gamers was able to then take Paper X also to a 3-mapper. It showed that maybe they did deserve their place there, that there is more to find for this region. And that's kind of where we come into stage 1 out of kickoff. It's like, okay, you have your cores, you're starting to solidify your identities, and now we're within a shifting meta on top of that. And you want the strongest teams you can bring it into it, Charlotte.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I think there are a few sort of rumblings around that maybe China didn't send their best into Masters 1. So looking forwards to Masters London, which is very exciting that we get to have an event here in the UK. But looking forward to that second Masters of the year. I mean, again, people are going to be wanting China to send their best because, like you say, nearly not winning a single map in Santiago. People are asking questions. You know, is China, you know, what was Champion Seoul a one and done, or is there more that this region has to offer? And I think it's still a big question that's up in the air at the minute, and we just need to see a more competitive showing in London. Otherwise, yeah, the narrative is going to continue, I think.
And there's so many like justifications for maybe what could have happened or why those teams weren't the strongest, right? One of those being obviously that kickoff tested that new format, right? The triple elimination instead, right? So again, yeah, maybe had the best teams that were burnt out, playing back-to-back best of fives, you know, who fell at the finish line. It's hard to call. And then there's also the idea in my mind personally as well that I feel like VCT China just struggled in the previous iterations of the meta surrounding the role as a duelist, right? Even the best and brightest, right? Your MVPs of the region like Kong were saying that it was a really hard learning curve to go from, again, just like the tried and true Jet into the intelligent duelist like the Waylay, like the Yoru. And now, honestly, Charlotte, we may be shifting back to something that I think favors this region a little bit more. Can you clue us into what has happened in the recent patch?
Well, there's a few things. I think the main talking point is the nerf to Yoru. Right, his gate crash has gone, like the duration that it's on the map for, that's his teleport, has gone from 30 seconds all the way down to 15 seconds. So that really hampers your ability to sort of go for either cross-map teleports, be able to sort of have a weak side that you can reinforce at any moment. And he's also now only got 1 flash instead of 2, which does take away from his sort of pseudo-initiator role that he was filling as well. Because with those 2 flashes, you could see teams not running an initiator, really Yoru being the only player with a flash. And that did make him feel very strong and very oppressive. So now that he's no longer in that role, I think he's going to be way less prevalent. And like you say, that could help these teams. I know especially EDG were very much struggling with implementing the Yoru, what with I mean, the constant roster shifts as well. Kang tried Yoru, Jenny tried Yoru, everything was going on there. But now that Yoru's maybe falling to the wayside a bit, and like you say, we have either Neon Waylay or Neon Jet coming into the meta, China should be able to flourish a bit more, because when we think about that Champs 24 performance, we think about Kang on Jet.
Oh, absolutely. And to touch upon some of the other changings, happenings, right, was also obviously Sky getting the recharged flash back. So again, putting her back in the limelight as that primary initiator player. Clove also got knocked to the ground a little bit, only affects a few key teams, I'd argue here as well. So, and Mix, we're still waiting to see exactly what date it comes into play for VCT China, but I know it's like April 10th over in the VCT Americas. So I want to see some teams get creative with Mix. I feel like he could surprise some people in compositions.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be that strong, but I think if you're willing to just pull something out of a hat to surprise, I think Mix can really go a long way to helping that happen. But you know, that's all sort of the past and a preview. Now let's look into stage 1, and honestly, even though we are going to talk about this upcoming match in a second, I just want to know, Zobi, like, what teams are you personally looking forward to seeing? Because, again, we're looking at an entire stage ahead of us before we get to Masters London.
I think there's two teams. One's like a copium, one's like an actual, like, strong contender for that Masters London spot. First of all, I'm still waiting for the Wolves of Old to return from that Masters Toronto crazy run that kind of put their name on the global stage. And the one that I actually hope that they get their chance at redemption is obviously Billy Gaming, right? You had K-Knight step out with uncontrollable health issues while battling through that rough triple elimination format, and they fell right at the finish line, and it was a brutal series as well. I think we casted it, didn't we, Charlotte? Like,
yeah,
it
the
was
XLG one at
day.
least, yeah. And then they had to play a best of 5 the next day against EDG. So, yeah, Billy maybe feeling hard done by, a revenge arc potentially to come into this one. But again, I think for me, obviously I'm looking at XLG as a team that promised so much yet delivered so little at Masters Santiago, and WS Leo's continued improvement as an IGL. But again, I also think we have to mention JDG at some point, right? Because every time, this is like the promised team that never was. And I just need them to show up. Also, Swagzil joining Nova, that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. So a lot of things to keep your eye on, but let's finally do our job, Zobi, and talk about All Gamers versus Titan Esports Club, because we are going to get into this game now. And I mean, this is such a bizarre match, because you'd think, oh, this should be an easy one for All Gamers. You know, they won kickoff. They became 5th, 6th at Masters, but even they haven't avoided the blender, the mixes that we've been seeing going on when it comes to the rosters.
Oh, absolutely. And front and center, there's your answer to the question you just proctored, Charlotte. Who was the big change? And it's Septem7 stepping in, was previously the assistant coach on the team since the beginning of 2025. And while it's like, oh, okay, a new player stepping in, it makes sense, right, over a player like AU1. It's the fact that he's coming in as an IGL who has not played since 2023. So Kira, again, going to be shifting that focus, that spotlight back to being a primary duelist when we circle back to, again, the meta, how that'll be a great compliment, hopefully, to Fangear. But all in all, it's worrying, right? He says that the full team is backing him, but I'm curious to see where the mechanics are going to stack up, because, again, the coaching staff has praised how hard he's been working, but results in the server are what are truly going to tell Charlotte.
Yeah, indeed, and TEC, I mean, this is an explosive team, not the very least because they've got Dynamite on the roster, but also Spitfires coming into the lineup from All Gamers. That he was on AG last year, sat on the bench, but was very much involved in the way things happened in kickoff. Now he's back playing, and again, I'm expecting him to be fragging out on this duelist like we saw last year. He was picking up Neon last year as well, so this is a meta that should hopefully suit him a lot. And yeah, things may be looking bright for TEC, but you can't say that the favorites are not All Gamers in this match, right? I mean, it would be ludicrous to say otherwise.
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, the right now namesake for this region, the only ones that won a map at Master Santiago. But for me, I do think that Thai Esports Club at least winning the matches that they did and making a close run up against Tyloo without Spitfires in Evo gives me a little bit of hope for them as a roster that this could be that kind of 3-map affair, that they could have some surprises while AG still trying to solidify themselves in this current meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still a lot of questions when it comes to this match, right? Because there's so much that could happen here. We're heading into a new stage. We're heading into a new patch. We're heading into a new map pool as well. So, I mean, maybe let's have a little chat about the map pool, right? Because we have Lotus coming in, and I forget what the other map is.
We haven't seen it in a while, right? Fracture.
Yeah. Fracture, that's
no
it.
changes
That's
either.
Yeah, so... yeah, Fracture and Lotus coming into the pool, Corrode and Abyss going out. I mean, a lot of these China teams did very much like playing the Abyss. Now that that's out of the arsenal, I mean, do we go back to seeing sort of what we saw at Champs 2023, where EDG was spamming the Fracture? They loved that map. Like, is this where we see teams start to head for?
I feel like most teams unfortunately play it safe and try to ban out certain maps just early in to the group stage instead of experimenting, but I would not be against it by any means, especially when you look at it as a map that hasn't had any changes to it. I think it could be good, but it's also one of the maps that I feel like we haven't really seen too much of a shift, at least in some of the early VCL maps that I've seen, in terms of like the agent compositions, right? Like, it's not one that you're kind of favoring that double duelist as much. You still have the Sentinel picks that have been departed from on almost every other kind of map. So in the kind of way possible, because I love Fracture, I want to see other maps like Lotus, because Lotus, if not only do they change again the ability to play offsite and how that A post point is going to unfold, but I feel like it embraces where we are in the new meta as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Fracture, you can maybe get away with picking a Harbor who has seen recent buffs. Like, I don't know. I think Harbor works kind of well on Fracture. Like, the retake ability that you get, like, it's already kind of a defender-sided map, but you add in the Reckoning as well, and suddenly, I mean, the Harbor ult just makes a retake so nice to try and complete. But, you know, that's obviously all speculation. And... Just a little sort of housekeeping thing here as well. We do have Skirmish again to decide who picks first or second and all of that thing. And Septem 7, after winning the Skirmishes at Masters, back in the starting lineup, and he's won the Skirmish again today. So that's 5-3 against Lucas. So all gamers got to pick first or second. We'll see when the map veto comes through, like what they do actually decide for that. But just a little thing to point out, like Septem 7, we definitely know he has the mechanical skill, right? Because he was playing these skirmishes like the whole time. He was winning the skirmishes a lot as the assistant coach. So that just makes things very, very exciting for me to see what he can do in the server. And like you say, I think he's the player that we're really going to have eyes on. But also Fangir, I think. You know, the Yoru nerf's obviously going to affect him quite a bit as that sort of duelist. He was playing Yoru a fair amount. So two players to sort of keep your eye on, but really the whole of both of these teams, they all have something individually to prove right now.
And one of those teams, again, Titan Esports Club, they're kind of that team that, like, yeah, doesn't have the best results, but they push some of the best teams the furthest. So starting out with such a kind of Goliath of a team like All Gamers is definitely going to be a way to scream at the start of the group stage. And they even said their focus this stage is to eliminate the arrogance, eliminate the temper, play solid Valorant. And they definitely will have to today. They have a chance up against All Gamers.
Yeah, that they absolutely do. Obviously, you might think, hey, this stage looks a little bit different. We are no longer in that kickoff arena. China is on a roadshow this entire year, only going back to Shanghai for champions for the groups and the ranking matches of Stage 1. We find ourselves in Hangzhou, a new city, a new arena, but still two teams that we know and love ready to take to the stage here. And like you say, Tiny Esports Club have a lot to prove, but there is a chance. Like, this is one of those matches where any sane person would be like, yeah, this one's probably done. But you can never fully guarantee something. So this is their time to shine, and it would be such a statement upset if TEC were able to get something done here.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's not just even us that are believing in TEC here. It's literally players on All Gamers that even place TEC in the A tier, right below themselves in S tier, knowing that they are going to be an opponent to contend with. They did a little tier list with like Alan, with the other casters in VCT China. So they have respect for this squad and the capabilities that they're going to bring to the server. I mean, they have their own blood on that team, right? With Spitfires previously housed there. And I mean, coming into this, obviously, ED101 trying to, again, rally this core, ensure that they don't make mistakes, that again, they put players back in their strength positions.
Yeah, Shrimp is a player for me that is really pivotal to this All Gamers side. I mean, he is one of those hype men, right? He is one of the people that if his vibes are up, the team's vibes are up. But sometimes that can come back to bite them in a way, you know, getting a little too focused on what's on the other side of the stage and not really focusing on what's in the server. I think I remember one thing from last year or maybe a couple years ago where he's standing up shouting while a teammate is asking him to save the operator, but he doesn't save the operator. Like, it's little moments like that which can maybe be the difference. Let's hope that, you know, these times things go a little bit differently as All Gamers, the kickoff champions, the reigning champions in China, I guess you could say, take to the stage and again looking to prove themselves that kickoff wasn't just a fluke. This is a team that is here to stay and looking to make a statement, as we should get the map Veto up very, very shortly and see where we are heading for this match. So yeah, I'm very, very excited for this.
Absolutely, and to clue you in on that map veto process as well, it was an interesting one, I won't lie. We ban out Split, we ban out Haven, and then we get a new map, the one that I said I think was going to be welcomed in this meta, Lotus, and then All Gamers going to that Bind, which makes sense. So it kept them in Master Santiago with that win up against Gentlemates, and then we unfortunately do get that ban out of Fracture Pearl, which will end us on Breeze, which would also be a fun one, right? We saw it recently out of TEC, but we haven't seen it out of All Gamers in recency, I should say, in terms of Master Santiago. So it'll be a nice one, I think, to show how their map was fleshing out.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, Breeze is obviously still like fairly new as well. So despite the fact we have seen it through kickoff, it is still like a little bit more of a question. For the future, and you know, for me, that's still a massive question mark in the map pool. But focusing on Lotus, this is, like you say, the new map in the pool. Obviously, Fractures as well, but Lotus has seen changes. You know, the A site is a little bit easier to kind of play through, at least at the start. Seen some changes to route, some changes to rubble, things around that sort of area. And yeah, it is looking to be an exciting game. This is Titan Esports Club's map pick, just for any avoidance of doubt. And All Gamers have chosen to start on the attack, which I'm quite surprised about, to be honest with you, because it feels like these teams should... I mean, it still feels like Lotus is a defender-sided map, so starting on the attack is interesting for me. I'm surprised.
I don't know. I think with the double duelist I could see, and also the 3 sites, seeing it being attacked. I feel like if it's your first match on stage, being coordinated enough to perform some of these high scale retakes, I feel like I could see the defense coming apart a little bit at the seams, but otherwise, I do know where you're coming from. A lot of teams like just run the defense, a little bit more stability. You don't have to control the tempo from the get-go, but it makes sense that All Gamers would want to control the tempo on this first map, considering it's not their pick, considering they are those reigning champions, and I mean, we're already getting some leaks. I see a Neon in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that whether this is attack or defense sided, like it obviously does come down to the comps, but on Lotus especially, I think it really does lend itself to that. There's a lot of different options that you can go for, and Yeah, it does come down to what these compositions come through. So let's have a look then. Fangir going over to the Waylay. GRQ on the Neon after being like a controller player pretty much the whole time last stage. Septim 7 slotting into that role. Kira no longer filling some of those duelist duties on the race onto Cypher. A big switch up for all gamers and for TEC. On the other side, we see Spitfires coming back into that duelist.
And I mean, Septim 7, I literally gave you a list in the green room about roles I could expect to see him on. I was like, okay, he's played Sentinel, he's played Flash, he's played Info. And I was like, I don't want to see him on the Sentinel. Lurking Sentinels with calling are not a good combination when you have mismatched information and calling in different languages. So seeing him now filling on the Omen is going to be definitely a pivot point for them as well. So now it's that question mark, okay, did all gamers change too much, too fast? And are we going to see issues with that in the server? On the flip side, Tiny Esports Club are kind of playing exactly what we thought they were going to. Spitfires, Dynamite, paired up on, again, this very aggressive Waylay Neon combination. And you have everybody else in really comfortable, well-known roles for them as well, right? Coco, that Viper, especially becoming, honestly, their strongest of the previous stage.
A glimpse into the looking glass, perhaps, as to what we can expect for the majority of Stage 1, not just in China, but worldwide as well. Waylay Neon, it is the new way to walk. It is the new way of life. And getting underway on Lotus now, Stage 1 gets us underway here. Tiny Esports Club on the defense, all gamers on the attack. Lotus TEC's map pick. And we head into the first round. The pistol here gets underway very shortly. And Zobi, this is what it all comes down to. They say that Valorant is a game about how you finish, but starting this stage off strong is going to be crucial. And it looks like already we're heading towards a bit of a C main brawl. But TEC, very wisely, I think, just dip away from this one.
Oh, that or they're trying to back out and set up a re-clear, re-trap, right? Double stack into B main, ready to proc the revolving door off the paranoia. Now they cleared out all this space. They know it's a fake, or at least that space has been given up. And now heavy pressure on Coco and what info they'll gather once the toxic screen dissipates.
The tree being opened as well here. To try and draw some of this attention, and I mean, draw attention it has. 3 players now over here while all gamers are just waiting in the wings at Mount. Oh, but I mean, GRQ maybe a bit too big for his boots there. Does get shut down, but there's a kill from Shrimp, and Kira looking to try and wrap up this cross. Unsuccessful.
Now it feels like a missed timing, right? The player has not even spiked going down on the C side yet, so they've cleaned up the A-lurks and are now getting the jump on the players, trying to get the spike down on C. The player's already rotating. It'll be a matter of if the chip damage is enough.
Fangir, 22 HP, has to dip away from this, and Septim 7 has also been taken down. Now Shrimp's also low. He's got to try and do something with Fangir doubling up into this. Now 2 versus 2. Shrimp is putting in some massive work. There's now Dynamite's the only one left to stand. First tap on the spike. Horn reveals that position, reveals the location. They know he's not on this, but a second tap potentially brings in some confusion, some question. Fangir dealt with, Dynamite feeling himself sliding round, but as Shrimply incredible. A 4K on the pistol.
Already on their feet, celebrating the pistol win. Again, mentioned maybe the mistiming the mid-round, but the regroup there to get off-site after Spike went down was utter perfection. They play the cross, they play the timing. I really did like the fake as well from all gamers, right? You mentioned it. TEC did fall victim to it, obviously. The fade, the neon, which, yeah, the neon has the high gear, get back over to see pretty quick. We're bolstering that A side, and they found just enough chip damage, getting them to half despite not finishing the job to complete the pistol round. But look at this. It's gonna be a massacre, Charlotte. 5v5 outside of A.
Oh, goodness me. Lucas already in trouble. And GRQ just the judge from long range through the wall. The toxic screen not providing enough cover, but oh my goodness. Look at this. 4 players tucked in the cubby in the corner. Fangir's in trouble. GRQ, though, mowing them down. He's already found a triple. Can't quite get any more. And as the chaos subsides, all gamers have pretty much everywhere else on the map.
I'm entertained by Kira and the consistent lurk positionings he's able to find, right? Like he was one leading the little A fake, and now he found that C was completely deserted, is now in position to cut off these rotates that are to be making their way back through and ideally get the weapons back.
Upgrade in hand, and Kira, oh my goodness. He actually had the worst weapon in that fight, but the transfer's crispy enough to get the job done.
And maybe we're starting to see this glimmer right through the sand of the treasure of Kira being on this sentinel role, right? We know that he can hold his own mechanically, and on this lurk role, we'll see if he can consistently rack up these multi-kills. I mean, so far, again, we're not getting to see too much because it is a defensive start out of Titan Esports Club here. I mean, we're seeing the neon and the rotation that it brings in. We haven't really got to see a set play to take a main space, haven't seen a set play to take C space. I liked the trap they set up, but again, all gamers not falling victim, and now victimizing Coco, who had first time anchoring C.
Yeah, I mean, it just is not looking like it's gonna go well here for TEC. Already a player down. All gamers, they are going for this here on C, but I mean, 2 bodies fall, a third joins that roster, and TEC are looking to hold on. Shrimp only good for 1. Now you look towards Kira. He's usually been lurking about the map. You can see TEC suspicious of that, but instead he's just sat back in mound looking to try and convert this 1v3, and now the Prowler spotted him. I mean, where'd you go from here?
You leave. Get out of dodge, right? You know nobody pushed up to these trips on Prowler in a main. Now you can hopefully collect some to bolster the A site, so maybe kind of isolate these fights to a certain degree, because you know you're not going to win the 1v3 head-on. But worst comes to worst, I mean, getting spiked down in the bonus, hopefully maybe finding one more weapon from TEC, it wouldn't be a bad round.
Looking for damage here, most likely, and that's maybe it. Obviously, we don't want to count Kira out. Of all players, you certainly cannot count Kira out. Is reading this correctly, but does he know that all 3 players are going to be here? Well, it doesn't matter. Howdong, Red is positioning well and gets TEC on the board for their first.
And that's twice in just that round alone that Howdong had that extra layer of awareness about how Kira was going to be playing out the round, right? From, okay, the spidey sense singling of, hey, they could be lurking through B, let's check waterfall, to then, again, that they could be wrapping stairs to get that advantage back when you're facing a 1v3. But I loved the confidence of this re-clear here from Spitfires into the back site, right? Just isolating players that might have been there, understanding that they did get caught off guard by just the sheer pacing of all gamers, right? When that fast lane came up, when the Neon took the dive in, and I think the way they isolated those fights on the site, very, very nice, very cohesive between them. I mean, the paranoia as well, splintering all of the gamers, let them running. But now, okay, full buy versus full buy. You also have the Nightfall online for all gamers, and they want to take it just strictly speaking C.
Yeah, TEC have been really fighting A quite heavy in quite a few of these rounds. They do have that control of rubble now. They should know that it's maybe looking over here towards C, especially with the Nightfall coming in. That's all the confirmation that you need, realistically. The Prowler makes its way through as well, and GRQ now sitting in an advanced position. That's site controlled and the spike down.
But it's a 5v5 retake, just waiting for the final rotation from the Neon, and that's where GRQ thought about pulling a fast one over Lucas.
And gear up on the off angle. Are they aware of this? Absolutely not. Lucas domed, but now there's the information. He's got backup. Septum 7 joining him up on the box to look for a different angle. Fangir now tucked close, and their kills just keep coming in, flooding through for TEC. Spearfires does well to find a double, but nothing more past that.
Yeah, these sites look super, super effective and just full stop. Splitting up TEC on that attempted retake there. And you mentioned that A control. I'm liking that out of Titan Esports Club, right? They're checking that box. They're getting their Neon deposited there pretty deep and then immediately framing themselves for 4 players that can be ready for a C retake. And they respected the Nightfall. They got out of the way. So again, that's where I mentioned defense could be rough if you don't have that retake gene, if you don't have those retakes repped and ready to go, even if this is your map pick. And now it's gone from bad to worse. The Eco, a Bucky, yeah, you have some ultimates to flip things back in your favor, but that's where all gamers, you can see the extra layers of caution.
Time around the Rumble fight well, not fourth, uncontested here for Fangear to start prowling. Doesn't spot anything just yet. It's a real period of caution, but I mean, all gamers have often been ending at the C site here. Problem is that TEC are rotating away from this one.
Yeah. I mean, you have flashbacks to the second round, right, where there was a gamble stack of 5 deep into A main, where, yeah, you saw one, you found one, but there was 4 hiding in the corner, so poking and prodding C, B, you're sending your waylay deep towards wall to see if Fangear can find if there is a stack in a cheeky little corner, but in the meantime, TEC have redistributed themselves so that A is the heavy site.
Yeah, all gamers walking into the Lion's Den here. Free door opened up, and oh, there's the Spitfire's caught in it. Trigger Discipline fails him that time around, and all gamers, they've successfully burst their way in. The Neural Theft as well gives that information over. The Bucky, a little bit too good for Fangear to try and deal with, but in a 4 versus 2, you still back all gamers to convert this one.
Yeah, and the persistent just respect that all gamers are showing TEC, right? Utilizing 2 ultimates on this eco just to make sure that the A site XSEC did not fall apart. And honestly, I feel for Spitfires there, right? You clearly saw Neon and did not recognize him in the corner, the peripheral, the double back and all. But speaking of doubling back, yeah, you gotta double back and re-clear that site, because again, can't play from main too effectively with these A site changes.
Indeed, the plantable area reduced fairly significantly, but like you say, all gamers do their due diligence, check that, and get it locked in. Fairly hefty scoreline now, 4 rounds to 1, that all gamers have been able to put up. And, well, despite some of the challenges that we've seen from them when it comes to communication at Master Santiago, right? When things got hectic, they resorted to speaking in Chinese, which Fangear said didn't help him, and he found it quite difficult in those moments. So certainly, they're looking like a well-oiled machine right now. Not too much really to even pick apart.
Absolutely, and Coach, after taking a little pause here now, that means for the TEC squad, just to talk things through, see maybe what's fallen apart a little bit at the seams. And it is a little bit early, right? We can nitpick, maybe I would argue the retakes more than anything over towards that C site, but we already did that, right? We mentioned the site smokes kind of splintering them a little bit at the helm. I maybe want, again, the Neon and the Waylay in the same place at the same time, utilizing that util, right? You think of, okay, a snake bite, a hinder, a relay bolt flying into those sharp corners around water, and I feel like it definitely could kind of, I feel like, expedite things a bit faster. So again, this kind of Mod Podge layering that they've been doing hasn't been working out as well. So we'll see if that's kind of the conclusion here is, okay, how can we frame the C-Take to be more successful? Because I was going to say, we haven't seen L gamers challenge the deep A dive, but they've departed away from the A dive. It's an operator here for Spitfires.
Dynamite does fall early though. Brings AG into the advantage early yet again.
Be a heck of a flick.
Prowler, looking to try and get something done, but it's a shot through the wall. It's 11 HP now for Spitfires, and all gamers are running him down. They really want to convert on this. Well, they have site control now too, so a plant should be coming fairly shortly.
Yeah, out of the timeout, they simplified it, right? No cure lurk, no fakes, no split defaults. It was all gun-ho into A, and that does give TEC a chance to retake off their own ult arsenal.
And goes the convergent pass. Shrimp in trouble here, but looking to try and take himself as bait potentially. Doesn't work out as Lucas gets one untraded and unscathed. Septem 7's low on HP as well. This could be dangerous as Kira falls. Septem 7 hits the deck. What is on these players in main now to try and get something done, and Spitfires has the operator shot to lock it down. That's the retake we were looking for from Titan Esports Club.
Exactly, right? The C's, the snake bite, just making them uncomfortable in those post plant positions. And you saw all gamers also trying to improve that A post plant, right? Not playing outside, not falling back into the old habits of a Lotus of old, right? And this time it got completely deconstructed. And not just that, but then even just when you look down at the micro, right? And how they were taking these fights together, always in tradable positions. I think the only time it wasn't was Coco maybe in that deep prodding into tree, but he wins those fights outright anyways. So again, very, very streamlined and definitely a let's go kind of round to come back after your timeout.
That's what you'll be looking for. Again, the rubble fight coming in. Or not shot out. Information taken over. But at the very least, some information in return. Prowler does spot out Dynamite. Gamers retreat from this position.
We're back to the all gamers we saw in the first few rounds. No brazen commitments. I'm looking towards the first bloods now for Titan Esports Club, right? We looked at Dynamite the previous round. We looked at Coco on similar angles, just getting completely obliterated by Fangear. And looks like this time it will be respect shown. Prowler at least confirms the presence for the time being. Just a listening ear to see what other Yuto is being committed by all gamers.
Coco is isolated here. Lucas coming to assist. It doesn't seem like it'll be too late, but well, now here comes all the utility. Relay bolt in, and the refract out, distraction made, and Coco dropped. All gamers 5v4, and yet again we've got Kira on this lurk behind. Yet again we have TEC trying to fight back into the C site here from a deficit.
All the info, waterfall is clear. They have to be coming in from CT, so you expect some sort of pivot. And there it is, Kira now going back towards Tall. You can see Fangear poised for CT as well. It's going to be a difficult retake, so the Nightfall is here to lend a helping hand.
Oh, GRQ though gets one. Kira still behind them, no idea about it. And GRQ runs out of ammunition at the wrong time, but still it's a triple from him to secure the round. All gamers still looking clean on this C site, and TEC maybe have to go back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, they're really, really struggling with that, the lack of a Sentinel, not just from, again, Coco getting run down by, again, the brazen utility between, again, the relay bolt, the hinder, again, the info that the refract brings from the waylay, to then also just the lack of control in terms of trips, right? That's what the Vice would bring. That's what the Cypher that Kira brings, is you're not able to have that flank presence, that crunch presence that we're seeing all gamers pulling out, right? That between GRQ and Kira was just perfection, and so much so they're looking to repeat it. They are primed to shut down any sort of aggro play for the eco, such as the 3-person, 4-person walk down pillar. That's the start we expect to transpire into maybe what you mentioned has been this magnetic draw towards the seaside, right? If TEC can't retake it, why not?
I mean, yeah, certainly been working out for them.
Ooh.
I am worried about this Bucky. I know Dynamite was able to do some pretty heinous things with it before. Kira, he might just have played a masterstroke here. Disgusting shot to take down Spitfires, and now he's calling AG back behind him.
Should get the orb as well if wanted to, or at least have the deep control to cut off some of these rotates, Lucas. That's dangerous. I hope half your HP is worth the confirmation of this A exec, and there it is, the mass rotation from Titan Esports Club, but not without Kira.
He's so aware.
Stopping it. Yeah.
He's so aware. It's ridiculous. And now he's just fighting up forward. Sabaki this time not going to do the job. It's Coco instead with a Sheriff to at least get something back. But, I mean, AG already have the spike planted here.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Okay, hold on. Now I'm starting to get a bit nervous. I'm starting to get a little bit shaky. There's upgrades to be found here. Potentially just saving those into the next. Yeah, the time going to expire. AG going to find 6 already. Looking really, really strong so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was already an eco, so saving the 2 weapons makes me think that Haodong or Coco might have enough to front an operator purchase later on for Spitfires if they feel like that was kind of the must-have for keeping C site. Again, the strength the one time we saw them keep all gamers off of a C victory was when they recleared the space before Spike went down, right? So they can put an operator maybe around mound or something of the like. That could be a way to adjust to some of the defensive issues that they're having, but all in all here, yeah, Coco Making the sheriff work, punishing some of, again, weapon prevention, but in the meantime, classic weapons all around. Some support for Coco on the C site, and my expectation is we get the neon on wall and then the rest peel off, but all gamers, again, decline to fight for this A space off rip until they come to the realization that, hey, there's a Viper's Pit on C that may be a bit difficult to get through unless we have a lucky shot. Coco, I was gonna argue in the open here if they spray through the narrow choke, but we've yet to see them go B on the all gamers camp, and maybe it'll be the time now to do so.
I mean, the A rubble space is so difficult to fight for right now with Dynamite on such a deep line.
And with an overdrive?
Potentially, I mean, Fangir has his outlaw. I mean, Dynamite is
perfect.
actually by himself here. And with the information coming in, he does have to dip away.
I love this from the shadows. You think maybe just the neon's on site, but now you're gonna have the paranoia to worry about. You're gonna have possible high-low potential with Haodong, and that's exactly why they decide we are, in fact, going back towards the B split. Right, Kira with that main control now collapses inward onto the site.
GRQ looking to try and punish Spitfires there, but nothing to be found just yet. The spike does make its way onto the ground, though. And that will force TEC's hand eventually. 3 players gearing up towards water. This is looking like they want to make this punchy and aggressive. Septum 7 caught out. The teammates trying to flood back in to assist, but it doesn't come through. TEC 4 versus 2 now, sticking on the defuse. There's nothing that all gamers can do about this one. That's a third on the board.
Wow. And just as fluid as the previous A retake that we saw, we get to see the benefits that the Viper's bringing to the table. Again, the cycling wall. You saw it there kind of affect GRQ trying to get out through Blue Room. That was clean to see. And honestly, I thought the crossfires were clean out of all gamers there on the site itself. That paranoia comes through. That perfectly placed relay bolt as well comes through from Dynamite. And yeah, that's honestly what catches them off guard and allows for these super effective trades at a C-Link to come through. So I'm sure now all gamers make a mention that if we go B, we're going to have to fight in either top mid or into Link, because we let them have their way. We let them play their retake. We are going to fall behind.
Already the C-mount space taken by all gamers. Spitfires, oh, he's been paranoid out, but still not checked! He found 3 from that spot! An unbelievable play from him, but all gamers ruining their mistakes right now. Spitfires gets out completely unscathed.
It's like you miss the shots you don't take, right? Spitfire's tried it on A tree, now I'm gonna try it on the C side. Especially when they've conditioned that it's Coco there, who either dies trying to anchor or just gives up the site when first contact is made. But all gamers not giving up just yet. Kira poking, prodding, and now they're just trying to buy time. Look at the rat coming through. I'm gonna say, from Dynamite, it doesn't even matter, it's the ace!
Goodness me, I mean, yeah, when you're feeling yourself like that, you might as well go for the play. That is unbelievable from Spitfires. And hey, AG might be regretting letting him go now because he has absolutely done them over.
And he said despite his break, despite being on the bench during that time, was excited for the opportunity to be back on a starting roster, was not worried, was not stressed, and we are seeing that full form in the server right here, right now. And I love just the confidence to go dashing out mountain, like this is my moment.
Yeah, certainly feeling himself. And that does cause all gamers to take a tactical pause here, Zobi. Feeling a little bit, maybe not worried, but certainly shaken after that, needing a moment to calm themselves down and discuss how they want to close out this half, because given the way things started, I think TEC would be so happy with a 6-6 in this moment. I mean,
absolutely.
Like 4-1, 4-2, something like that.
Like to me on Lotus, it's like 8-4 is the magic number, right? Like, it's like, get beyond that and like Lotus becomes difficult. Excuse me. So like to me, it's like you really want those 8 rounds if you're all gamers here, which would be winning out the next 2. And now you're starting to run out of options, right? It feels like the A post plans have been clean for all gamers consistently, right? Those retakes, or sorry, from TEC. The TEC retakes on A have looked really, really clean. C side TEC just figured it out. And B, you've tried once and it also faltered. So I feel like they're starting to run out of pages in again, our strap book, they're still testing. And that's where we have to see the coaching staff step in, especially when now look at the half buy that's also trailing.
It's a range purchase to try and give themselves an opportunity in round 12. And maybe doesn't get your hopes super high for what this team is going to be able to do. Coco, very least potentially converged upon this spot, but how far up Dynamite is playing around
trip
these
angled.
trips.
No way Shrimp expects it.
Wait. Oh, surely, it feels like they're expecting this. They have the read on Dynamite, but he's still able to escape. Oh my goodness, and well, Lucas just does that to them on B main. Dynamite also not caught out by Septum 7. The overdrive doing its job. TEC completely cutting down all gamers here on this half by. Shrimp is going to have to go huge.
Oh, I mean, you see Coco as well not wanting to lend themselves to the 1v1, not without the vulnerability of the snake bite, and there it is. Timeout momentum denied, 1 round away from tying at the half, and you can just tell when an ace electrifies a team in the server, and I could just see it from Dynamite's movement, right? That's the neon of your nightmares that we were seeing there, right? Up in your face at the brink, the boundary of the trap wire, still gets out unscathed, unpunished, and can then suddenly rip an overdrive and stop your B splits, and whew, I mean, this is kind of, honestly, feeling like a Titan Esports Club map right now. If they end 6-6 here, they have, like, honestly an advantage to me.
Yeah, I'd say so, but I mean, Fangear not letting them have that advantage just yet. TEC are gonna have to rip it out of his cold, dead hands. Opening pick already in that favor, and game is again looking to pressure tree, but yeah.
I mean, Lucas should have called it this was a fake, and so would have expected maybe faster rotation from Spitfires back to C-Long, and it's just now that he's trying to make his way there. They know that Kira has stuck around A to get this neural theft up, so the group up to try and punish before the regroup, but they're losing time, they're losing daylight. They want to beat this charge to C.
Oh, Spitfires, well that's the first kill, completely taking away that overdrive from GRQ as well. And it forces all gamers to reconsider their options. Instead, Kira's found all this space up on A. Now to the shadows as well. From Septon 7, he's over there and waiting. Versus 3 now, and TEC have to retake here. There's a Nightfall as well to give extra information over to all gamers. But just sitting in their position, secure, up with the advantage as well. There's the drop, it's been spotted out by Septon 7, and Fanky is in tree. Howdong is going to have to find a 1 versus 4 here, and it's just not going to happen. All gamers secure themselves the advantage at the half, but man, it took them a while to get to that spot.
Absolutely, quite literally a photo finish, and it came down to TEC just trying to divide and conquer that final retake, and that is not the game they have been playing and winning with the few rounds that got them that comeback to make this a respectable half. And I honestly do think that the look we're seeing from all gamers is super thorough and super impressive, right? Even just from Kira being able to, again, communicate. And this is something else that they said in the pre-event conference that they weren't afraid of, right? Was having Kira kind of be the secondary caller alongside Septum 7, where if he had a heroic play like that, could call, okay, from the shadows, get back over to A. I found the opening, right? They're all gone. And honestly, if they keep this up, if Kira continues to be this Lurk Sentinel on multiple maps and it's not just a one-off Lotus thing, it could be a really nice identity for them to build from the ground up.
Oh, goodness me. I feel like I need a moment to lie down after that half. But 30 seconds until we head back into the fold here, and I just want to agree with what some of you were saying, Zobi, before we saw round 12, which is, I mean, TEC still feel like they have a real shot at this. Obviously, it's their own map pick and potentially looking for more of that attacking side as we head into the switch. Like, all gamers still have to be so locked in for this one because, again, TEC looked like they started to be able to figure things out, and they think they were just a pistol round away from really having a really nice half there. But instead, 7-5, they still find themselves down, and now we head into the second pistol round of stage 1. Again, for honestly either of these teams, they are looking to try and take it. I think it's make or break, this one, honestly.
That's where my question for all gamers was going to be, do you still exploit the lack of a sentinel on the TEC side? How much map control do you convert? How much in the face of TEC are you? And I already see an answer from the double duelist. They're scaling right into the 4-stack pillar.
Yeah, he's good for one. There's a saturate round. GRQ backs him up. They've got the bodyguards in sight. And, well, all gamers completely annihilating TEC right now. Coco's done some magic with the sheriffs before, but this time not enough. For gamers, that's the second pistol round converted, and now they're starting to stretch their lead once again.
They heard, like, you think this is TEC map? TEC map? No.
Yeah,
we might have swapped off the attack, but we're still controlling the momentum.
I apologize, all gamers. Please leave my family alone. I apologize. I retract all statements.
It's not all gamers. You gotta talk to you and Fangir at this point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just running it down on the defense as well. But that's kind of how you have to play Lotus in a way in order to play this defense.
How have they gotten it right again?
Oh my goodness. Again, the C-mount fight. Dynamite at least good for one. Bucky in the smoke. Now in Howdong's hands. Judge, in fact, but still, HG come out in the black in that exchange.
I mean, look at the space they've taken as well towards A, towards Rubble. They know that this can't be a backpedal right now. They've spotted Howdong out as well, and they know they're not going to let him get away, at least without a fight. But look at the space they've gained, the opening they found through B. This is nice. And they realize it's not enough for the round just yet. They're looking for more before planting. Why do I feel like they've overcooked and aren't even going to get spiked down? I'm scared for them now.
It really does feel like that. The cap comes in, Fangir immediately deletes Coco. Yeah, he's in a difficult spot. Oh, that's a brilliant start yet again for Lucas.
They know he has a Bucky.
And as well, surely they expect this. First tap. Coming into the smoke, but he's been able to try and avoid this, but Shrimp with a good position. Not quite able to get things done with the Bucky there, and does go down as well, which is probably what you want to do in that spot is die. You don't want to be saving a Bucky into your anti-bonus round. But even still, just I agree with you, Zobi. Like, it just felt overcooked in that situation. I do respect Howdong for going for that in particular, but yeah.
I mean, all in all, like, it's still a good round from Titan Esports Club, right? You get the spike down, they're walking away with only 2 of those weapons, right? Like, look at this.
Yeah.
That bonus is pretty weak. And, I mean, I think Howdong stuck around to try and veil, like, and that they wouldn't go searching for the other 2 players that were deep through B, but yeah, definitely hard to draw a conclusion on, but we're seeing that consistency. All gamers want as much space as possible, and they're leveraging the double duelist to get it, right? And while it was, okay, Tech did it towards A, AG do it towards B, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop there. I expect the Neon to, without noise, even push through spawn. They're going to confine them, hopefully, towards A, towards this Cypher's den.
Diagonal trip is looking rather nasty right now.
One way?
But if Akira goes down, this could be, well, the end of all of that utility, and indeed, shut down immediately by Coco. It was a nice idea for the setup, but again, nothing much comes of it. Septum 7, how on earth has he been able to get one in that spot? Feels like that's all it's going to be as TEC continue to compound on their weapon advantages now. Shrimp somehow gets one with a ghost, but more damage, yes, but the round not quite there.
Yep. Kira's still taking the full brunt of what it means to be an anchor sentinel. I'll be looking towards 7 to see what support he can provide, right? In terms of the paranoia, maybe off the revolving door contact, right? Or off main. Like again, it's a difficult position when you're pivoting between holding tree and main, especially when there's this crunch double dive duelist composition, right? The immediate thing they're gonna do is clear out tree from the front side, right? And that's exactly what they kind of fell victim to. So I need someone posted on that A main choke if we're gonna keep this A holding. You can already see TEC realizing, it's not as strong as we thought it was of a site hold. So let's test the A main waters a bit deeper. Haldong navigating them now. Might just get pulled under with the 4-stack.
Oh my goodness. Saturate sent towards him, relay bolt as well. There's no way you're getting alive out of that one. But TEC respond. They've taken control of the B site for now, not quite able to cross over. As well, Lucas hits the deck, and now AG can to continue to press their advantage. There's another kill that goes their way. Tiny Sports Club now have to try and navigate a 2v5. How's that for choppy waters?
I mean, such a good read, right? That they were going to push up, take that extra space, try and get that numbers advantage back.
And yeah, it just keeps falling apart at this point. Coco's going to have to look for exits here, and I mean, really, one kill doesn't really do much damage. Might have been better off saving in that situation, but can't fault him for trying, I suppose.
You can already see the gears turning. We'll see if it's another timeout call or not from TEC this early. But yeah, this A main hold. I think what's nice here is all gamers are being unpredictable in that regard, right? You mentioned previously that TEC, it was always the A main space that they were taking, right? Versus all gamers have swapped up where that aggression is, right? Pistol, it was B pillar. Previously, it was C mound, and sometimes it was A. You look guilty. That is the guiltiest smile I have ever seen for this TEC pause.
Yeah. Maybe don't try poker. Maybe stay away from the poker. I mean, oh, goodness me. It does give us an opportunity to try and at least breathe after that half, after those rounds as well, because it feels like all gamers, they've been really piling on the intensity. It's felt like a real boiling pot for TEC to try and play in right now, and they're just not really holding up to that at the minute. They're really crumbling under this pressure.
No, absolutely. But this timeout was the first timeout was converted in the first half. Got them at least back to, I would say, like touching territory. Like they weren't necessarily again tied or taking the lead back. And so after this point, right? Like after this break, this TEC pause, it's like, okay, can't talk with your coach necessarily, but yeah, at least hopefully Haldong gets a chance to talk about, or think about, I should say, what mistakes have been happening, you know, how predictable it feels like all gamers have been on their heels in regards to how they're playing these post plants. Yeah, it's difficult to get around for sure.
Is time to stew, time to ruminate. Could be a blessing, could be a curse. Point in time. Both of these teams, because you know there have been times when we had a feeling that maybe TEC have been overcooking a couple of things, and you know, with this extended break just to sit and think, it feels like maybe that could rear its head again.
Even if you look at just how all gamers have been playing these rounds, again, the majority of the ones this half so far have been super, super fast. Again, decide within the first 20 seconds of the round. So they can cool off some of the all gamers' heads here a little bit. Also would benefit TEC just a little bit. But
it does feel like Septem 7 has like somehow mind linked with Titan Esports Club, and he just knows exactly where they're gonna go every time.
That fast and get onto the C side again, get that pit down is really what gave them the edge. And all the while, right, that their duelist that's making that space gets shut down. All the while, Kira is still wreaking havoc off the spy cam from Waterfall. Makes it 10 times more impressive. But still 7-11, still more rounds to go. Protect have a chance at sewing up this gap, and Now we're back to, okay, not just the Cypher anchoring C, but the Neon poking and prodding, the B main control firmly in all gamers' grasp. The logical lean is, in fact, towards A here, but there's a little high-low setup that looks nasty.
Fangir has this operator as well. Septum 7.
Oh, wow.
Faded, in fact. I mean, Fangir a little bit vulnerable, but I mean, look at what all gamers are doing already. GRQ and Kira already in spawn, pushing towards tree. They found themselves in rubble. Fangir gets one, GRQ on the flank a second. And TEC back in their stormy waters, back in their troubled times. And a 2 versus 4 to try and wade through.
Haven't even planted yet, right? There was that Fade util coming in. They're worried about a Neon sliding on them. And I really wished I might have found this kill, because now you don't even get the opportunity to.
Oh, goodness me. Dynamite cut down. At the very least, Haldong's good for one, but he's nowhere near the spike. And it's just ridiculous. Jumping in with the right click, and then, yeah, just an operator through the wall. That's reasonable. It's just so reasonable and regular.
Wow. I mean, yeah, difficult one. Yeah, more of a direct side Isaac, so they're again playing into all gamers' hands there, and I mean, they didn't even get to see the operator right at first from how Septum 7 was playing that elevated position, right? It repositioned onto the site, so the fact that, I mean, Fangir is able to get 2 in itself is crazy, but as it says, we are on match point here. All gamers, the crux of stealing away Titan Esports Club's map pick on a new map re-entering the pool. And again, they have looked like the more composed squad right from the double duelist to how the Sentinel has been at a core of calling and major decision making and anchoring, right? Looks like TEC want to put it all on the line here and challenging Kira in his domain.
So much utility sent through. Lucas is here as backup if he's needed. But Kira is just forced away from this one for now.
The retake holds. I don't need him.
Goodness me, good for the first. Bowing through the wall as well. I mean, he very nearly gets a second here. So much utility sent in towards the site, a convergent pass to try and delay this retake slightly. Spitfire gets into a better position. GRQ slides in. There's one. Shrimp fighting back and looking to take this advantage. A 2 versus 2 now as Haldong and Coco need to try and get themselves anything. But it's Spitfires to find the final 2. Of Fangir, sorry. I mean, goodness me, all gamers looking so damn strong here on Lotus. It doesn't matter it's their opponent's map pick. They played it with Fire. They played it with Fury. And now they have the map on the boards.
Absolutely. And that last round, again, just perpetuating the issues that TEC had on that map. Didn't destroy that trip, so all gamers had all of that space, could funnel all that util into the back corner, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah, there was a little bumpy there, right? Kira getting ahead of themselves, not waiting for the rotates to come through, but one Fangir dropped the op, got the upgrade, just played off the teammates trading perfectly, and the little info gathering as well there from Lucas off the shrouded step, brilliant for confirming they were in fact stacked up. But yeah, nope, that's the all gamers we expected to see, right? Good balance, I would say, of respect and disrespect, right? Against TEC, again, a team that they placed in their own rankings in the A tier. And whew, I mean, we'll get to see the TEC A tier action when we go to our map 2 of Bind.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly saw flashes of brilliance here from TEC as well. I mean, this from Spitfires was incredible.
First ace of the stage.
Yeah, first ace of stage 1, and I mean, I don't even know how he sees Shrimp in that position either. All in all, a ridiculous moment, but the heroics just weren't quite enough. To secure the win here for TEC, and all gamers, like you say, showed why they were champions, and still confirming that they at least looked set to be near the top of this region yet again. So things looking strong as we find ourselves looking towards map number 2 of Bind. I mean, still a lot more Valorant to come.
And I want to listen to some of this new calling between Kira and Septum 7 that made this Lotus win possible, so let's take a listen.
I'm ready. Yeah, for you. 看门看门。
I'm ulting side, you ready?
ready。
我让屁股疗伤。下包，你们先下包。哦，给我下，给你。
CT 开完。对。
OK，尊重。
2枚 bad， 对。
这样，我可以捏半线的黑，他碎半线我给黑。
OK， 我出去补枪了。都留外面呗，混塔行吗？可以，他们有烟哦。
没事。
我不给这个枪被漏了，我架着1楼的。好。小强，你还有眼什么的吗？
没，我这次我会开门，他开枪我会开门。
好，准备，来，我 pick 了，拉，我过去了，去，烟脸没拆，一半都没拆
，nice，
差点就见，真厉害，加油，真厉害，
我真麻，说实话，
没事，
我说实话，我都是泼。
What a performance from Fangir. What a performance from all gamers to come through in this match. And yeah, just looking strong as always. Fangir back into the form that we saw in kickoff. Looking like possibly the best player in this region zone.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even though they weren't standout, right, at Master Santiago, they were still technically the highest rated player as well of the VCT China region in that event as well. So seeing that carryover here is very, very nice to see. Again, they were a double threat there up against, alongside, I should say, GRQ as well. And again, to me, that's what set apart, again, fairly similar style compositions, right? Obviously, we talked about the impact here on Cypher versus the Coco Viper had. That was more map control wise versus this was just aggression, dominance wise, what these duelists were able to bring to the table. And when you're going to another brawl heavy map like Bind, it does scare me a little bit, Charlotte.
Yeah, it does. I remember a complaint that was lodged at All Gamers for kickoff was, you know, sometimes they just weren't really playing the map, just sort of sitting back, holding the sights and not really getting proactive. And that was seen as a real weakness, but they fixed that in Masters Santiago, and they certainly have learned from those lessons here. Just so good at getting punchy throughout the map and really being proactive, re-clearing so much space, getting themselves in those inserted positions. It felt like a completely different team apart from one thing, and that was the dominance.
And again, I mean, I still have hopes, I think, for what the next map could hold for Titan Sports Club, because it was the team play, I think, where they shined to a certain degree, right? Coco's trade ability was super effective, and Haldong had the awareness of how all gamers were playing this composition as well. So that makes me clued in that I think that as an IGL, it should be able to call around this level of performance. But yeah, the first blood percentages have to change there a little bit. 5 to 15 is brutal. And again, you look at a map like Bind, where that's going to be a factor that's exacerbated, if not like the deciding one. It's difficult to say the least. And whew, I mean, Spitfires, that is a player you definitely want to see come alive and have that impact also on Bind. A 70% cast. I wanted to see more out of the operator that they were leaning into on the defense, and I think Bind is a good map for that as well. So there's definitely options, and there's also question marks that there's going to be a shift compositionally, right? Yeah, like, yeah, we saw Kira on a Sentinel for all gamers here. Are we going to see them on a Sentinel, a Chamber maybe, on Bind? Are we going to see, again, changes in the tech camp, right? They did play this in kickoff last. They didn't even play it in the Evo Cup. And last time they played Waylay, Chamber, Brim, Viper, Sky. So, hey, Lucas on Sky, they just buffed her? Who knows what we got up our sleeves and in store?
Yeah, I mean, Bind is certainly looking like it's going to be a real melting pot of ideas. I do, like you say, worry about that aggression that we see from all gamers and how TEC are able to deal with that. But we're just going to have to wait and see whether they can sort of learn from Map 1, whether they can take us to Breeze. But all of that to come after this break. Welcome back. We had a hectic map 1, I think it's fair to say. And now we look towards Bind, which I think promises to bring us a similar level of chaos. Still, Charlotte and Sobi with you for this, of course, on the Project Horizon co-stream. And yeah, stage 1 continues to promise to deliver, I think, Sobi. And so do all gamers.
Absolutely. Again, there were maybe question marks surrounding some of the role shifts on the all gamer side, right? From Septem 7 coming into the roster as the IGL and kind of performing in a new role themselves on that controller to, again, Kira and that Sentinel. But I think Kira and Septem 7 were, again, one duo of strength in terms of the calling in the space, and they were able to pivot back on their attack. And then, again, that dynamic double duelist that we saw as well were a perfect fit as well. So I think that and how Lotus play translates very well to Bind, and that's where all of that pressure now mounts on the Titan Esports Club, where you don't want your first series of stage 1 obviously to be a loss, but you also don't want it to be a 2-0, when again it's going to be a matter of seeding right at the end of the day, who makes it out of these groups into playoffs. And if there is ties in the standings, it can come down to maps.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird to say about this roster for all gamers, but it feels like Kira has been unleashed a little bit. It feels like, which is weird because he's now on a Sentinel instead of, you'd think going off of Duelist, you'd have a player that maybe is feeling a little bit, you know, further brought back. But no, he's on the lurk. He's finding incredible timings, and these new roles are really helping him do that. But yeah, like you say, for the side of TEC, it's a worrying sign because right, we have questions about this TEC team. How are they going to be able to deal with this brawling sort of play style that we saw coming through from all gamers? How are they going to be able to deal with this chaos, with the craziness that we see? And I mean, the craziness is continuing further. We've got a double initiator Sky Gecko coming in from all gamers. I mean, we got some chefs in the kitchen.
Oh,
have they overcooked it? Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, I think like we were so impressed, right, by the GRQ fan gear, like double duelist, that it does make me a bit sad to see them now back on this double initiator. But we just kind of hyped up how Sky was, again, revitalized the recharging flashes. We didn't even talk about how not long before that, right, Gecko also got that buff, you can argue, right, with the rechargeable molly as well. So I look at this composition that they're running and I'm like, oh no, this is post-plant Armageddon, right? Like, they're gonna have so much utility to throw down in my mind and maintain, again, any sort of attack dominance that they've had. But I will say, to me, I look at the composition and I'm letting out a sigh of relief, right, if I am Titan Esports Club, because it doesn't seem like it's gonna have as large of space-taking capabilities in my mind, like as what we saw over on Lotus, right? Like, yeah, you can, like, again, very characteristic of Vine, like they're probably going to be fighting towards Shower, there's maybe going to be not posted up towards Truck, but all in all, again, it doesn't feel like it's going to be as pedal to the metal, gun-ho, like no breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, for a map like Vine, this is all about the recalls, right? This is a map that is all about sort of retaking that space, and it's something we saw all gamers look incredible at on map number 1. I mean, this is gonna exemplify those issues, and all gamers have picked this map now, so they should be feeling comfortable here. Shrimp already forced away from this angle, but Fang here again is a player to get open the scoring. He's going to be able to escape from that spot. Shrimp is actually the one who falls, but Septem 7 again there for the trade. The B site looking like a bastion right now for all gamers, but Coco and a Sheriff. You can't really name a deadlier combination apart from Fangir and Septem 7 apparently. But now it's that calling duo of Kira, Septem 7, to try and clutch out this round. Lucas on the other side.
I'm surprised Lucas backs out as well. Gives all gamers an opportunity to group up now. You see Kira on the rotate back over towards B. Wingman as well recollected, gets that close clearance towards Cubby. So, slowly but surely, they're recognizing that this was likely a rotate, and Honestly, it'll be a gift if Lucas is at least able to get the spike down here minimum, but I'm seeing an impending TP. The gear's turning. Nope. All right, they're good.
Yeah, decide against it. Like you say, there's the spike. There's the confirmation that that rotation has come in.
That flash is back online. Lucas, you want to go for the full wrap towards short. There's no way. Yep, nope. Just the deep tuck. Avoid maybe any dizzy up close. Or a re-wingman. Third time in the round, it's online for Septum 7.
Yeah, playing Gecko is all about recollecting those globules. They've sent the wingman over towards the spike. That's the first kill. Second one not quite there, but goes back in for the fight. And Lucas clutches up for round 1.
Doesn't even need the recharged flash. Just takes the fights while they're tucked, hoping that wingman will prod away at their office job, that 9 to 5. But that's the first pistol of the series for Titan Esports Club. Hence the grandiose celebration there from Lucas and the team. And again, the early fight from Fangir, the best part of that All Gamers exchange. But again, it's these trades that were so clean from Coco, from Spitfires there that immediately followed up that hookah re-clear. And that's where, again, All Gamers are going to get tested time and time again. And now, this hookah stack going to get tested. 3 ready. Propping out a sand. What does Coco do?
The starter thing, he sends something in towards the backline instead. Catches Kira on that lurk. YRQ now hunting for this, and Coco gets a second despite the ghost in his hand. I mean, feels like this has got to be one on the board for TEC. Here in GRQ have been good for things in the past, but again, not to be in this situation. Spitfire's going hunting, reading for the fight, and sets Haldung up perfectly.
There we go. Let's keep the spirits high, the smiles on their faces, and the rounds coming. Again, this is what we wanted to see. Them keep it contained. And honestly, I was excited to see Coco on this map. I already mentioned that the Viper was kind of their telltale card, but they weren't having as effective of lurks over on Lotus, right? They got the space, but then it was either the reclears from All Gamers or TEC weren't really playing into, right? They weren't pivoting where Coco got that space. Here, right now, on this attack half, taking care of every avenue and then some individually. So, no surprise to see coming into the bonus, he's the one with the Phantom in hand. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Starting B-side for TEC.
Shots through the smoke. Like a game of Where's Wally, perhaps, but nothing to be found in that regard. Still hiding away in hookah. Not even the Dizzy can get any of that information. But Fangir re-clearing up towards the A spawn. Despite taking an outlaw shot to the chest, still comes up for 1. Dynamite on the other side, on the lurk, Judge in hand now with an upgrade, but, well, not much longer.
Such an interesting position. Right, you haven't cleared out shower. You know there's a low HP Fangir there. Bike has gone down. And okay, one player at a time. Coco doing all the dirty work. Oh.
He is. Septum 7, though. Starts to get involved himself. There's a double. Haldong. Left in the clutch. Gonna have to turn up here. There's a molly over the top to deny things for now, but half already achieved, and now 2 players converging on that position. It's going well. All gamers get the bonus round, sorry, but only 2 left alive. Leaves a little to be desired.
Oh, Coco again, sporting the heroics, finding multiple kills here. And I was looking at that, I was like, is there a way that we can get Shrimp over to Fangir and just takes the TP, because they never shut down that shower control thanks to Septum 7's timing here, as Lucas and Coco were grouping up, getting ready to go for that fight. That was, again, Good understanding of the win conditions, keeping those again star players front and center, but all gamers on the board. Heck. Again, they've been getting good space. It's just like they've had some diverging paths and they've picked a street that might have been a sooner dead end than they thought. So curious to see again what the mid rounds are going to look like off the space gain, off the info gathered, like that guiding light out towards Hookah. Confirms nobody there. Now it's the A short regroup.
Got noise completely here. Inching their way forwards, but now here's the go signal. They run on in. Convergent paths as well to try and get something done. Fangir gets a little bit of information, falls on back. GRQ now called upon and takes the first. It might even be good for more here. The judge does its job spectacularly. Double kill, more than anyone should reasonably expect in that spot. And they take the TP over towards B.
They left Coco though. Oh, that timing is brutal. Now I had to face a 2v4. I mean, the rotate was brilliant. And you know that Thrash and somebody else came through the TP. Now you have to get ahead. Dynamite has to risk it all. AG aware.
Still gets one though. And
Thrash is back.
They know all three are over here thanks to the Seekers. Relay Bolt does deny things for now, but oh my goodness, the flash completely betrays all gamers. And Dynamite rushes in. That is an unbelievable way for that round to end, like the snap of the fingers.
I mean, I looked away for a second and the round was over, Charlotte. And again, after it felt like an all-gamers round, pretty handily shutting down that A pivot, forcing them TP, and even having that Thrash for the retake. Yeah, you mentioned it. Just getting ahead of that flash and sliding right in like Dynamite needed to do it. I'm glad they invested the Seekers, right? And again, a good swing round, we could argue, for all gamers getting right back into that. So again, Lucas, great call in that regard on the tech side. That's the lead firmly in their grasp for the time being. 3-1, money reset for all gamers, and looking like they want to get a bit more pep to their step, going for another sand trap play here, perhaps, but worried about the long gap, so you send Shrimp back.
I mean, it is one thing that we've not been able to criticize really from TEC is Lucas's initiator utility. And yet again, things like, I mean, what on earth is that? From Dynamite. Certainly lives up to the name with an explosive entry onto B. And he's, yeah, just dipping, diving all over the shop. Gets the kill through the smoke as well. It's actually unreasonable. Damage control here, I think, for TEC, and they can't let too many bodies drop, sorry.
And this is like the second round as well, where it's like, oh, bye, and it's like a 2-avenue approach, right? You always have to split, or you run the danger of losing control on a retake, right? They never cleared out Hookah, they never cleared out Sand, and this is another round where all gamers really aren't able to punish off of it too effectively, right? This chance is because there wasn't enough time, and because Coco was that deep lurking threat through caves, right? This is how their lack of sentinel should have been played on Lotus, right? Like, somebody there was there to cover their back, was to ensure no one slipped through the loose ends, and Coco's definitely fitting that bill this time around.
Bind is a little bit of a smaller map in that way, not as many places to try and look for. Yeah, okay. Completely unreasonable. But yeah, like I say, it is a little bit smaller. It is a little bit easier to contain potentially as well. Looking at that, and certainly feels like TEC have found their footing here. A 4-1 start so far. Time all gamers bring out the operator. See if that can do something for them. Fine Gear posted up on that B main angle.
And they look like they have the confidence behind the double duelist, right? Spitfires is in. Has cleared past the side. Smoke has cleared out all of bench side, and this time they finally regroup as well. Dynamite through shower, so they have control over both avenues. Drop the pit down. This should be a pretty ironclad, I'm gonna say, post plant, but you have the orbital strike here, so that's why I'm seeing the Inklings of fighting into backside out of the pit. Yeah!
Oh, goodness me. They go 1 for 1.
It was like I need to get back in the
Right,
pit.
cut down, and oh my goodness, in fact, all the kills going this way. The orbital strike used for lamps instead. Fangir good for 1, and suddenly Lucas again in a 1 versus 2. What just happened over on A?
I think they got a little twisty in a game of Twister, right? There between Coco and Spitfires. I love the decision to fight out there in the backside, right? You know they have an ultimate that can clear out that Viper's Pit. You knew you were going to lose that space really, really fast. But Coco, after getting that first kill, tries to tuck back into the pit and can't, right? Gets tangled up with Spitfires there and that narrow pathway of U-Haul. And suddenly, okay, even if you get past and fall back deeper into U-Haul, there's an orbital strike that knows exactly where you are now.
They're
So
both in hookah.
Oh, yeah.
This not giving anything away, and they don't clear Lucas's position. Now he's been spotted, and the saturate coming through. He's just going to have to try and hope for a tap, and Fangir does not let him have that opportunity. Around for AG, but my oh my, it felt like TEC lost themselves in the sauce a little bit there.
Absolutely. Hoping for another Lucas heroic moment, but yeah, that flip of a fight right there, and that little strikes line to know exactly where those players were going to be running for the hills from, and fighting words looking like there's on stage there, but all in all, Gamers still got 2 more rounds to match the Pep Tech step. And that was a round where if AG lost it, you was expecting the timeout immediately, right? So, system still chugging away here. Tech, though, doesn't like they've lost any steam. Still, again, very one size fits all, one speed into the A space. Not the judge again.
So many flashes in. Convergent paths coming in from Lamps,
Oh,
and Dynamite
no.
with the overdrive. Running them over. Looking like vehicular manslaughter here on the A site right now. The 5
so thought they weren't
versus
gonna
3
be-
established already.
I so thought they were going to clear GRQ.
Now trying to fight in from multiple different angles. Septum 7 up in heaven, good for 1, but well, there's a second from him. Certainly has been one of the biggest players so far on Bind. But still TEC are a man to the good, and now Dynamite has these players spotted. There's no time to go for anything. They're looking to save this, and running them down is Dynamite. He finds 4 in this one. 2 with the ult, 2 with the judge, and well, he's Jury and Executioner as well. So another round on the board for TEC.
Yeah, the save was logical, right? You still had the orbital strike. Again, we mentioned how these post plants were going to be pivotal off the util both compositions had, but the big change up here to highlight between Lotus and Now is, again, the teamwork between Spitfires and Dynamite there, right? You get the overdrive compiled on top of that conversion paths to get those deep positions, supports, pillars in back sight. That's where all gamers, I'm guessing, have called their first, timeout here. Because, again, it's likely because they don't have the double duelist, but we're not seeing them take as much space, right? There's no deep shower control. There's no deep short control. They're not even walking down B long for that extra info, and we've seen them do it in the post, right? Like, in late into the round, right? So they're not afraid of doing it. But, again, the retakes right now are a little bit difficult when TEC are getting up all in your space and completely disrespecting you.
Yeah, it feels like roles reversed from Lotus. This time, AG are the ones being disrespected, and it feels like they're not entirely sure how to deal with that. When looking at the comps overall, double duelist certainly seems like it's the better path to tread so far.
Mm-hmm.
But even still, plenty more of this map to go, plenty more for things to change, and I just feel like we'll have to see what AG cook them up themselves on the defense side, on the attack side, sorry, because right now, defense can get a little bit uncomfortable here on Bind. It feels like TEC are good for this, but
I just asked for this, and they're doing it on the eco?
I mean, it's certainly bold. Look at all of these flashes, but even still, AG get cut down. TEC a little bit too good. And, well, the gun's a little bit too good as well to be able to do something there. Wow, not even a classic can get anything done. Coco's being hunted down here, but despite that, Fangir, I mean, he's certainly feeling himself.
I mean, if you somehow win this 1v3, then you deserve definitely that showmanship. But Dynamite on the CT line. Again, I want to see those kind of bold plays from AG, I think, on the buy rounds. Again, TEC seemed prepared to handle it, which again circles back to where I mentioned I thought Haodong had decent reads on what all gamers were doing over on Lotus, and that was a perfect relay bolt to get them out of that. A short flash pop fight that AG had set up, but nope, Fangir just going for the save. Playing for some exits, perhaps, but even then you don't really have to, right? At this point, pretty rich on the TEC side, and you already have your convergent paths, so... all in all... Eco out of the timeout doesn't convert, but let's see if the big picture changes coming into the buy round do, because TEC knocking on the door of an advantage at the half. They're kind of in the position, right, where TEC were on Lotus taking their timeout, but I think it was 4-6. So, curious to see how that's gonna fare when all gamers already using one timeout.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is a map where being on defense can feel so suffocating, and we saw it there, even when they tried to go aggressive. Attack can just do so much more, it feels like. Obviously now we see AG with the guns themselves. Full rifles. Side, and...
Flickers out. Pretty standard exec once again into the A space. Incendiary to try and keep that shower side space so that the Thrash, so that the TPs can come through. And so far so good, the 1-for-1 trade.
Spitfire certainly had a Bucky there as well, so really not too much lost. Fangir though fighting back. I mean, TEC certainly fought into the stronger side of things, but well, now things are flipped on their heads with the plant back site, trying to fight their way on in. Shrek good for one though.
Look at the flank as well.
Yeah,
closing in.
It's hardly even a flank, it's just a standard
yeah,
defensive
like
rotation at this point. But despite that orbital strike, nothing gonna happen here. All gamers stem the tide, getting themselves another round on the board, but I mean, it still felt like it was a one-off from TEC. I mean, it was a bizarre moment.
I think to me what stands out there in that round in particular is, again, all gamers, and maybe something that was pointed out during that timeout. Remember how I mentioned that in these execs, again, have been very one-dimensional from TEC, right? They're taking the backside space, they're all diving in 5 strong, right? Minus maybe a Coco lurk on the flank, right, to hold things down. And we haven't seen AG punish that, right? They haven't capitalized off of, okay, the hookah control that they keep, okay, the shower control that they keep. That was them capitalizing off the shower control that they kept. They trapped out of it with their ults, they flooded back and completely snuffed out TEC. Now here, a bit worried because we're gonna head on collision in B short.
Yeah, Sans, oh my goodness. Just becomes an absolute massacre. As TEC at the very start of this round have taken down 4, and just as quickly as that, find 5 already. Blink and you miss it stuff here on Bind, but TEC gets another on the board.
I love Spitfires being the one to air their grievances back there. Like, yeah, I was once your teammate, but I'm on the other side of the stage, and I'm the one really causing the chaos in that moment, right? You look at how fast the Hinder, the relay bolts are coming out to diffuse these trap plays out of all gamers, and it has been so effective. I mean, usually these TP plays are the most creative elements, but I'm liking the denial out of TEC. 7-3 right now, and they want to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, the TP play there from all gamers feel like maybe they're running out of ideas a little bit. Still struggling to stay on top of this game because the duelists are already behind them. Dynamite and Spitfires are immediately on the wrap through the site. Sliding in light speed as well. At high gear, out comes the Dizzy to try and get something, but Dynamite doesn't even matter about that. He's blinded up, still gets the kill. Even has time to go for a bit of corpse spraying in the middle of it. I mean, TEC just look like a different animal. They've been unleashed here. Septum 7 at the very least, good for one, but now Fangir, just an operator. He's saving this. in towards round 12, but Tech have 8 on the board.
Look at how
And to be
long-
honest, in this, it looks like they're going to get 9, because I don't see where they get another round from.
They have a bye, I think, in the next round. They'll have the conversion paths, and at this rate, maybe the operator, maybe no. Going for seconds there is a little bold, but you say more. Yeah, just give them more rounds on their attack half. And you mentioned it actually when the videos came out, Charlotte, how you were like, wow, everyone's choosing to start on the attack. That's interesting, right? But I mean, seemingly benefiting both teams on enemy map picks. So far, so good with the leads they've established. All right. 8-3. Are we getting a 9-3 or an 8-4, Charlotte?
That's the question. Like I say, all gamers, they have a bye. One judge coming through this from Kira to play towards lamps, but instead it's a quick TP looking towards this B site instead. They've left Spitfires on the lurk. Inserted here, nothing being found, and re-clear up. I mean, Kira could still be good for a couple here. Only one Howdon jumping in with the shorty. Yeah, sure, that's reasonable. That's something you should expect from this. But trading back and forth, the kill feeder, checkerboard right now. Game of chess, perhaps, and Tech looking to put checkmate here on all gamers with a 9th on the board. The spike already planted. Fake flash out from Shrimp does well to isolate that fight. Lucas completely undone. Even still, the time is ticking for all gamers. Tech can get themselves into some good positions here. As Coco plays ahead of that flash, and Dynamite gets the kill as well, doubling up, trying to take these fights, but it's instead Shrimp. An incredible round from him to give a spark of life to all gamers.
Wow.
Problem is, though, they're still 6 rounds down. This pistol round is going to be pivotal after the switch.
Absolutely. I mean, 8-4 to Tech here. I mean, I really like them, again, understanding, okay, if we're having issues retaking, we really have to keep them getting the spike down. That's where we saw Kira playing so far forward, but no, Shrimp is the reason why they win that round. Absolutely. From the criminal fake into actual flash, yeah. Taking down a potential regroup potential or delay potential to then being the bodyguard as they try to get on that spike, as you mentioned, with time being their worst enemy. But, all right. Comeback didn't happen for Tech when they were down 5-7. Can all gamers make it a 4-8 to have a clean 2-0 for their debut as your reigning VCT China kickoff 2026 champs? What to see as the halftime conclusion draws forward. And this is where I'm, again, circling back to the compositions, okay? The double duelist getting an A4 half, no surprise in my eyes to Tech, right? And this is where we then circle back to, okay, all gamers, is there enough firepower to get onto the sites with just the Fanggear Waylay? Once they get onto the sites and get the post plant, I have no concern, Charlotte, right? They're gonna get spammed with like double guiding light, the recharge, the dizzy, all the mollies. Like, it's gonna be nightmare fuel. But what do we think of Fanggear, the pacing, and how that's gonna match up with everybody else on this team?
Yeah, that's really the main sticking point for me as well, because you have that sort of on Lotus, the double duelist, and GRQ and Fanggear look like such a good duelist pairing. But this time, GRQ's back on that Brimstone roll, feeling like just a little bit more uncomfy. Obviously, it's sort of what he was playing as the entirety of last stage, but just given how nice that Neon looked from him, I mean, I'm feeling like maybe that's the direction to take things in, particularly with these sites, with the utility that Tech are going to be able to have to try and stall out and to be able to get things done. And they don't even have to worry about a Neon this time. They really only have one crazy movement player to keep track of.
Absolutely. Well, we've kind of mentioned it. We've kind of set it up. It has to be that well-oiled machine that we saw on Lotus for all gamers to have a chance at clawing back from this current 4-round deficit. And You mentioned, Charlotte, this pistol would be a great way to kickstart that comeback journey, and we're already into the round, 10 seconds in, and somehow no contact's been made just yet. I mean, TEC have really deep B-long control or presence, and ooh, Coco, you're lucky to be alive.
Kira looking to try and deal the damage there. Coco escapes with his life, gets a kill. Kira fighting back in, and there's another from Coco. TEC have now flipped the round completely on its head. Just 7 HP from Kira, from Coco, sorry, doing the job. Now Shrimp have to clutch up. There's a spike plant. Tuck it away into a corner as well. He can isolate these ones here. TEC are completely split up.
Wasting time waiting for that as well. We're hoping that Spitfires will rotate back into you, and now you almost have a cross, it feels like, and you're not going to expect Lucas tucked that deep into spawn.
That's the first kill, though. You can see Shrimp considering it now. The first tap on the spike. It's called into action. It's a brilliant flash, but Shrimp can escape in time. Lucas now, the time no longer on his side. When we talk about rounds like that, it's the impact that Shrimp has. Pistol round goes this way, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sobi, both pistols in this map have come from 1v2 clutches.
I believe so, yes. And again, yeah, Shrimp's impact, again, not really in the realm of understatement at this point. And again, this started with, I feel like, our worries being exemplified, right? Without that oppressive entry util, Coco was able to full anchor his sight, unlike when we were getting him bullied around with the C site on Lotus, but just getting the spike down, getting those ones isolated, this was a difficult task. So all in all, here's the pistol, now only 3 rounds separating. No force up, dilly-dallying, just a B stack for TEC here. Trailblazer is just shy of spotting out.
Gear pulls away from this one. The guiding light doesn't actually spot anyone on B.
Do you see where Kira is?
Themselves away.
Do you see where Kira is?
Yeah.
Like, as soon as they take the TP, Coco could play heck a spoiler in this corner, tucked away.
Do they expect it? That's the question. Oh, they look to check, but it's a lazy clear, and Coco springs to life for a double. Again, it's Coco that flips around on its head, and he found a third as well. Shower is his domain right now. Denies the plant on the wing main as well. Septum 7. Fighting back in, and oh my god, Spitfires and GRQ have completely missed each other. It's absolute mayhem. The 1 versus 3 now for GRQ, and he doesn't even have the spike. Just 15 seconds remaining. We head into red time. He's cut down, and TEC find the eco win off the back of a crazy 3K from Coco.
And what did we say about Lotus? The heroics just weren't enough on the individual level. Well, I hope Coco is delivering now, because all gamers, that was the perfect call. Again, Kira finds the gap, is all the way backside on the A space, and then Coco just delivers a performance like this 3-piece, and then, I mean, Septum 7 is trying to get some sort of control back, but the TP play comes through, and you can see just the disappointment around that. Should not have gone that way. A thrifty round in TEC's favor. Now the buy-up is there. I mean, a rough situation to be in for all gamers.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Breeze is on the horizon now. But again, if Fnatic can manage an 11-1, then all gamers can certainly manage a 5-9.
Oh,
Dynamite
Do I
may be
mention-
good for one there, but yeah, dip. That's a big kill.
no way we go thrifty for thrifty, right, Charlotte? I mean,
Surely
this
not.
feels like a pretty decent spike plan opportunity. I'm not sure if the snakebite will cover the full periphery of the site. Patience coming through at least for Titan Esports Club here, and this is where we get Molly Stall Central. At this point, do you leave if you're all gamers?
I mean, all of TEC are over on this side.
I don't know though.
have the information. Don't start to plant yet again. It should be good for it. The tug isolation not quite there. The spike does go down. The kill still going the way of TEC though. Fangir! Oh, hold on a minute. He's found two, but oh my goodness, Haodong just about saves their asses in that one. And you can see what it means to TEC. They got fairly worried in that spot because we know what Fangir is capable of.
And you saw Fangir confirm that they are on the spike, just feeling the momentum, right? Feeling like that 3K was coming and just goes for the hard commit onto the exchange, onto the fight. And Guardian betrays them. No heroics, no salvaging the round. And Haodong holding their cool as well in that nasty off angle. Exactly what Titan Esports Club need to get to double digits. So again, another must not lose round for all gamers here. Yes, we're getting close, so it'll be kind of a pick your poison route here.
Information. Yeah. The bird sees all, and Coco catches out Kira. So, oh my god, the push onto the site, just unsuccessful here from all gamers.
I'm kind of missed it already.
Able to back up his teammate. There's even pressure from Haodong towards elbow. All gamers feeling really uncomfortable in this position. Fangir though, I mean, if there's ever a player to do it, it's gonna be Fangir. Oh my goodness, Haodong though. I mean, he pulled out the heroics in the previous round to save it for TEC, and he's just found a double to potentially do the same thing here. It's Fangir left in another 1 versus 3.
Again, right decision. And a hero on the other side, right? This time, Haodong. Again, they knew they were losing backside space from the quick-footed rotate from Dynamite, so they fought elsewhere, and now it's Fangir. Another clutch position, another 3K that could have been. But Dynamite takes care of it in one swift crouch movements, and we're getting closer and closer to that breeze potential, which, again, I haven't seen from all gamers in a little while.
Yeah, it would certainly be a real question mark here. What shot from Haodong as well. A player that we saw in 2023 on EDG. Their first steps towards relevancy into China's first wins on a global stage. Now taking a bit of a back seat in terms of the region. That could definitely do something here. Fortunate for the Dizzy. Left alone.
And the observer have to highlight that he's been abandoned like that.
It's sad.
Oh? One player's not going to get abandoned though. Kira. Thought the team was about to backpedal and regroup here, but for now, they've avoided the re-clear of the Trailblazer. That is huge. You could see a TP, you could see a over-rotate from Spitfires. Even the Brimstone, Haodong, has left the site, so there's an opening to a certain degree.
Lucas is going to have to come up massive here. There's the opening kill of the round. Septum 7 gets him done. Trading back and forth again. 3 versus 3. Haodong
How did he get that kill?
is the player in the limelight. It's a fantastic question. The site, the location of plant here, but it's not quite coming through as again. Haodong's impact is felt across the map.
Look at the flank from Coco.
Coming in from Hookah, they might not be aware of it. Incendiary over the top. Fast lane at least allows the gamers a second to reposition. GRQ can only take down one. That's map point now for the side of TEC. 1 round away from taking us into bind. Breeze. Oh, goodness me. This game is melting my brain. This game has done me over, I think. But it's fine.
And again, just night and day difference. Again, they're setting each other up for these fights, right? Down to the little dynamite slide there and Howdog following it up, right? Classic crosshair draw and finisher, right? They're not making any mistakes. They're not making any slip-ups. It's not as, again, individualized as what they were trying to grasp straws at over on Lotus. And that's what's been the difficulty for all gamers, is they just don't have that same firepower that the double duelist wielded, that oppression that we were seeing. So to me, I kind of want to see them revisit the drawing board on this map. That's not to say this current comeback's a lost cause, but 7 rounds is a deep hole. But yeah, you were running a Raze Yoru before, so again, mentioning changing too many things at one time, maybe that was not the case for Lotus, but could be here for Bind. I mean,
Does feel like 12-5 is a little bit late to be calling your second timeout.
yeah, that's true as well. I mean, like what KDA is Kira at right now? That's another player like who was crazy on the Sentinel, right, over on the Cypher. But the Viper, I feel like he's lost so many 1v1s on these lurks versus Coco, right? We look back to whether it was the shower reclear, or I think there was just one that was like dry, just a basic lurk in hookah. It's again that learning curve of expanding your agent pool, maybe nipping at the heels of all gamers too.
Yeah, I just don't think this Gecko is working, to be honest with you, Zobi. I feel like this comp is not finding the value that all gamers were maybe hoping for it to, and again, feels like a question of why deviate from what worked so well on Lotus. Looking at that double duelist, it certainly feels like it's the meta right now. Thrash invested though. Coco, oh my god, yeah, Coco's in trouble. That's a moment where the Gecko certainly does find its value. Combine that with the Waylay ult, but that's 2 ultimates to take down 1 player. Because it may be a little bit of an over-investment, especially as TEC are now starting to fight back in for the 4-on-4.
Awareness. Yeah, they know the orbital strike is going to be off-site. They know that the post plant is all these mollies, and they're running ingrained intervention here.
Now there's control. First tap on to try and bait out some of this utility. Flash is making their way in as well, but the Thrash reused again. She finds her mark and gets something going. Now Shrimp rushing through the smoke. It's chaos. It's carnage. It's absolute bedlam. Howdong just on 20 HP as the Decay now takes him down to 1. Kira should be able to get this in the bag, and it's a right click to seal the deal. So many ultimates invested just for 1 round. Oh, all gamers, now let's see you do it without any of those.
And Zobi cast a curse, I'll be here all week in terms of pointing out Kira's performance, and then he suddenly gets a 4K to keep all gamers in the match. But this is exactly what I mentioned, right? Was just how difficult it would be to retake against this composition, right? Even with them taking the orbital strike out as early as they did, you still had the snake bite, you still had the mosh, right? You have the double flash that came out, and then the thrash as well, which they doubled up, not just the entry but the post plant tool. There is your, yeah, as you mentioned, Gecko effectiveness score. But I agree, it's gonna be difficult to get through without those ults and with the ones in your face as well.
As the orbital strike coming through already. GRQ no longer has that for post, but he still has a Guardian by his side. That to take down Spitfires. Howdong, what can you do here? Oh, through the stun and the Trailblazer as well. Things back even. GRQ wary of this flank, but too many angles to really watch for. The Dynamite slides on him with the Judge. Now Overdrive in hand as well.
There we both
TEC
are.
want this done. They have the information. That smoke does allow both of these players to actually cross into trickier positions to deal with. Dynamite is going to have to be the one to go on forwards, and he gets the first kill. Kira again in this position. And the barrel's been spotted. Howdong gets the kill. The question is of time, and there just isn't any left. Boom goes the spike, and up to 7 go all gamers.
Whew, 5 more rounds, Charlotte, and every single one has been, as you mentioned, on the tip of a needle. And now, on Kira's shoulders as well. We're looking at that snake bite that bought the ounce of delay, that again prevented them from fighting them around triple. I mean, Dynamite and this Judge wreaked havoc from the flank to the retake itself in that 2v2. And, whew, I mean, you can see it definitely eating away at the economy, right? For even AG, right? Still the Guardian, the Outlaw, the Spectre. And while obviously Tech comes away with it worse off here in terms of a few here rifles, but mainly the pistols. It's AG taking it cautious, realizing Tech could get desperate, could go for an aggro fight, right? They have 5 more tries. It's an eco. It could get silly and... Okay. One player's position confirmed. Second player's position confirmed. That Trailblazer coming out of B Garden. Decisions, decisions, decisions for all gamers with about a minute left on the clock.
Attack here, I'm wanting them to just kind of save up, farm up the ultimates, and just have one big ult round to close out the half, close out the map. We've seen Gentlemates fall into that trap before of just using their ults as soon as they get them, starting to let these leads slip.
Oh no.
And Lucas put out in the open now here on the site. Coco might as well just have a sheriff in his hands 24/7. He seems to be always good for one. That gun in his hand, but even still, all gamers, the man for the goods. But Dynamite hasn't been able to get one on the flank. That's upgrades in hand as well. Haldong starting to fight back. GRQ, a little bit whiffy with the Spectre, but still good for one and out. Dynamite has to do it all. He's starting to run on in. In fact, he's got a classic in hand, but his own fast lane betrays him there. A little bit awkward with the geometry, and again, all gamers starting to find their way back into this game.
And again, it's close rounds after close rounds, right? But rounds won nonetheless, and the more you win, the better that Econ's gonna get, and we are seeing a lot of those issues remedied. And I mentioned the decision making has never been an issue. Even this round, they again piecemealed that site. They caught Lucas on a re-clear timing, right? That was pretty clean as well. So 4 more rounds now to go. You mentioned the grand finale round. That's coming out soon, but not before a little quick moved play. AG, they call the bluff. They don't completely exalt back into the A site.
Looks like this round is a knife's edge right now. Either team wants to give anything over that could potentially weigh things in the other favor. AG, they've still got a minute to work with here, just waiting potentially for Tech to try and get proactive, to try and re-clear them and punish them for that, but Tech are also just happy to sit back on this.
Ooh, I like the fake, the guiding light, the seekers, the 3-stack there as well. Forces the conversion paths out. This has been sold hook, line, and sinker, but you gotta clear your corners. 1-for-1 trade. Coco has found a timing.
Oh, surely not. Coco! He gets a double from that spot. Unbelievable impact. Now Tech have showers control. And Haldong starting to fight back in through spawn. Incendiary should give them a safe plant, but Orbital Strike to come on through, and Spitfires gets the spam. GRQ has to evacuate, has to get himself out. Look at this, he's still got Haldong looking towards the spawn angle. He's just going to wait for the rest of his team to back him up. They're going to play this as a 3.
Smart. GRQ's one off from the ult, gets the Orbital Strike to play further delay against your 1v2. It's buddy system all the way to Breeze.
Do they clear elbow? Surely they've got to check this position. First smoke goes down on the spike. He's got to try and spam this. He gets the kill, but nothing more past that. Now what he can do about it. We are going to Breeze. We are going to a decider in a map that feels fairly unconvincing from all gamers. I'm going to be honest with you, Sobi. I'm a little bit worried for them after that. If I start to think maybe it was Lotus that was a fluke.
Hey, Lotus was the fluke. I think it's going to come down to, again, composition, what identity they fall upon, because the double initiator here just was not it. I mean, again, Kyrgios wasn't having as impactful lurks, had to get some good post-play anchors, but that's something he's used to playing out. And on the flip side, it felt like every player was just completely dynamite, no pun intended, in their roles on the Tech side, right? Again, that round was the perfect flip between Lotus and Bind of what this double duelist is capable of on the Titan Esports Club side. And you sprinkle in Coco, who was absolutely absurd, both in anchoring the flanks and anchoring the sights. Like, again, it was the perfect puzzle, and all the showmanship on stage cannot save you now, because it is Breeze, no matter how you spin it.
Now things looking a little bit dire, but again, we start to head back into the unknown, and I mean, Breeze is a map that sets itself up for these double duelist compositions, and that's what I'm hoping that we see from all games. That's what I want to see from them, because, I mean, that's what worked on Lotus. I mean, we see the hero plays from TEC to come in. And, I mean, that's kind of what saved TEC. It's what they were trying to hope for on Lotus as well. It didn't quite come through. So, I mean, despite the sort of, you can't even really call it a fake comeback. It was just a couple rounds strung together from all gamers. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's really up in the air on this one.
Yeah, no, honestly, we said coming into this series that we could see it going either way, and I can see that same thing for map 3. But let's see what TEC did on Bind that was so successful.
Nice.
你觉得你很准是不是？
是吗 ？Nice， 射头。我敌兵过来飞缓，我敌兵过来飞缓，你们躲行吗？
小心不？
就在你脸上，东哥。应该就在 elbow 里。我们有包吗？
包在 elbow， 包在 elbow。
我来带外面，我来带外面。
剩余30秒。
他捡包了，他就 elbow， 确定，还没走呢。架了吧。我的
，nice， 好闪吗 ，Coco， 好闪吗？
好闪，不孬，什么人都敢来 elbow 啊，兄弟，真的是服了。
I mean, Coco certainly was having an incredible game today, Zobi. 309 ACS, 7 multi-kills, all of this on Viper. I mean, you talk about impact. You can't not mention this man.
I mean, you juxtapose it against, again, a player who's still picking up the role and it just shines that much more, right? It's the epitome of what you want to accomplish. They were the thorn in the side of all gamers, and they're really concrete calling. Because again, all gamers, most of those rounds, you look at it and they called them correctly. It's just once they got to the sites, it's again, Coco just did crazy Coco things, or again, some of the eco rounds that could have been just was super, super stable, and yeah, just definitely captivated, I feel like, everyone's attention, including all gamers throughout that map. And you look at a map like Breeze, and I feel like they're gonna have a very similar role, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it is insane work. And, you know, they had this performance despite Spitfires on the Waylay 12 and 16, but you had Dynamite popping off. Howdong had a couple of really big moments. I think denying that Fangir 1v3, sort of in the middle of that second half, really did sort of cement the win here for TEC. And yeah, I mean, because honestly, in the moment, I felt that Fangir was good for that. But like you say, it's just those small moments that sort of got things across the line. And I mean, you look at the sort of post plants, I feel like it doesn't really go either way, when usually the sort of post plants give such a clear picture. Here it was fairly even in terms of that.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess that shows that, okay, TEC isn't necessarily here for, again, the early round presence, but again, it was the team play in the late rounds, or more so the heroics, I would argue, on the site anchors that were left high and dry, were left alone, that truly delivered. But I will say, I think the biggest turnaround performance for me between map 1 and map 2 was Dynamite. Because Coco was having a few moments here and there on Lotus, but it felt like Dynamite was definitely, I feel like, the player that was getting first blood. It was getting punished, was still trying to play around with the timing and playing off of Spitfires, but very, very promising this map. And potentially on Breeze, where, again, we mentioned it's another double duelist kind of playground right now in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you can maybe say that about every map But, I mean, Breeze, I think, certainly lends itself to that, lends itself to the sort of sniper rifles as well, which we've seen both teams happy to opt into when the time requires it. So, you know, for me, I'm very excited to see what happens on Breeze. And like I said earlier, it feels like it's a bit of a coin flip as to who's actually going to take it. So we'll just have to find out who does win this first match of Stage 1 on the other side of this break.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready,
Well, map 3 is upon us. Breeze on the docket to close out this series. The opening match of Stage 1 between All Gamers and Titan Esports Club. Still Charlotte and Zobi, of course, to take you through this game. And hey, I mean, I didn't necessarily expect to be here after All Gamers dominant on TEC's map pick and were heading into their own pick of Bind. I thought, hey, 2-0, but well, things didn't quite turn out in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you kind of look through a fine lens at TEC so far, I mean, it was a close half, right? That 5-7 on Lotus, and then just the momentum, again, some disrespect from all gainers in that double duelist comp, executed a bit more, I would say, conceptually and obviously effectively. That allowed them to snowball. But then you get over to a revamped bind composition out of all gamers that really just didn't fit the exact mold that we were looking for. And again, our questions now, like, again, our dark thoughts, you can say, were unearthed about, okay, these role swaps and how they might not end up working out really came to light. And now we're heading back to Breeze, and it's now a question of, okay, what version of all gamers are we going to get, right? Because now and we can argue that for TEC as well, right? Because TEC is like, okay, they had individual plays you can argue on Bind in certain rounds, again from Coco, again from Dynamite, and we don't know if they'll have those on Breeze, but let's get some answers, why don't we, Charlotte?
There we go, there's a double duelist I wanted to see from All Gamers. Fangir and GRQ back in those
Mirakov.
roles. Yeah. Bit of a surprise, to be honest, but yeah, I'm just happy to see GRQ back on the Neon. That's kind of my main takeaway. I mean, Viper Astra, we'll see how that combines. It certainly seems like a more popular combination on this map as well. So, you know, things feeling fairly standard right now. This is maybe what we can expect to see across the stage and across the globe as well. But if there's anything that VCT China has taught me, it's that just because the comp is what we expect doesn't necessarily mean that the gameplay is going to be what we expect.
Yeah, I think my expectations, since it's a mirror comp as well, is it's like, okay, Coco versus Kira, who's going to have that impact? Again, we felt like Lotus lurk exploitation and gaps were a big thing that kind of defined the calling, the rotations, and usually the round conclusions. And the other flip side is, again, the first bloods then. Which double duelist duo is going to come out on top? Right? We've seen both maps have one favorite over the other, and now it all comes down to this map 3 to set the tone, really, for your group, for your Stage 1 performance, Charlotte.
Yeah, this, like you said, it does set the tone. Already we're seeing a fairly close fight, and, you know, that's kind of what we want from all of these games, right? We want to see this high action, high pace. TEC, though, looking a little bit better in terms of the pistol win rates across the year so far. See whether they can convert that still. All players looking towards the B site, though, early on.
Yeah, they sojourned early A main to try and fake it out, and all gamers just completely called the bluff. And now, I mean, I'm a little worried about Shrimp. You're alone here, and once that wall drops, I was gonna say there was 4 about to roll into elbow, but it's just, again, we mentioned at TEC, all gamers, they've had really strong reads of each other, and this pistol, no exception. The stack was on B, TEC starting to clear towards A, and AEG leveraging that Neon have rotated back in time. All the pressure on GRQ here.
Dynamite jumping towards him as well. Shrimp on the back lines too. Septum 7 fighting in, but Dynamite a double to trade back through. They still have Shrimp on the back lines, and well, the spike is dropped down. With Fangir here to back him up, Lucas has to try and find a 1v3 for this pistol.
2 sheriffs on the side of all gamers is so funny to see, especially in Asova's hands. Shows that they were ready to brawl. Now gears turning. It's been a while since you spotted out Lucas, and he was the A player that faked out the drone. So I thought you were aware of the backstack potential, but now 2 players left. They're running towards A. They know there's not going to be time to swoop up that spike and get onto the site. So they'll let you collect the spike, but you can't do anything with it.
Yep, as the 4-second mark drops away. Lucas might look to try and save the credits or get some credits into the next round, but that opportunity gets denied as well. And clean for all gamers to get things started, and yeah, utilizing mid to its fullest potential in this one.
Yeah, it makes me question if that's going to be a consistency, is getting that deep mid control in some of these rounds. Again, you want answers on this map as early as possible. It's a difficult map to honestly play Rhythmic against, no matter if it's A or B site. So finding those kills, finding those stacks to shut out is going to be a big namesake. And Fangir looking for that early presence. A main sniper.
Oh, he's down to 47 HP though. TEC had the read on what he was looking to do there. Now GRQ. Close with the charge, good. Pivotal in this one. Bams on through. He's been spotted, and GRQ just goes hunting for one. No chance for a trade either.
Now they know Spike is B side as well. You can see GRQ feeling emboldened off this deep nebula.
Oh, goodness me. He's somehow cut down, and actually, we're looking at a 3 versus 3 here. Damage being done across the board. Shrimp. Looking to be that backline, that ever dependable presence. And Fangir's on the flank. There's the kill. Now they'll be aware of it. Bitfire's backside. What a judge. Only got 31 HP.
That's the classic
剩余
out
30
too.
秒。
Rim. Head turn, but has back covered. Septum 7 ready. They confirm, they crunch, they secure the round with a team ace. Honestly, that round again hinged to me on Shrimp. The fact that he confidently steps forward and takes that 1v3 engagement with the long range weapon there before they can get spiked out, before they can get those deep deposits on the site is everything. I mean, especially after this fight. I mean, again, they're executing really well on the TEC side off of Dynamite and that crosshair draw, but all in all, they keep it pretty concise after, again, those few classic shots landed on the TEC side.
又回来了。
Ooh, third round operator is crazy, Charlotte.
Fine gear looking to put it to use down mid. But TEC not entertaining that angle for now.
Picking the drone.
But they looked a little bit on B main, and now fairly heavy stack towards A. BRQ could get massive value here with the Bucky.
Again, all gamers switching up what their defense looks like, makes it unpredictable. You don't know where the shotgun's going to be lurking. The timing off the drone's going to be everything. I think they spotted Ponytail.
Yeah, they did. Just about. It's away with it, but he's back in the same corner and still finding one. Coco fighting back in for a double, though, to swing the round on its head for now. All gamers. Still with plenty of weaponry in this one. Guardian can be a fickle one to wrangle, though. Now what do you do? Oh, fight back in, potentially. Kira's found the kill.
Saving the op. Send
Still a
Kira hunting.
deficit, though, and yeah. Looking for those exit frags, potentially. Oh, the operator stays safe in the hands of Fangir on the other side of the map. Maybe the problem with this operator, if you gamble wrong with it, you can't really retake and can start to get a little bit of a burden. Obviously, just one round into its use for now. We can't rush to judgment, but it's something to be aware of for the future.
100%. And I liked the support that Howdon gave Dynamite on anchoring that A space. That was supposed to be the key, was that again, vulnerability to shatter the glass. But outside of that, it was Shrimp again. Again, that was the tipping point of the round. Shrimp again takes that same decision of, okay, I'm going to fight alone, I'm going to fight aggressive, try and get a hero play going, and this time it falls short, and so does the round. But again, it was a bonus. Aside from that operator, everybody else had, again, subpar weapons. So decent damage done to that regard, and again, it's Coco to keep things contained. Again, really the rock of this team for the time being. So all in all, not too shabby of a round. This is where you don't want to start losing rounds. You don't want to start snowballing. You don't want this to be tied 2-2.
就在那儿，
So keep yourself ahead.
就在那儿。
Saving the op, obviously a big part of that as well. The hefty investment monetarily.
一仗，阻挡视线。
Septum 7.
侦察该区域
To call the utility into action here, though. Light speed from Spitfires to get that control, and Spike already planted.
Okay. Another retake for all gamers in the cards. I mentioned it's a difficult one to do, especially when Coco looks like he's running play up close and personal once this nebula fades.
Such a risky position to play in. Expecting maybe someone to try and push through it, but not to be. Instead, he takes the onus on himself.
Dynamite.
Goes forwards and Dynamite. Oh my goodness, what a transfer to find. As the spike continues to tick. Shrimp first tap on, but Gravity Well in the way. Fangir dealt with in main by Lucas. And
Wow.
Shrimp is just going to have to try and escape from this one with his life. He's not able to do so.
That post plant so well constructed, right? You have the protection there for the Astra. You have the shock darts not designed to get to Spike, but designed to counter that exact fight that we were seeing attempted out of GRQ up close and personal. It's just very, very, very well done. Very well designed there out of TEC. Again, prepared for this map. And they won. Round. They've reset the economy for all gamers. They've tied us. They should get the lead off these ults as well. And again, if they're going to get A that easily, they're not afraid to again bunker down in these posts. And whew, yeah, not getting into that one, Septim.
It's a porpoise purchase here from all gamers as well. To add insult to injury here, Spitfire's already behind them. Up top towards Orange. He's found a double. GRQ trying to provide that distraction, but isolated, cut down, and flawlessly so by Trace. Not Trace, Titan Esports Club, goodness me. In all the chaos and the confusion there, it is TEC who come out on top. And crucially, Zobi, they have the lead now here on Breeze.
Absolutely. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself because again, we're on double duelists. We're on attack first. And I do feel like the current Breeze in my mind is pretty attack-sided. So, we'll see what the score is at the end of the half, what the side swap looks like. But I completely agree right now. It's going to maybe a matter of who can get these retakes streamlined a little bit more, or who can solve the issue, keeping them off the sites. AG, taking a different approach, tipping the balance towards getting even further forward fighting. Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! This A-main fight has been so crucial, and GRQ just takes it all on himself. While stunned, finds a double? I mean, that's unreal play. It gives AG the advantage in this one.
Yeah.
Back a little bit undone here. Where do they go with Fangir on such a forward position with that operator?
Keeps the stack here. Oh.
That's not great.
BC check? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That is crazy timing, but that's exactly what Fangir's position kind of set them up to do. Channel that util, channel the players. And now Lucas, when you think you might have a way out, the op is ready to hunt you down and make it 3-on-3. Scoreline set. And that's ideally how AG want to play this map, right? In their ideal version is, again, they don't let them on the site, they don't play retake, they stop them at the door, right? And that's been the issue, is usually these players have been falling with one and dones, or they've been getting outpaced by that double duelist on TEC's side. This was the perfect example of, again, Heroics balancing with setup util from the Astra Septim there in backside with their own Nova Pulse, and came to the conclusion that they needed. But TEC have enough of A after losing it in that regard. Op top mid, so not really gonna find too much delay power. It's again on GRQ's shoulders.
I mean, if there's a player to do it, it would be GRQ. It does feel like everyone on AG really has the opportunity for those big pop-off moments. Kira has been one of those players in the past. Already dealt with Spitfires, but can't get a second. Shrimp's on the site now. He's got to try and stand alone. Fake bite at his feet is going to prove a little bit too difficult, though. The spike being planted just 40 seconds into this round. TEC have overrun this B site after moving away from the A pushes that used to serve them so well before that previous round. Septim 7 Oh, he's in the smoke. He could have found a second there onto Lucas, but just a bit too sharp. The 3K gets the lead back here for Titan Esports Club.
There was a world there, 100%. I mean, isolated the first. Could have on the second, last is off site, but that's gotta be a frustrating one for all gamers because they were doing a good job, I think, falling during the site, right? The snake bite lands from Kira. They split up the duelists, but there's that second wave of players for TEC funneling in. It was that Lucas 3 piece that really set the difference, of that outcome apart. So, assuming this is an all gamers timeout coming through. Yep, as they trail by 1. I mean, at this point, I don't know what to talk to because I feel like AG, they made the right decision already on their own, right? Coming into this previous buy where they got up close and personal, they fought out into A main and won the numbers early into the round. That felt like their win condition clearly identified and set executed, right? Here, it was similar in that regard where they want to stop them at the door, don't want to let them get on site and get that plant down, but this time it fell a little short. So, okay, what does the coach say? Do you need to stop doing that? Do you need to work on the retakes instead? Or are you cleaning up small mistakes then, Charlotte, like in how they're anchoring the site?
I'm not doing anything. I'm sat here. Sorry.
If you were in their shoes, if you were on this team, if you were one of all of the gamers and we're all gamers. What do you mean?
We
Charlotte?
are all That's true.
We're all
actually.
gamers.
We are all gamers. If it was me, I'd simply win. But
That
I'm
sounds like a
different
great strategy.
Yeah, honestly, it's possibly the best strategy.
Wouldn't even be at this this 3 and 4. You'd be at like 7. You'd be like 7-0.
Yeah.
I see how it is. But I like this idea. Full stack the opposite side of the Viper's pit. Yeah, you have some mid door help, but otherwise it was hopefully that you would just keep them off the site. But now that overdrive is unleashed, I don't think this convergent path is gonna stop them.
It did. It did.
Just in time.
1 for 1 on the site with 2 ults expended.
That's expensive.
Very expensive 1 for 1 for both parties, realistically. And
I've seen this. Or like you can go through mid door, you can completely disrespect the pit in A main and plant for backside, but instead, maybe seeing that there was only Fangir, now he's low HP on that backside B, they've steered this direction. And it's almost like AG are letting them play the...
Yeah, they're giving them so much space.
Yeah, they're gonna play retake. Maybe Shrimp will pop the Hunter's Fury off the tap as well, and then you reflood in?
Certainly an idea. Yeah, and he's just sat in Arch, waiting for something to happen, and it does feel like TEC were waiting for something to happen as well. That could be the trigger. Fangir gets a bit curious towards mid and gets taken down. There's a spike planted on B. Coco. Nearly caught out there by Shrimp. Now the position is known, and it's the convergent paths towards that spot that's going to prove to be the undoing. GRQ, though, sliding out and getting the headshot. The impact that you can have on this Neon is frankly insane. The TEC still players to the goods. Now GRQ left alone. There's the first kill. Nothing more past that. He's just got to try and save out of this one. TEC find 5. Starting to chain these rounds together as well.
No harm, no foul. No extra kills found or lost. But lead tips back, and yep. Titan Esports Club's favor, and there's no more words to be said on stage, it looks like, from the All Gamers camp like Bind when they were trailing right now. It just looks like they are dialed in. They realize that there's a serious chance that they are about to lose this series. I mean, haven't really converted too much out of the timeout that they took. Looking like they could trail at the half. You lose this round, it's basically guaranteed. A big one coming up, and ooh, that first blood does not look like it's going your way.
Yeah, caught in the jump as well. The hinder from the saturate proving to be the undoing there, but decent damage on the way back. With that Hunter's Fury, Spitfire's down to 70. Coco, identical fate. Viper's
like
pit down in this post plant. I mean, it's still going to be difficult for AG to fight back into this.
Have the drone, have the dart. It's gonna be Shrimp that really makes or breaks this round. Converge.
Yeah,
Sorry,
or just
cause
spam
divide,
through the
yeah.
wall. Or just spam through the wall. You know, that's fine. It fires. Oh, there's a little pocket outside of the pit here, and they don't know about it. He's able to dodge the recon, and Lucas! Oh my goodness! And the 1v3 just shuts them all down!
Wow. I mean, I thought Spitfire's position was going to be what made or broke the round wide open, but as the pit drops, the crunch factor, they're all scrambling over Spitfire's position instead. And Lucas just gets the insane transfer there. We got to see that again. I mean, 1, 2, 3. With a Vandal. My Vandal doesn't do that. Maybe a Phantom would.
I don't know if
That was
I've
the
ever
round.
been able to do that in my life.
I believe in you, Charlotte. The decay was there, you know. Could be body shots. It doesn't have to be the headshots like what we saw from Lucas.
Thank you for having the faith in
Of
my.
course. We said it. We're one of the all gamers right now, but I mean, all gamers are losing, so should that be the confidence we need?
Oh goodness me! And now look at the buy as well. 2 sheriffs, Stinger, Guardian, Judge here from GRQ. A lot of mid control actually here for AG.
Yeah. We thought that was going to be something they did consistently, right after what the pistol entailed, but nope. Now, I mean, Akira still has some mid control, but Elbow's been lost. GRQ. Good regrip here with Kira. So they can hopefully keep them confined in a B. Can go for a flank play, but I expect Tech to pick up on this and just flip the site, right? Look at how far already Spitfires is through the back site space. Have the Nebula set as well to flip it. It's an interesting position to play if post from.
Again, damage control, the name of the game here for Tech. They do use Hunter's
like this
Fury to secure themselves in that. And yeah, Coco has the lock off there. No real danger. Nothing to sniff at either, and that's the advantage at the half secured.
Yeah. The strength's transferring from Bind super well from this team. Again, I mean, and that's what's crazy is it feels like Tech are playing it so simple, right? Yeah, Hadong's on the lurk, right? Sometimes we get Coco on the lurk as well, but it's not like bold-faced fakes, it's not like split through mid-doors off the double duels or anything. It's all of them executing as one unified force. And that's what's scary, is that AG can't even get past a team that has no poker face, right? We're about to see again, head front challenge, that's a good key piece.
Again, it's GRQ, the one to bring all gamers into the fold with a possibility. Feels like, again, he's just on a different level when he's playing this Neon so far. Lotus was a prime example of that, and able to open the scoring here. Septum 7 wants a piece of the action. Spitfires is gone. Now a 5 versus 2.
Really nice map control from AG. After that initial heavy A main fight, they really just completely splintered across the map and have each nook and cranny covered. A main no exception. Dynamite. Like to Septum 7 trying to keep it flawless, you know. He would have been shy even losing a rifle here or there into the next for the last round of the half. Dynamite.
Bang is on the
Got
wrap
ace
as
up your
well.
sleeve? Nope.
There we go. The wrap comes in. Flawlessly taken there by all gamers. A way back into this. Potentially a way to fight back in. But they're going to need this round 12 as well to have a real chance.
7-5 and I'm a believer. I'm a believer that this will be a
I'm
really close
with
competitive
you on
game.
on the believer train there.
Just again, the mirror comp. I think I've seen enough from, I feel like, GRQ right now that I think that he can carry the weight, that he can ignite Fangir as well once they get onto that attack half, but we'll switch up in how Tech's been playing this half. very defaulted. Send a drone fake out towards A. Try and weed out these aggro fights. Dart instead.
我稍后撤回。
Got in the elbow there. To get anything, but again, dash in, refract, and Dynamite's there to back him up. And Lucas, oh my goodness, he's a little rat in the corner. The snake in the grass finds a triple for Titan Esports Club.
Hope out the window. Welcome, Titan Esports Club, to Masters London. I mean, again, this is your kickoff champions, right? And like, yes, teams pushed them, but they had like a crazy run to get there, right? You don't drop a single series because that's how the triple elimination format worked. And I mean, now small mistakes like this. Whew. And again, it's the FXD that double duelist as well, right? Entries with an operator, right? You're looking at the waylay. With drops the hinder and then suddenly you have Dynamite following it up, right? Like, it's reaching its peak in the first series of the stage, right? Like, I'm scared to see what this team's gonna look like with even more practice, even more official reps. But for now, y'all can jump on the Copium train. The double duelist is back on attack. All Gamers is back on attack. Charlie, who did you pred for the win today? I preded AG, I'm not gonna lie. But I also
preded AG.
I did say, and I have irrefutable Discord proof that I was switching my pred because I found out that Coco was an INFJ, like myself.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I have plausible deniability.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming off of the back of a pretty poor kickoff. I keep a spreadsheet of literally all of my predictions.
All your preds.
So I got, and this is for every region in kickoff, a 59%, probably my worst performance.
That's not bad.
Then
it's better than a coin flip.
But then a 62.5 at Santiago. So I was like, I was feeling good about this stage, and I might immediately be in the 0-1 column.
I need to check my Santiago ones. I think those were pretty good, actually. Although, I think I was a big Gentlemates believer, and that one was a very unfortunate. But all in all,
you can thank all gamers for that, I guess.
Yeah. Another reason I should have preded against them, I guess. No, I'm joking.
Well, just to spite them.
Yeah, exactly. For my Gentlemates friends out there, but you know, Titan Esports Club definitely looking like an S tier team, not an A tier team. Like, where their opponents placed them. Spitfire settling well. Again, they're not showed off too much this map, but the impact is definitely there, and will be there at half. But I mean, the action all gamers looking like they have no reason to slow down. This dart though, they've waited it out. The stack and still going down elbow instead of navigating into mid, but the back pedal off of Coco getting pressured could be huge. Or Coco can do it himself. Aww.
Yeah, I've seen magic with the Sheriff before this time. Well, that spell is ended prematurely. Grimp plants the spike. 4 versus 4. Hey, low HP on Kira here, so TEC do have a way back in. Players are going through main.
They flip the site though, right? There's players all the way up into the ramps and into bridge, right? Nebula out, relay's not going to connect. Shrimp is going to also be kind of playing contact here. Difficult position.
That's Fangir and his impact that we know and love. He does get taken down, but now Kira comes into the action, into the fold with a double. Another pistol round there for all gamers. Exactly what they need to get themselves back into this game. The real question is,
the second round.
has the believers train left the station yet? Because obviously we said, you know, 7-5 we'd start to believe. What are we feeling about the 8-5? How are we feeling about that?
I want to see the bonus round, and then I'll get back to you. You know, the standard 1 to 2 business days. You know, I feel like you can't really call it off the second round, especially when we've already known they've lost the second round before, and especially when TEC have a stack on B that you're exiting into a start crossfire in between.
Oh no! Again. Oh goodness me! All
This
gamers.
is why I said to get back to you, Charlotte.
Oh, it feels like that believers train is derailed immediately.
No destination in mind. I mean, like, even look at the positioning from Lucas, right? are pretty much contained, right? You can maybe get a timing into mid door through A, but even that's narrow. You say the Vandals, there's still belief here, right? 2 Vandals versus like a bunch of pistols and a judge.
I
You
mean,
cannot
surely.
piece off like this for Tech right now. Like, you cannot be giving them ones. It's like a death match out here.
Problem is safety in numbers.
And why are they playing split on the AG side? Like, I feel like So has found a massive timing, not just between Lucas, but I was going to argue Shrimp as well, that you could have just doubled back to A. Now you handed the Vandal over, so now I'm going to say this is going to be, yeah, the train. We maybe were hoping that we got it back on the rails, you know, maybe some Polar Express style, but nope, it is permanently off.
I mean, 1v5. Do you have it in you, Shrimp? Held on the first port of call.
Did he see him?
He's, yeah, spotted and immediately goes away. Oh, the right click!
They don't even get
It's
one!
the right click that gets it done. And just a peek behind the curtain for those of you at home. Both me and Zoe had our heads in our hands then.
Well, no, because at the beginning I was like, you know what? As long as they win the second, because I was thinking of buying, remember? And that's how they had to be in that hole, right? Like, what was the final score that they like ended up having to like make a comeback from? It was 7 in a row, right? It was 12-5?
Yeah, 12-5.
12-5. I feel like we're headed towards that again, no? And that's crazy considering that all gamers won both pistols!
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Literally. Money is sour, you're on the attack. You really can't get into a sight in Coco. Probably one of the best anchors in the server right now is there, ready to fight you front and center alongside Lucas.
Oh, it's labored. But somehow Coco's still alive.
Right.
Gear fighting into this. The 3 versus 2, make it a 2 versus 2.
Okay.
We've devolved into chaos here, Zobi. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, Dynamite, you're in a good spot, but not the right weapon for this job. I'm a little nervous.
Well,
Classic on the other hand.
Players are.
There's a nice tuck from Fangear over towards Arches.
Shots coming wide here. Fangear gonna have to do big work on this Guardian, and he sends in the convergent paths to get the job done. That's a 1v2 on the books.
It's the Guardian multi-kill that could have been on Bind to get them right back into the driver's seat, into the saddle, and this time it comes true, right? Finishing the job that they started prior and off the convergent paths as well, understanding the gravity of the situation they were in, understanding they were walking the same path that led them to Breeze in the first place, the shortcomings of Bind. That was a beautiful, again, frontside reclear between Coco and Lucas, but this Fangear slipping the net and finding that impact kill, again, keeping those players contained while also keeping, or shutting down the outliers, but, ooh, Tech. Crazy mid-walk down. They have a crunch immediately here. Dynamite just needs to throw a relay bolt out.
It's looking a little bit labored though. Dynamite and Lucas come into things with kills. Shrimp answering back. There's a reply and response, but Dynamite immediately hunting him down. There's the mid-fight to try and come in. Oh, he got a kill. He got the kill. Septum 7 takes him down. And a 2 versus 2 now established.
Oh, and oh my goodness, I gotta put my glasses on and focus into what we were seeing. I mean, the 2v2, neither team pulling their punches, right? As soon as presence is confirmed, they are team fighting at a moment's notice. And we were about to see some Viper on Viper violence, all right? I'm gonna say Coco wins that one, but somehow the 1v2 goes all gamers' ways. What do you think of my script? Let's see if I was right. Replay will replay it out for us. Let's see.
There we go. W prediction.
Let's see if I'm right in the script. Okay, here we go. So Coco wins out the fight, but aw. I should have just trusted in my INFJ buddy, you know?
You should have done. Yeah, that's despicable from you, to be honest.
I was believing like the underdogs right now, big air quotes if you couldn't see the camera, because It's crazy to see that all gamers feel like the underdogs suddenly, right, in the middle of this series because of them being the reigning champions. But like they're now like 2 maps having to claw back comebacks, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean,
And there it is. Second final timeout. TEC haven't even dipped into a single one.
yeah, they can really try and like halt a comeback if it comes through here from all gamers here with both timeouts in pocket. But EDG, they're gonna have to start having a chat again because it is looking pretty scary now in this situation.
The last time this team played Breeze, or I should say the organization played Breeze, was 2025 May. More than a year ago. And that was Spitfires on AG. And he was the only one. And now he's on the enemy team. The one player for your team that knew how to play Breeze is gone. And it's showing.
Yeah, they go 1-for-1 here on the A main fight. Fangir with a kill before going down, but Hunter's Fury from Lucas. And just a humble Phantom from Haodong. Good enough to find the next 2 picks in this round. Suddenly again, Hawk Gamers got down to size. Yes, a bit of a weaker buy, but even still. I mean, TEC don't even have to worry about B at all, thanks to that Viper's Pit in main. They can focus all of their attention here. Over on A is, yeah, like you mentioned, the mid control from Spitfires is looking really rough at the very least, though Kira does take down Haodong. Brings things into a realm of possibility.
Yeah, AG remembered last time their 2vx, they overcooked it, right? They split up when they shouldn't have, so they regroup. They direct their attention towards A, they get spiked down, then they activate heroic mode. GRQ tried and failed, now it's down to Kira. 3 names to write down.
5 HP! Oh my god! Kira has done it! A 1v3 to come in. Spitfire's just a bit too low on health to provide that stall. And despite the saturate, despite being hindered up, they play perfectly into his hands. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe that this is the sort of thing that we're seeing here. It's day 1 of the group stage. And we're already seeing plays like this.
I thought the notebook took 60 seconds to activate. That was like instantly, like all 3 of them. Oh, okay. It's like you're getting vertigo trying to look above you, doing a backflip. But
I don't know how he wasn't scanned there, to be completely honest.
Yeah, same. But that's the round you look at if AG complete this comeback, if they win this series. I mean, they've already got the first blood there. The money is sour for TEC here as well. And that was your player that had the overdrive, that has flipped some of these eco rounds on their head. So, AG, again, play it careful, play it cautious. Biggest wild card here is Coco. For that reason, hero rifle, advanced positioning. Ideally, you would take that space and get that gun in Spitfire's hands, but Haodong? They don't
clear him, right? Oh, they don't clear him, but Shrimp's still good enough for it. Lucas as well hits the floor. And oh, AG securing themselves now. Just Coco left to stand. And 1 versus 3. I mean, he needs an ace, but like you say, it's Coco. Certainly could be good for it, but just the first kill isn't quite there. Instead, it's a 4K from Shrimp, who is consistently a big player in big moments for all gamers. He does it again here.
Yeah, he's been leading the on-stage showmanship, it feels like, alongside Fangir today, and yep, definitely leading them in these pivotal moments, these multi-kills, right? He's the one that shut down as well the crazy positioning that we did see closing Astra in too. So first timeout call. We mentioned too that they could dip into to kind of stall out any momentum, stall out any comeback here, Charlotte, and there we go. Coach after calls the hard stop, the emergency break. And honestly, I feel like AG's playing these rounds super, super fast, right? And that's no surprise, it's AG. I feel like TEC, I maybe want them to slow it down a little bit, back off a little bit, right? I feel like that could be the way that they get back to, again, the coordination that I think got them this far, because in the moment, in the chaos, it's very, very, again, individual plays trump all, right? We saw Kira do it, we saw Shrimp do it, and I think we're going to keep seeing all the gamers do it until we're tied 10-10 if TEC can't find these team fights, set up these team fight situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, you look at Lucas as a player that has been consistently showing up in big moments for this team. And he just, maybe in these past couple of rounds, hasn't quite found that same impact. Obviously, again, you can't always rely on the hero moments, but nice to have in the back pocket.
Okay. TEC. So to back it off, they're putting it into second gear. They're already down elbow, 2 players already down mid. I do like that they're supporting each other, so it's not just a one and done player like previous iterations, but when we set up like a little like up and over and side swing, that would have been a nice little set play, but instead, toxic screen for safe passage, instant crossfire established and broken, or attempting to.
Spitfire somehow gets the kill there, can light speed away from this, and GRQ shut down the overdrive, not finding its mark. 4 versus 2 now, as at least Septum 7 finds purchase, but there's nothing more after that. TEC did play a bit further back, but when it was go time, my goodness, they pressed that accelerator and caught AG unawares.
Wow. And again, it's like you point out one flaw, one weakness for a team, and then they immediately turn it back on its head, right? I mentioned again, they're better in these more set up, composed teamfight environments instead of the reactivity plays in TEC. I mean, Spitfire's there. That convergent path is perfect. That cosmic divide, crazy as well. That timing just mistimed, and they're just rinsing and repeating. The double duelist, hip to hip, looking for contact, looking for blood, and this off is, let's say, seemingly was going to be the victim. Septum, really good protection squad.
Wow. No idea what bit of dynamite Fangir actually caught there, but spotted him, and the operator through the wall does enough. The heavy investment, this sniper rifle, but it's doing its job so far. Now there's a pretty much free B site for them to try and get. Haodong, he's in trouble. He's actually fought back into this instead of waiting for the team to regroup. It feels like it's a little bit too headstrong, to be honest, from the IGL as well. Now 5 versus 2.
Completely agree. That's what's defined TEC, headstrong.
Safe.
Like, even how they won the previous round, right? It was a very, very direct, very, again, all-in kind of play. That crossfire mid falls flat. You're lost numbers. You've lost the A site. Very similar kind of play here, right? You lose that elbow fight, you'll lose B site. That's where, again, I don't know if this is going to get them across the finish line. Unless it just is a heroic player that like somehow finds a crazy timing, but it feels like AG's now expecting it round after round and are starting to handle it. So, TEC, too early to call their second timeout, but I really, really hope Haodong calls them away from these forward fights, because that's 2 rounds in a row they've done it, right? First time, fools AG, works out, great. AG are not going to fall victim to that every time, and that round was prime example. Septum 7 prepared for it, takes one down, and same with Fangir. Like, they were good to go.
Oh, what a shot from Fangir! And again, there's like maybe a bit of not quite head loss perhaps, but sort of trending in that direction when Haodong's running in to try and contest B alone. And yeah, retaking on this map is hard, but give your team a 3v5 retake instead of a 2v5 retake.
True. Alright. Some fake out stars, keep the main space. Definitely playing more passive this go round. We even saw the stars ready to go here for any mid-space AG wants to take. We're kind of in the pseudo format, I would say, for an A split here, so there's gonna be heavy pressure on both Haodong and Dynamite. Ooh, drone destroyed. That's huge for the Neon.
Able to stay in that corner. Best for now. Spitfires is thinking about Septem 7's position here. Gear as well to try and fight into this one, but quite secure enough. The util over towards A, acting as a bit of a fake. Has drawn Coco over. But the Spike is heading towards B.
Ooh, I thought they got caught. I thought the Sova, the Waylay were rotating off. They've doubled back just in time.
Device has been spotted here. He's got to be aware of Kira, but there's the operator.
Wait a minute.
There's the moment. Lucas playing around this cosmic divide. Fangir cut down, but he's still able to take down Coco.
He's gonna go back.
Oh my goodness, a ring around the rosies. This is ridiculous. As we head into red time, Lucas might just be able to do enough as the spike gets dropped yet again. GRQ miles away from the play here. There's nothing he can do about this one. TEC just stay alive and get themselves up to match point.
Wow. And finally on their feet as well. One more round like they did on Vine. And they got that one more round. That's what got them to breeze. What has put them one round away from upsetting your kickoff VCT China champs. And I'm scared to see what this buy looks like for all gamers as well. I mean, this was brilliant off the Cosmic Divide here. And I feel like it's in a traditional position to place it either, because it still gives them that front side pocket to play from. But, wow. And buys there. Might not be done just yet, but... Ooh, dynamite. Okay, good job. You're out.
Yeah, as soon as the dart from the drone comes in, that's his cue to sort of escape that situation. Let's not forget as well, TEC still have a timeout in the back pocket if AG can start to, even in this position, string a couple together. There goes the convergent paths. Kira again, the opening kill. Dynamite spam through the smoke. He's in trouble as the spike goes down. Lucas again to be the one to try and bring something back. Battling a 4 versus 4 here. And Dynamite again fighting forward. All gamers now on the back foot. The kickoff champions again, let's not forget, might just be falling here. GRQ has something to say about it. He's going to find a 1 versus 2 here. There's the first. Haodong, the captain on the other side. But GRQ shuts him down. We keep going here on Breeze.
2 more rounds to make or break your opening match to get to that overtime. And GRQ, that 4K delivering when absolutely necessary. And it was a team effort, right? Denying the drone, keeping his position in the dark through all of this. This trouble and this strife. I mean, there it is. That moment right there where he gets the 2-piece, where we finally can break up that double duelist again on the TEC side. You know, seeing pings aplenty, consistent pressure everywhere on the map for AG. That's the game plan. Keep TEC guessing. And they're still prepared for these walkdowns. It's Nico. They're gonna fight into it this time.
And Kira gets a double. Inside of elbow. Shuts that down. Coco in the smoke. Well, the Guardian's good for 1. But no, nothing more. He could have potentially been able to get something, but now it's Lucas, who has been such a big player. Such big moments. He's been able to get past the first player here. But Fangir has his number. Round 24 is upon us, Sobi. The full distance of regulation time. And this has got to be where TEC call their second timeout.
Has to be. I already see the gears turning. Honestly, I think that the best look that we've seen... The best look that we've seen from TEC hasn't been these aggressive walkdowns, right? It's again been when they can set up these crossfires that are either on sites, on chokes, in mid even. That was a nice walkdown. Let me rephrase. The elbow walkdowns are not where it's at, okay? The mid ones are nice when they can set up the crossfire around mid door. That's nice. They're getting punished time and time again with these elbow reclears, so I don't like that. I don't know what the ult situation looks like necessarily for TEC, but they have a Viper Spit or something that could be really nice. You drop a pit down a main. I mean, Coco got that clean kill there in that early round. And then you can, again, set up across mid and put 2 on A, right? That is the ideal round. And this is, like, every coach's favorite position to be in, honestly. Like, obviously they want to be winning, but I mean, like, is you get the timeout, you get the one and done round, you win this round, you make that plan, and you win the series, right?
Yeah, you can literally plan just for this.
Exactly. Like, it doesn't matter any of the mistakes of the past. It's you need one round to win.
Yeah, because obviously if we head to OT, there's still that little bit of a gap to have those conversations again. So this is the
they have the
moment.
pit!
It all comes down to this, and yeah, the Viper's pit from Coco, Lucas with a Hunter's Fury as well. 2 more points away for both Dynamite's Overdrive and Spitfire's Convergent Paths.
Oh, they're going fast at mid. They expected the pit. They might be trying to pull a fast one and flip into the backside. That's where Spitfires is here for a reason.
Yeah, looking to go in and so much control. Coco, he's immediately cut down. That's the Viper's pit gone. The security on this site completely taken away, but Spitfires still takes down one. GRQ trading back, and all gamers now in the advantage yet again. Dynamite looking to take that opportunity away from them, but TEC have to retake here. Dynamite again! Oh my goodness! Kira might just do it here for all gamers to take us into overtime. It's the captain left to clutch a 1v3 now that Haodong has to try and get his way into. There's so many different angles to clear. He's got no information. Trying to take these fights blind. There's the first kill. Tap on the spike as well, but Hunter's Fury sent towards his position. In time, just a bit too difficult now. 24 rounds was not enough. We head into OT.
First series of stage 1 would have it no other way. All gamers, reigning champions versus a Titan Esports Club. And it's off of, again, a game plan that they have set and executed on this all-gamer side. Kira back, can focus on his own gameplay, emboldened by the new IGL structure. Yeah, we need to see how he broke his wrist. There we go.
Oh my god.
Little quick 90-degree turn. And
yeah, you know,
on their feet.
Casual, as one does.
Yeah.
Oh,
here we go.
Goodness me. AG back on the defense. It's been a while since we've seen this.
12 rounds, in fact.
Yeah, that's true. The 8-4 halves in both directions. TEC should feel themselves favored in this position. But again, it feels like AG have the momentum now. Good lord, this mid-fight is scrappy, it's dangerous, but it's all going green in the kill feed. All gamers in that 5v2 situation now. Looking to just get this one done and stem the bleeding. The spike now dropped at the bottom of mid. Coco took up this A space, but... well, I mean, there's nothing really that should come of this one. Up against the full complement of all gamers.
There's a few low HP, which gives you some hope. If you're a Coco fan. Follow INFJ. But, yeah, it's just power friendship at this point, right? High lows upon high lows now. Ooh, wait. I'm expecting a plethora of bullets. There they are. How lucky are you feeling, Coco? I mean, you can avoid the bullets. Hard to avoid the shocks one lands, making this that much more difficult of a task. Section 7, the player you're bullying prior, is the one there on bridge to run interference. Safe passage found. Spike plant likely found, but they're rolling in there on your tail.
On this position. Goodness me. Feels like the walls are closing in. Sharks in the water encircling his position. And there it is, just the one kill in the end. And, well, for the first time in this match, it's series point to all gamers, Sobi.
We called it a fake comeback on Bind. We may be witnessing the real deal here. And did I cast or curse that? Maybe, but that's what I want. Give us more OT at this point, but...
Wait, more rounds, please.
Alright. I mean, just the way they won that mid-fight so dominantly. The way, again, TEC have gotten a little repetitive in their calling. I would have expected maybe a second timeout even from TEC there.
好好表现，证明
Yeah,
自己。
potentially. As we head to overtime, they have an extra one in their back pockets. But... And still looking to press forwards into this without the intervention from Coach After. Oh, and Dynamite's already been cut down on that A main fight. How Dong do here? Well, only gets one. Delays the plant for just a second.
悠着点儿。
Mention retakes the bane of a breeze. GRQ trying to make it that much more difficult with his backstab lurk, but Coco gets the better of it, equates it to 3-on-3, and they punish the refight. They know where one player is. Kira, the one in the dark.
He's sat in main. It's a difficult position, but now Shrimp
Good cross.
going to rejoin his teammate. Just about gets out alive.
Not playing for them.
The Shock Dart's heading through, and Shrimp has the Hunter's Fury here. He's going to try and play time with this ultimate. Kira jumping in. Oh, goodness me. And he could just stick this now. Lucas
shots.
on
Has to
2
win
high
this.
HP, and there's no way to get the spam. The defuse comes in. We go again.
Wow. Just the speed in which TEC is able to fall back and play that Hunter's Fury. The way that they call it as well, like, hey, pop the wall, let me get off, right as the fuel dissipates there from Kira. I mean, in that moment as well from Coco, you don't win that fight and GRQ gets to play that much more delay power. Like, yeah, crazy round. Oh, wow. TEC, they're back to basics. I mentioned it.
就在那儿。
How they don't have a poker face, how they're very direct, but it was working for them in that first half. And let's see if it works for them in overtime as well.
机遇。
Already so much control of the A site here. 7 trying to get some spam through the toxic screen. But there's bullets in return that
还要用呢。
chip a little bit off of Self and his teammates.
爆
Like
能器
Plant
已
comes
部
in,
署。
5v5 on the retake in this spot.
减速在子弹人。
And
Whoa.
running this down, 7, there's the opener, GRQ getting involved! That's ridiculous! As the kills come in for all gamers. On their feet, the whole team, letting them know that once again, they're on match point.
Full house retake there between GRQ and Shrimp. And again, while they're the ones that get the kills, that is so enabled by that hinder that comes through for Spitfires, right? That from the spray down that Septum is consistently provided. It is such a team effort. I mean, wow. And just the missed timing as well with that toxic screen falling too. Very unfortunate. AG feels like they're the ones leading this OT right now, and that's, I think, why I'm expecting a TEC timeout.
Yeah.
This is a Titan one, I'm assuming?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way you don't take a pause here. And again, after what was a very attacker-sided opening to this match,
it's
it's
an
the whole
AG
of
timeout.
regulation. I saw the TEC logo appear on the stage
I thought
there
I did
as well.
too. Maybe it's a double. Who knows? We'll find
It
out when this
could
one
be.
ends.
Yeah,
It'd be
but-
interesting for a double one.
Yeah, I mean, either way, the regulation having been so attacker-sided, and we've only seen defense win 0 OT. I mean,
I mean, you can
It
also
does
jump into the
feel-
metagame.
yeah.
Like, the more OT cycles this is, the more you're revealing about your gameplay, right? Like, which is why all gamers might be taking this time out now as well, even though they're the ones leading the OT. It's difficult
Again,
to say the least.
I guess it's like that same strategy that we saw from TEC to just before round 24, right? You go for the one and done play to try and get the match across the line. Obviously, it didn't work out for the side of TEC. back at the end of regulation, but maybe all gamers can get something going with it here.
Well, timeout taken. Plans mulled over. AG going for an emboldened fake out between the Neon and the Sova, set up towards top ramp, top mid. With that fast lane, and not only has it found a kill, but now they're gonna regroup and have an immediate flank play onto these A main players. But Dynamite is trying to hold on instead, flip this main site, and just like that, it's a 1-for-1, one and done. How dong? So much weight here. He knows the Neon's behind him. And can't even.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you alive?
This round is so
how are you
silly.
alive? And it's gonna work somehow.
Been absolutely balmy so far. Oh my good word. Howdong's found another Septum 7 low HP. It's a 1 versus 1. Shrimp has so often been a massive player. Got to try and win out this 1v1 to take his side into the victory here. Spitfire 30 HP and taken down 15 to 13. All gamers stem the tide and find themselves on their way to yet more wins here in stage 1. But goodness me, TEC took them every step of the journey.
Wow, and I mean, it's almost poetic how it ends as well, right? Shrimp taking down his former teammate, right? He played alongside Kirua and Shrimp in Spitfires. And I will say, despite the loss here today, again, TEC is a team to be feared. They roared to life already in their first matchup of stage 1. Spitfires again when at the peak, scary alongside Dynamite, and we saw some I feel like creative plays out of this team when they're perfectly synchronized as well. The team play is scary. You add Coconut and his individual just skill there as well, and yeah, you can see them push the best of this region. That's what makes this region so unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at TEC as well, a 9th, 10th finish in kickoff. This is a much better performance than we saw from them the entire of that last stage, right? This is something that we've not seen from them. And yes, despite the loss, they looked so much better. This meta really suits them with that double duelist as well.
Absolutely.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, but just didn't quite have the resilience to close it out, and that's what we want to see from all gamers, right? That's the mentality of champions, to be able to fight back in from that position. And I mean, so well done from 9-12 down to win the game. But I mean, just an incredible performance from these players, but we'll send it down to the interview to see what all gamers have to say.
What have you felt that's different about Hangzhou? He said the audience is extremely welcoming, and he really loves the atmosphere. He's really grateful for everyone who came. What did you feel at the end? Because I'm sure everyone was really nervous. He says, yeah, the nerves were really high. He felt like everyone was a little bit nervous, but at least they got it over the line.
是的，我相信是所有选手、所有队友在为你兜底，而且我相信今天你的表现我们也是有目共睹的。而且现在我们有发现，你今天在图1是操到了少尉0，然后在图2、图3是来到了蝰蛇。现在这个边线的压力其实给的。
Your team, you picked different agents today. Is this because of Septum? And what effect has he had? And he's saying it's really nice not to be on IGL, and Septem has taken off a lot of the pressure. So they'll bring information to the group, and then everyone will help analyze together where to go.
相比起决斗位来说，你觉得会打得更加得心应手一些，是吗？而且其实我们有看到最近有一些版本上面的改动，像夜路的这样一个削弱，然后再包括斯凯的这
So
样一个
between double duelist and double initiator, what's the differences and which one's better? He's saying double duelist is better because Waylay is really good.
我觉得这个版本还是双决斗厉害一点吧，因为Waylay的晃速是实在是太厉害了，和霓虹
They played double initiator as well, and he's saying it's fine, but they didn't do it well today.
我觉得是我们打得不好吧，我觉得双先锋其实效果也可以的，对。
这是在不断的调整嘛，不断的试错。我相信这也只是一个第一赛段的刚刚开始而已，而且你们也是拿下了揭幕战的胜利。之前我们在起点赛的广州
What do you hope to? What kind of AG do you hope to bring us at Hangzhou?
这次来到杭州，希望带给我们一个什么样的 AG？
He says he really wants to get another championship for AG.
我觉得我想再为 AG 拿一个冠军嘛。对。
哇，
That's the end of the interview. It's time for the audience draw.
表现，我们今天同样是设有我们的符能掉落的抽奖环节，在我们的比赛期间，现场将随机抽取观众，获赠我们的游戏资产。接下来有请 Kira 为我们来抽取今天的幸运观众。我们可以说开始，然后再喊停。
好，开始。
Wow. Wow. I mean, it's great to hear from Kira again, stepping back into a focused position on his individual performance. And I feel like we definitely saw it make or break the series from the Cypher to the Viper learning arc, we can argue, between that bind and between that breeze. And just, I mean, yeah, I said it. What was the one round that was going to make or break it? It was going to be that Kira 3K between the toxic screen. And now you look back and say, yep, that's why they won it.
Yeah, I think it was an ace 1v3 to really turn the game on its head. Because, I mean, like we were saying, if that doesn't happen, I mean, we very likely see a TEC win here. And let's not forget about all the other crazy moments, you know, 1v3 there from Lucas as well, who, you know, alongside Coco, continue to be real star players for this TEC side. I can't quite remember, but I think they both had at least like 3 or 4 clutches individually throughout kickoff, and that's again a team that finished 9th to 10th, and again here today they put everything on the table, everything in the server. Yeah, this round, the key difference maker. What a clutch to bring things back and give all gamers that sense that they can come back and win this game.
Absolutely. And I mean, you would have, again, you had Kira in the post-match interview interacting with the crowd, and they were interacting with their team, like the enemy team on stage. Like every player had something to say inside and outside of the server, and I think they definitely proved that. And I mean, this OT, again, it felt like, again, all gamers had the momentum from the start, right? From being the ones to wrestle it to overtime, to then take that initiative and win that outright mid-brawl like they did.
Yeah, looking really, really strong, but here come the team comms, and here...
Yeah, wait. I'm coming.
闪屁股，
Get a pico.
应该是屁股应该有。
Okay, don't pick.
弯屁股，可以上岗，他是喷子，
Don't pick.
可以下井包。这地方这种。这片子没。
Tunnel. Just don't pick. They don't know about me.
他很神秘，你就站 B 站就行了。
我方还剩1人，还剩1名敌人。
这地方加爆。
准备好，我上了，我的大招好了。
Nice!
Let's go! 有门 ！Focus！
我稍后
3次。
我假击下包，可以下连。我下包了，我接过去了。
哎，左边一个，而且左边。
我往左边掰了，我去皇家。
他们家应该有个。
One more.
我们2个140，一滴血为累。
3个。Let's go!
I love hearing at the at the end of the first round they showed, just I think it was Shrimp just going focus, focus, focus. You know, this is a team that, like we said, can very easily get a little bit too hot-headed, and just keeping themselves calm, especially to mount that comeback, absolutely pivotal. Speaking of pivotal though, Fangir, what a performance from him. Like we've been seeing this whole time, let's face it, throughout kickoff, throughout Santiago as well, he was a player at the top of the scoreboards consistently.
Oh, absolutely. And again, definitely wants to be known as one of the best duelists in this region, and definitely like making that name for themselves. And it was cool as well to see them today basically exclusively on that Waylay, because I had questions, right? They were that primary Yoru player for this team, only playing the Waylay on split, right? At least in recency, right? At least in this pool, right? Between Fracture and Lotus coming in, we didn't know what they were going to play. Between the Breeze that we saw, even the Waylay here, it was, again, big question marks, because we've seen some of those players that when their Yoru is stripped away are having difficulties, and we can calmly and boldly say that Fangir is not one of them. And the operator, whew, I mean, and just the ability as well to link up so well as well with GRQ on this map in particular and set them up. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, GRQ as well, playing on this Neon, which is, again, a bit of a newer role for him, having previously only been on that controller. I think it's looking really nice, this combination with Fangir. They're setting each other up really nicely. And I mean, the one map that we did see GRQ on the controller, it didn't quite go the best for all gamers.
Yes.
So, yeah, no.
To me, I think even though they won this series, I feel like it was very telling for them. Again, it's still early. Again, they're still going through changes. I think I want to see... There's teams that will like try and continue to make a map comp work because they don't want to change their comp. This is an example where I think I really want to see all gamers just change that bind comp back to a double duelist, similar to what TEC was honestly running. And I feel like it'll work for them just as well as in the previous matchups. But look at this. Like, this is how neck and neck the entire series was, right? Like... Again, it's some of those heroic multi-kills just making the difference there towards the end between the Kira in regulation, between GRQ and OT. I mean, yeah, TEC looks back at this and is like, what could have been? But it'll set up one heck of a rematch in playoffs. We'll put it that way, Charlotte.
Yeah. Let's not forget about the format here as well. We got 2 groups of 6, round robin, and then we head into ranking matches as well. Slightly different than all the other regions. And so the first in each group plays each other, second of each group plays each other. You get a 1 through 8 seeding, and then it's a full 8-team double elim bracket. So there's no buys, there's no being seeded into the lower bracket. It is all exactly just kind of almost once you get to the playoffs. It's like the Masters playoffs, right? You just have the 8-team double elim. So there's a lot of way to try and fight back through this, but I mean, yeah, a lot more time, but I again think that TEC are one of the teams that could very easily be looking to get out of this group.
Absolutely. And we can take one last look at the journey and maybe what it could tell for their future games. It's super interesting to see both TEC and all gamers float that Fracture, so to me that tells that they are prepared for it. And I'm curious if that plus Lotus could be these teams' secret weapons, leaning into the new pool, leaning into the new meta. I mean, I think what we saw kind of met all expectations for what this region and the new meta was going to match up to be. And to me, again, it's going to gauge the success. Okay, how pivotal is your lurk player in informing the outcome of rounds and directing the calls? And second is, how in sync are your double duelists? That's going to measure the success. It's like a formula. Plug in your values and calculate the success rate right now, Charlotte, and every team will know how to get that prediction rate up that you had. We got it right today. We're 100% this stage. Let's go!
Yeah, breathing a sigh of relief on that one. Just looking at the groups, of course. This one is in Group Alpha with All Gamers, Titan Esports Club. You also got Billy, FPX, JDG, Tyloo in this
rough one.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like TEC, maybe even before we saw the performance today, might be one of the teams that you look at maybe getting out of this group alongside, say, like JDG. And then, of course, AG and Billy feel like a shoo-in. But you look over at the other group, DRG, EDG, Wolves, XLG, Trace, and Nova. Like, Group Omega is a tough group to try and fight out of. But for two of these teams, we're going to be able to see how they stack up, because Edward Gaming taking on Nova Esports is coming up right after the break. So don't go anywhere and stick around, because Crafty and Volt will be able to take you through that one, and you don't want to miss it.
Some things are meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. start tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back to Project Horizon, and that is VCT China Stage 1 Action Live, brought to you by us, Crafty, and my co-caster Bolt. How are you doing today?
Look, I'm very excited already. I was hyped as hell in the green room just watching the game between TEC and All Gamers. I think that Kickoff showed us a lot of mechanical potential, showed us what the team are capable of, but like between the stuff that we've heard in the press conference and the stuff that we're seeing here today, I'm really optimistic for the future of China, right? Because we walked in after kickoff, after Santiago, and a lot of people were thinking like, hey, is this it? You know, is it like doom and gloom? And what we've seen right now is better protocols, better cohesion, and I'm thinking that Nova's gonna lean more into that angle against an EDG that, yes, did make it out of the lower final there on kickoff, but they're still absolutely reeling, and they don't even know what to do, right? It's like, put CB in, put Gianni out, put Gianni back in. It's like the minus Gianni plus Gianni meme is still ongoing right now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little more later on. But yeah, as you said, I mean, you have to be hopeful for this region, right? Because their showing at Masters wasn't the best, to say the least. But still, this region has a lot to prove. This region has a lot to make up for, especially after EDG's championship win in 2024. They've been struggling. The whole region has been struggling to sort of find that form again, to repeat a success like that on the international stage.
Yeah, a success that I feel like is going to be very hard to come by, because when you think about this year, a lot of cores have basically been broken up. Like whether it is, of course, as you said, EDG, Wolves that have made it that far in Toronto, and like Sheila, of course, from 2025, it's not really the same team anymore. So a lot of new intriguing storylines to be built. I feel like one of which, of course, like EDG is a lot more established. Nova coming in right here, they're basically bringing a new system. A system that, again, led by another German, very much similar to FPX and Group Alpha side of things. But I gotta say, I said it before we got onto the stream, and I'll say it again now. The better coach, the coach with a better resume, both the runs with DSG and Enterprise have just been absolutely fabled as excellent, and I feel like even the connections with Enterprise to bring back Swagzer after a great event that he's had in Stage 1, that is absolutely worth it, because I've seen even Swagzer play with the team in EMEA Clash before Kazi stepped in when he was finally of legal age. He looks absolutely magnificent. I've seen Swagzer even before everyone else saw him in Enterprise in our MENA VCL, and I believe that when I'm ranking him to the other Russian players or the other CIS players that we've seen in the region, like there are like 3 players that we've seen that I feel like are the top 3. Warga, which was in MENA for a period, and now he is in XLG and is already one of the best players in the league. There is a player called Wentry Rook, which, I mean, for the CIS players, they all know him. I feel like mechanically wise, he's absolutely ready for VCT, like mechanics, game sense, all that. The problem with Wintry is he just doesn't prac as much. He's a little bit of the, you know what? I got this. He's so talented that he maybe lacks a little bit in discipline, I would say. And Swagzer is my third. Like he's a player with such a good ability. And his potential is super high. I think that he's gonna go places, and I'm really excited to see what this Nova team is gonna do. Maybe not today, because I think that time is gonna be a constraint, but in the long term in the group.
Yeah, I mean it's already sort of the second rebuild for this team within just a couple months, right? They came in with a new roster, new coaching staff for the for kickoff, and to be honest, it did not work out quite so well. They got dropped down, handed down the ladder in this triple elimination bracket. Immediately dropped out, only won one map against Wolves, I believe it was. And now they bring in Autumn from said Wolves team, and Swagzer previously on Enterprise, as you said it, as well as another new head coach in the form of Alex R, a German that has previously, as you also said, been on Enterprise, but also on Disguise. And this team, once again, has to pretty much, start from the very beginning, with Autumn also taking over as the IGL after Heibei got dropped.
Yeah, and I think that Autumn, you know, maybe yes in the press conference, of course, he maybe mistook the question. I believe that he went for a lot of people will say is the PR answer, but I believe that it shows a lot of optimism. Of course, a big thanks gotta go to like our entire crew here at Project Horizon, because it's not just the casting, it's not just the broadcast, it's a lot of people, like including Bidos, who she was the one that translated that conference, but there are a lot of other people here at the translation team that just lends into the entire narrative, right? He walked in, he's like, maybe time is gonna be a constraint, but I see a lot of potential in the team. I can see us going far. He's really optimistic about Swagzer, and he thinks that he has a lot of high potential. And, you know, walking into the league, of course, that is something that is very intriguing to me, because as we said, like maybe they don't have the time, but I do believe that for Autumn, we've seen some flashes of good calls from Wolves, but the team really fell apart. So I'm excited to see whether or not, under a new leadership with a new coach, whether he'll be able to actually run a competent system.
Yeah, and I mean, and he's facing none other than nobody on the side of EDG, his IGL opponent, which is quite the task to start your IGL experience off, to be honest. EDG, with undergoing only one change, as you pointed out already at the beginning, which is a CB being subbed out once again, and Gianni coming in, something that we will of course talk about, especially when it comes to agent select, because it might be a hint towards some compositional changes as well within the team. I mean, casters were talking about the changes to Yoru earlier on.
Yeah,
that is certainly going to affect this region, and it's certainly going to affect EDG, maybe even benefit them. I mean, we will see.
Yeah,
they weren't really too hot on the Yoru, but yeah, with a team like Nova, who has shown that they are willing, I mean, to give players like Autumn, give players like Swaxer a chance to take on a very important role in this roster. Do you think it is their time to beat a roster like that on the first day of stage 1? I mean, I kind of doubt it. I don't want to jinx it already, but I mean, we're talking about Chichu, Kong, Gianni, Nobody, and Smoggy. This is a star-studded roster, of course.
But again, like the integration, as you said, with all the Euro changes, out of all the teams, the only team that I think that we've actually spoke about this in the press conference was JDG, where I believe it was Je. No, it wasn't Je. I believe it was actually Bale talking about the Euro changes. He said that Euro will still see play and some of the maps that he's really relevant on, so I'm expecting that, again, maybe their read on the meta isn't the best thing ever, but for EDG, this is amazing news, because we have seen, like, Kong lean into the chamber a little bit. That opens room for Gianni to be their duelist, to open up a lot more of those compositions, but from what we've seen in our earlier best of 3, I believe that until those, like, rumored Waylay changes actually come in, everything should at least be running a little bit better in their favor, because I feel like Gianni's gonna fill that role a bit better, and it's gonna allow Kong to play stuff that isn't the Yoru, where he's never found success, and to be fair, neither really did CB.
Oh, here we can actually see the skirmish results maybe coming in between Nova and EDG, as we also see the beautiful mascots of Chinese teams. I didn't even know that they were actually letting fans in on the skirmishes.
They weren't in kickoff, right?
So cool.
Yeah, like in kickoff, it was done from the practice room for the teams.
Yeah.
Right now, they're doing it out in public. Look, man, like every time Crafty that like we watch CN, at least I watch CN personally, I'm always amazed like by the spectacle that they make it out to be. Valorant is an absolute sensation over there, and I can see why. Like, they really give back to the community, and the community seems to be really involved. A lot of talent coming up the system, of course, that we'll be seeing over the course of the week when we see the majority of the teams do play. But right now, things are looking pretty okay, like at least for the two teams. I think that for Nova, they will surprise, and they've won the skirmish. Now the question becomes, well, what is off the veto? Because we've seen EDG maybe struggle a bit on some of the maps that are going out. I'm very intrigued in whether or not they'll try to integrate maybe the Fracture back into play, because Fracture is my favorite map that is coming back in. I would have really loved to see actually more of it, and thank you to EDG. We get both it and Breeze as a selection from Nova. Breeze as a selection catches me off guard, but let's talk about Breeze first.
Yeah, it is another new map back in the pool. We saw Lotus previously in the match between AG and TEC. Now we get Fracture, the other new map. I mean, of course, it's not brand new, and actually, it didn't even change at all. But I mean, it's been out of the pool for so long, and I mean, I'm so excited to finally get to cast Fracture again, because it's such a fun map, especially in pro play. But it's Nova that pick it up. I mean, both teams, of course, leaving it open, but they seem to be confident to fight EDG on a map like that.
Yeah, and it's gonna be really intriguing to see whether or not EDG actually stick the landing. Again, like, you know, for the picks, I really do understand why they would have left the Haven as a decider. It just then becomes a matter of whether or not they can trade the maps, just as we've seen in our first best of 3. It was actually teams trading their opponents' picks, and that could absolutely be the case here. It's all about preparation, and as we said, like, for EDG, they're the thing that had the most time to do so. First, Kong did get some time off, I believe, at the very end of 2025, where they played both GNE and CB in the off-season events. So he should still be pretty fresh. The team, even in Santiago, didn't do that hot, and I gotta be completely frank with you. Like, a bit of it was me saying that CB's not really holding up internationally, and we've seen that for a couple of our players. Whether it is Rarga, maybe not always having the best performance when he goes international. CB is the same case here. We'll have to wait and see if maybe GNE will be the missing piece to the puzzle, because before, he wasn't the answer. But as we said, with new coaching staff changes as well, for both teams, really, it's going to be more intriguing. But of course, as we said, Nova, this is a big rebuild. For EDG, it's just building on an already existing core. But that could be a double-edged sword, because that core itself could be plagued, and they might have to relearn how to play the game from the ground up to adapt to this current meta.
Yeah, we are gonna be excited to see whether EDG are gonna find their form again as the players are entering the arena here in Hangzhou. It's exciting. I mean, this is, to most of the people out there, this is probably gonna be one of these games where everyone is predicting EDG to just go 2-0. Nova is still trying to find their style, trying to find their footing with this new roster. But EDG, I mean, they've been sticking with this roster for so long. The core has been actively playing together for such a long time. You would expect them to not falter on a stage like this in an opening match of such an important stage 1, even though they did not have a great international performance at Masters. This team will still go in as the favorites in a matchup like this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, though. Again, like, Jenny's rather young. I believe that he's only 21, so definitely a lot of upside still for me, at least, to Jenny and what he can bring to the table. We have seen the veto, so now things are going to be a bit intriguing. As we start things over on Fracture, Agent Select is going to be of the highest importance. We've seen some teams before love flirting with the idea of running the Phoenix. Maybe Alexar can bring back that idea, but if you're asking me, I think it's always going to be the Neon. The question is, do you go Neon +1, or do you just stick to the single duelist composition?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, this is the first time we're gonna see a Fracture in this new meta. Maybe, I don't know if any of the teams already picked up a couple of the new agents that weren't even in the pool when Fracture was last played. I remember back in the days we also saw plenty of Clove, but she got nerfed as well, right? So she might not be back on the menu for some of these teams. I'm excited, honestly.
Yeah, but
excited to see what Nova maybe has been cooking up.
Yeah.
For this first stage and the first match against EDG. What's it gonna be? I mean, basically at this point, anything is probably gonna be exciting because we haven't seen Fracture for such a long time.
Yeah, again, Agent Select is gonna hold up a lot in that, as you said. So, great to see what we are actually going to see. We have seen the mascots for quite a while. I gotta say though, like, my favorite mascot is always gonna be XLG. Okay, I really love their mascot. I really love their energy. But what is your favorite one? I mean, like, at least between those two here in EDG and Nova.
It's gotta be Nova. I love capybaras. I mean, I didn't recognize it. It was a capybara back in the day when I first saw it, and then everyone like shamed me for not realizing that is a capybara. But yeah, I love capybaras, so I gotta go with Nova. But I just love the mascots in general. I mean, we need that in every region, to be fair, for all the teams. It's such a fun part of fan interaction there between the mascots and fans all the time. going back to Agent Select, I mean, we were talking about Gianni coming back into the roster of EDG. He was playing a lot of Chamber back in the days for EDG, so this could maybe hint at more Chamber for EDG, and I am being corrected because it's a Chamber on the side of Nova for Swagzer and no Chamber. Gianni going on the Neon. It is a double duelist that you were talking about.
Yeah, again, like I always expected the Neon, as I said. It's just gonna be really intriguing. I love Tejo here on the Fracture. The amount of value you actually get is impeccable. It's just, you can see some immaculate Valorant being played by that composition if it's played right. But unfortunately, I'm not so sure that it's gonna be the case. Every time I see a breach, I am very scared because it's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be the best breach ever and all the utility is going to land up the right way, or it is just going to be, well, we've seen it from EDG more often than Nova, but yeah, it goes completely wrong. I've seen Swagzer hold the sniper before, usually likes to play the duelist. Whenever he usually opts, he tends to play the Jet more than anything else, so really intrigued to see what he's going to do on the Chamber. Again, like similar get out of jail free card system. The AWP holds a lot of value. The Tour de Force can be impactful, but it is a question of can they frag out against the team that has built this Chinese dynasty. As we kick off in the new game, it is Fracture up next.
What a time to be alive. Fracture back in the map pool for everyone. And we get to see it on the first day of VCT China's Stage 1. With Nova, an attack and a first interaction out towards Arcade. It's 3-man push from EDG. Both Kong Kong and Gianni are successful already. The hold on side does not work out there as Azir pushes out of the smoke. Finds 2 for the side of Nova.
Excellent start. Nobody holding the angle. That's one right click, and it is going to be the round for Edward Gaming. Perfect start. Got the read. Pushed in. Gianni and Kongong did the job, and well, I mean, we talked about the breach a fair bit. We talked about Tejo. Sky did an impeccable amount of work, and again, like the solo initiator Sky, especially with the changes to the flash maybe becoming rechargeable again eventually, that is going to be something that is very intriguing. But as we are right now, I say intriguing a lot, but I think it's just going to go really well, right? Because at least for the current meta, where we see a lot of teams running that double duelist single initiator, the single initiator is impossible to play when you're putting out a Tejo, but for Sky, she's very sufficient, right? Like, you got the flashes, you got the information with the Prowler, or the Trailblazer, rather. And that puts her in a good position with that composition. I was just a little bit worried that there wouldn't be enough utility for Kong Kong and Gianni to play around. But if they can just best their opposition in the duels every single time, then it doesn't really matter. Just the flash would be enough information. Very early on for Chichu, they already got the first blood. And that push seems to be... it's doomed to fail. Maybe they can get a kill on Chichu. Spike plant would be great, but EG have already pulled 4 players in rotation.
Oh, Chichu. Up in tower. Might just be able to collect one by one, but that's a great stun. Immediately backed up by Gianni, though. Beautiful communication on the side of VDG. And a flawless round for them. No spike planted, at least. One ult orb collected, if I saw that correctly. But that's pretty much it they get for the round.
Yeah, not that much that they get. Good result, of course, for EDG. Keeping the majority of their purchase here. And yeah, like, at least from the state of the game, this bonus looks to be rather dangerous. A Judge, an Outlaw, and 2 Bulldogs. In a round that would have started very early here for Kong Kong, and he's fishing for something. And he does find the kill.
It's once again, it's Kong Kong on the Outlaw. It's been successful in the previous round towards A main, and once again, he's being set up by his team. Get that first kill. Swagzer trying to spam through the smoke. Has been spotted, and so far he's been the sole player on the side of Nova. ZDG all looking. Stacked his A side now, and it's a good read on them.
Nothing really to be a test for EDG, at least for that initial phase. Both Swagzer and, of course, Guang not really finding the majority of the value. The Bulldog ready in the right angle. The timing to play between Smoggy and Nobody. The judge can find impeccable value in here. That's the one. That's the round, maybe, but good trades from Azir and Autumn. It leaves Kong in a position where he tries to make the most out of it. But the flank from the Tejo is everything here. Autumn can win the round single-handedly.
Yeah. I'm not aware. Oh! Gianni finds him though. I'm eating my words there. I'm sorry. I never doubted them. EDG have everything under control. And win the bonus, collect the upgrades. That's looking like hell of a start here for the favorites on the side of EDG.
Well, it's a great start. Great awareness and anticipation there by EDG, covering all of their bases. And unfortunately for Nova, as we said, this composition is predicated on either Swagzer or Guang finding kills, and neither of them have been really that successful. 0-3 for both. Right now, EDG, not even just that, but also doing really well to hold the majority of the angles. This is going to be the first real pinch, and Chichu's in a real amount of danger here.
Yeah, Chichu. But he's trying to just contest the smoke. Has the support from his team already. I mean, rotations are so fast for the defense on this side, and he's able to get the kill on Swagzer. Green finds one, but Gianni floods the side. And the round is over in a second. EDG are just not letting go of these sides. Beautiful round once again.
And a lot of good work from Chichu, just as you said, isolating that initial duel. The rotations are pulled early again by EDG. And right now, if I'm Nova, I unironically might start considering a timeout, because they're starting to be rather telegraphed. They haven't really played the, I guess, the tug of war is what I love to call it, where you pressure at a point, right? And then you go to another extremity and you try to play the other one as your main factor. Right now, they always 4-stack on one part of the map, and they're so single-minded in approaching that as a means to execute on a site without having any contingency, or maybe going back to the A site right now, for example, when they're trying to hit B, and it's making it so easy for ADG to find those pickoffs.
And apparently they kind of lost track of Gianni once again as well. He's popping the overdrive, has the spike isolated right in front of him towards Arcade. Guan not aware that two players already waiting inside the smoke. Smoggy holding his footing there against Swagzer. It's just Scream. 9 bullets and a dream, but it's the 3K for Smoggy. EDG are wiping the floor with Nova here in these first couple rounds.
Well, Gianni is not going back to the bench. I'm telling you that. He's showing some real hunger, true aggression that we're seeing from him, but it's not like it's just Gianni that is making those plays. You look at the team as a whole. They enabled him to play there on stairs. That's a timeout, I gotta say. Around too late for my own liking. And it is an absolute collapse from Nova early on. Maybe that fracture pick by ADG was completely out of left field for them. They are playing this one like a pug. Gotta be completely real with you. Again, because when you play parts of the map like this, with your composition, the only piece of renewable utility or regeneratable utility that you have is the breach stun. So maybe you try to play that for the early round. Maybe you get a pick. Maybe you do not aggression from EDG. But all in all, we're starting to see the difference in Sentinels more than anything. Because Swagzer on the chamber is not able to stop the Gianni or whoever it is. If it's just Gianni, as we've seen in the last round, or a bigger stack that includes Chichu and Nobody at times, nothing has been able to stop them. And, well, I gotta say it. I believe that Sentinels do need some love. Because here's the thing, outside of chamber, really, all the Sentinels have lost their stopping power. We've even seen this in rounds like these, where despite being very telegraphed, despite Chichu being in their sight, not really much that the Cypher can do to slow down the take. It's just all about then utilizing that chaos, making the best of it, and EDG have done exactly that. 5 rounds to the good. It's a eco round here for Nova, and they're going to be looking worse for wear.
I guess the most important part here on defense for Fracture is to be able to gather that information, but well, that was some aggressive information gathering from Kong Kong right there as he dashes right in. That small corner, not enough to protect him versus Azir, and Chichu does not go for the kill there. Only giving away a couple shots to go onto site. Seems to be good, but Smoggy able to dodge that stun. Helping out with his orbital strike and finds the kill. Pushes into it to surprise Nova once more. The operator picked up by Azir. But the spike out in the open. Only 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it's game over for Nova. 41 HP. Could survive a single shot to the torso. But even that seems too tall of an order. Even with the AWP in hand. They just applied that pincer to perfection. There's nothing that Nova have done that is out of EDG's acumen. It's like all the world is in the palm of their hands. They started off this game really solid. Of course, yes, this was a weaker round in totality. So not really a lot of expectations for the side of Nova. But again, it's the exact same thing. Unfortunately for them, they walk into a round. Let's say that they are saying, hey, we will hit B. They just hit B. That's it. They don't call for mid rounds. As we said, like for Autumn, I expected a little bit more out of him. But right now, the game that is being called is so telegraphed, is so basic, that it isn't really a problem for EDG. The rotation's called early again, and Chichu trying to slow them down this time.
Yeah, this time he gets hit by the spike. Oh, it still gets one kill, even though he's stunned. But finally, they're able to get rid of him. Spike not yet planted. Would be a success for once for them, but Smoggy already found a great backstep through Arcade, sitting out the drone, able to get that kill. Well, Kong Kong's already successful from tree, and they're just running circles around them. Nova have no clue what's going on.
Listen to those fans, Crafty. Like, people are enjoying this. Everyone has been praying. And this might be the finale of the trilogy, the return of the kings of China. EDG looking sharp as ever, and unfortunately for Nova, seems like Fracture is a done deal at this point. 7 rounds to the good, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. GNE on double digits already, and you can trust it to the other side. Both Guang and Swagzer still have not found anything for their team. All the kills come into trades from Azir. He's the only one that is really doing anything for Nova right now. But they're trying to rely on that tour de force. The A side is actually played more so towards Dish from Kong Kong. But he could be caught in transition here if he actually tries to peek into main. The AWP is posted. They've made some noise. And now Kong Kong should be fully aware of their positioning.
Yeah, it's a good stun, but they can't really use it to capitalize on it. They are getting on site. Spike is being planted. This should be the first plant of this game so far, and Swagzer finds Jenny. Huge kill for them as they try to flank them right now, but there's an Armageddon as well on top. Nobody gets one, but Autumn ready for the trade. Kong Kong on side now. Finds himself between a rock and a hard place, but he is pushing for green, and he gets that kill. Autumn goes down as well. There's plenty of time to defuse the spike. It was a good effort for the side of Nova, rather, but in the end, it was not enough. 7 or 8? 8-1. I lost count. It's 8-0. My bad. For EDG.
At this rate, it unironically might be a 13-0. There's nothing really that they can do. And, well, I mean, if they take that second time out here, that kind of tells you the entirety of the story. This has been a non-starter for Nova. No two ways about it.
Yeah.
Congrats to EDG, though. Like, they've called a masterful performance here on the Fracture, and I don't think that there were many teams that would have had a scrub on them in this one.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I was surprised that Nova was getting a main control that easily for the first time throughout this entire first half, but EDG was basically just giving it away for them. I mean, knowing that the Tour de Force was in play, maybe not wanting to risk that duel versus Swagzer, but They had everything under control after that spike plant. Even though Nova did their best to prevent that flank. It's just a great showing from EDG in these first couple rounds, and I mean you could see it on Alex Ars's face right there. Of course, he's not happy with that performance, having to use his second timeout already after 8 rounds. This could spell disaster for Nova.
Oh, absolutely. Right now for EDG, 8 rounds to the good. This is going to be a 9th round, and we've seen 2,000 kills. That is the milestone that has been hit for nobody. And EDG, a team that is known in China for setting records, and right now made it all their own, at least for what we have here. Again, Gianni reading the angle. Swagzer's none the wiser. Will he be disciplined and go for 2?
He only gets 1. But once again, they almost like forget that this tunnel does exist. Jenny using that initial room, the initial space in arcade to find that kill. And with that, Nova seemed to actually let go off of a side. They picked up that orb once again, I believe. They're heading over towards arcade. Initially a good read. There's only 2 players left. Can they get the tower control? Inserting 1 early. Chichu, however, did not see anything. Stepping out of the flash, the smoke is good, but once again, their timing is not. Versus this flank. Another spike drop right on the spot. Nobody finds the last one. What is going on for Nova? EDG are crushing them.
Nova right now feels like someone who's obsessive compulsive. They just say, I'll do this, absolutely single-minded. How many times have we seen that exact crunch happen? That has to be something that, unfortunately for me, might be the engrossment of the mental getting to them. It's 9 rounds already for EDG. Most likely it's going to be a 10th here, a hero rifle for Guang. I don't expect it's going to do much. And again, the B side seems to be their best friend. They haven't really let on and they haven't relented, but that doesn't mean that they're going to eventually crack the code. Right now is their weakest, and even Gianni, well, found a good one, but Azir with that trade leaves the side itself a bit open.
Yeah, it is a small buy there for the side of Nova. I don't know if Azir is going to be able to pick up that gun, but they use the orbital strike early to sort of prevent them to get on site. However, they're still stuck in tower. Even dropped into arcade again, expecting that flank. I don't know if they got any info, or whether it's just how the last couple rounds played out, and Kong Kong once again finds kill, and is the spike being dropped as well? Not like this for Nova. Kong Kong very much aware there could be a player in tunnel dust. See the spike being picked up, just fishes for green. This round is all but over. It's just Azir. And double digits uncontested for EDG after 10 rounds.
Nova are compelled to do something to break the curse, but all EDG does, stay calm and collected, knowing that they are the better team on this fracture. And it does feel like a no contest here. Maybe you will say that at least Guang is trying his best, but even with the space created outside of his ear, no one is really able to get the ball rolling. It's double digits already for EDG, and now that Swagzer got the sniper, maybe there's some hope. They're trying to speed up the play a little bit, but Gianni's ready with an overdrive.
Just holding that smoke though. Waiting for the rest of the util of his team to be able to pop out. One dodges a shot from Kong Kong. He's in a bit of a bad spot right now. Still gets one, but Swagzer able to kill Chichu as he tries to peek out of that smoke. Finally, a numbers advantage for Nova. Can they make it work? The spike is being planted for once on the B side. This is their round to win right now. Azir trying to step in and out of cover, and he makes it work. Beautiful coverage there from Autumn and Guan, and they are on the board. It is not a complete blowout by EDG, but there's still a long way to go for Nova to come back into this game.
Look, they just found their foot, okay? That's all that matters to them. I don't think that they're gonna be even that concerned about the result of the fracture right now. Just about giving it their all, trying to get their cohesion in sorts. I think that if I'm on the side of Nova right now, I'm just letting the flow go with it, right? If they get closer, they make it competitive, that's great, but they shouldn't hold any expectations during the remainder of that one. This round really came down to that early pick onto Kong, and then the second one from Swagzer, who played the lurk with a sniper, something that you don't usually see that much. But he was able to find good space in the last round on B. Now he's trying to do the same on A. Smoked off, but still. Alton found the kill, and that is the site fully open for Nova. You look at the side of EDG, no ultimates. They crack them down out of sight.
That very important first frag for Autumn. Through the stun. Opens it up, and Jenny just trying to use his mobility to create chaos. Only good for one kill, but Smoggy uses it for a double kill on site. Swagzer is found out already, and Azir on site can't do it all by himself. It's another one for EDG. They immediately strike back.
On that kind of form, who can even lay a hand on Edward? Really, some absolutely miraculous work done. Even when both Gianni and Kong didn't get the space to start initially, Smoggy let the team found the space. And yeah, again, like, EDG starting to take some liberties. Of course, they're so far ahead that they feel like that they can definitely get away with some of those plays, but even Nova trying to take a few luxuries off their own. It's 11-1 to the halfway point. And with EDG getting that pistol, if that is the case, this map is done. It would have been one of the fastest maps that I think that we've had here in CN for this year, because all the games in kickoff, I believe, were fairly competitive. This one is just a one-sided blowout, even if it's like not a 30-0, it's still a blowout.
I mean, it's also kind of fitting that it's on Fracture, because Fracture has been historically a very fast map in terms of play styles, because defense also play very aggressively sometimes, and it's just like a very entertaining, exciting map to see. But I mean, I guess all the Nova fans would have loved a couple more rounds for them on their attack, but EDG say no to that. What a dominant performance so far, and what a sigh of relief maybe also for some of the EDG fans that were pretty worried after Master Santiago.
Yeah, and I mean, that is of course a breath of fresh air for them. But I think it's still a very long way away from being secure and thinking that the age of EDG is back. You know, still very early on. That's only the first game of the groups. Still haven't seen them tested against the teams that really posed them a lot of trouble in kickoff or in the entirety of the year. Right now, at least everything is going swimmingly for EDG. They close that one out, and more importantly for me, they get a clean breeze, and we might start getting back to saying, hey, is EDG back? Because VRG struggled a lot in kickoff. The same can be said about Bitty Bitty, who did not even make the Santiago, of course.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a case to be made here that if EDG found their form, found their footing with the new coaching stuff, they really seem to be, I guess, a lot more maneuverable. And speaking of which, here comes the maneuverability. Didn't find the success early on in Arcade, moves back over into the A site, and now they got a pinch of their own. Swagzer denied the space, but Guang still fast enough to get first blood. It's 4-on-5 in the post.
Yeah, that's what you can do on defense. On Fracture, just using this aggressive push. We've seen it the first half as well from EDG, but they are fighting back on site. That's the difference. It's a 2v2. Crossfire there between Kong and Jenny, but Kong wants to take matters in his own hands. Doesn't get the kill, but so does Jenny. He's just too good on this first game. Another double kill for him to save the round.
If Kong is the epitome of what a sniper should be, right now Jenny is showing extreme excellence in marksmanship. Whatever it is, the gun shows a high level of play, such crisp headshots, continuing on with the 180 flick. Really, not a lot that you can do about it. And again, like, with the Yoru out of the meta, it feels like EDG are a team reborn. They were struggling a lot with the amount of space created and amount of pressure that other Yorus would apply on them. Something that I'm pretty sure Guang would have loved to see. But right now, Swagzer is the one trying to do the same thing. And he found the head to hunt. That's one for them.
A bit unaware there from Kong that Swagzer could have already crossed Arcade after that push. The weapon will be picked up though by Chichu. So at least not too much firepower lost. I mean, Nova has to try everything to somehow make this round work. It's a plant on A though. Uncontested, giving up a lot of space, but A main control is still theirs. And Gianni falls prey to that. Beautiful headshot from Green. All of a sudden, it's a 3v5.
Well, the space is earned, right? But they need to work their way out with inferior weapons. One angle denied. Smoggy and Chichu got this one out. It feels like the coup de grace is about to be delivered. I say that, but they show resistance. Kills coming in from Nova. And they will at least get around the half. That's the second for them. That is EDG. I would have said broken, but with the spike plant, with how many kills that they got, they still can run the animal in the next one. Try to force up and see how far that they can go for Nova. Well, that's a really good look, right? Like, the shots out there. Maybe, again, a bit of fortune for Swagzer to get that advanced position. And a lot of duels presented by EDG, so... of course, the score line kind of plays a part in it. But again, still, like, for Nova, it's really important because you look at their scoreboard, starting to pick up some momentum on the more important players. Swagzer on 6 kills, Guang found his 4th. It is all really for the sake of Breeze and maybe trying to push this one into a haven because right now, still, their game plan, I would say, not really the most innovative idea of how to play Fracture, and Swagzer caught in a very basic setup. They know where he's come back to, and he's easy meat for the double duelist pinching in on him.
Yeah, it is a force buy that you were predicting already. And it looks like they caught him off guard. I mean, it's so hard for a Chamber to really do anything by himself there. And now even Autumn is found out there in the duel versus Gianni. Does it have to end like this for Nova? Kong with a good saturate. Picks up a third one versus Izir. And this was over a lot quicker than some of us expected. 13-2. EDG showing why they're still one of the best teams in China.
Absolutely, one of the best in the region. Top 3 in kickoff right now, making Nova really get humbled. 13-2 is a scoreline that I don't think is indicative to what they should be able to pull off. Again, I said that they're going to have a slow start in the season, but this is not just slow. They didn't even get the ball rolling, at least for EDG. We've seen a masterful performance from the team in its entirety. And I'm really happy about what we've seen on both sides. Whether it is the defense from Chichu, the quick rotates from EDG, or even on attack, Jenny and Kong is playing that one a lot better. Surely everyone can see on their screen that Kong are absolutely, is absolutely more comfortable in anything that is not the Yoru. And I feel like Jenny as well gains a lot of benefit out of that. His Neon is probably the best duelist that he gets to play. And with the two of them and Smoggy, it is absolutely beautiful from their side. It's going to be a short stint of highlights as well, so we should be able to hear what the players have to say about the rounds that they come pretty soon. Yeah, pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute steamroll by EDG, and we're a choo-choo train. No, production is trolling me already. A choo-choo. Let's listen into the players after this astonishing victory over.
我开狗了，
黑蛋没人，
这半线咋了？回一个吧，回一个，我去，我这，
你是蟒侠，我走了，我跑得快一点。
哎，这边有个霓虹，我去包点，封了个烟，他给，我在烟里，我要上掏耳，
吸球的，
烟蓝出了，烟在霓虹，我在2颗烟里，我死不了，来了，一个 breach。 打我，烟呢也在，来帮我。我们下了2楼，发出来呗。这个呢？下包了，下水道小心，别让他手包。下水道小心，掏人人很多，收一点。这什么 timing 兄弟，今天这都是。别急，我奶。
开狗了，
我下，前波死了，霓虹不懂。小心紧张，对，
我在家。
Let's go。
好
，Bro, welcome to VCT China。开始带你们夺冠，
什么意思？
被小大，加，nice，玩，来了，漂亮，接你去
，Let's go，
Gianni。
On aboard the EDG hype train, choo choo or chee choo. Well, both of them, I guess, are valid in that case, but no one has more right to make a name for themselves than Gianni, back from the bench and back with an absolute vengeance. Almost a 300 ACS score. And not just the team, really, not just the fans, even here on our stream, you can hear the roaring of the crowd in the arena. All of China, but especially today, Hangzhou, are clearly hungry for EDG to return to their prime.
Yeah, I mean, there might not be the favorites for the title for some people here in China, but they still are one of the fan favorites, and you could hear that in the crowd. What a dominant performance by EDG, and I mean, Kong even bit of trash talking there over to Swagzer, welcoming him to VCT China. I mean, that is just incredible from EDG, and that's just what we as casters also, of course, wanted to see from them.
Yeah, what can you say? Not everyone is going to be a fan gear, unfortunately. Not every story is going to be successful. Yeah. All gamers were already built on a very solid foundation. This is quicksand for Nova. A very tough test that I hope that they'll be able to recover from. Because as we said, like, especially with the split group system in Group Omega, still a couple of tough teams that they'll have to go against. I don't think that, like, a lot of people are, at least on our side of, like, the production side of things, we're saying, hey, Group Alpha seems like the group of death. I'm actually of the opposite camp. I think that there's no weak team here. Like, I think that maybe Nova is the weakest team, just based off, like, them having a full rebrand and things not working out for them. It's a bit like between them and Wolves. But I have a fair bit of faith in Wolves to actually get back something going on. But I guess there's not really that much for me to analyze here in that one, Crafty. That was just a breeze. That unfortunately was too fast for their own good.
Yeah. Breeze is the next one.
Okay, you gotta do this, huh? Both of us are gonna play that one. Okay.
Yeah, okay. No, but either way, I mean, you're right. It's I mean, there's not too much to talk about in an absolute stomp like this. As we see Smoggy here, who got the, what's it called, the hexagon. We called him the hexagon player of the game. He was. I mean, everyone was playing exceptional on the side of EDG. Yeah, we pointed out Gianni, who had an incredible performance on the Neon. You could really feel his excitement, so to speak, to be back on stage and to play for EDG. And I mean, it carried over towards all of the other players as well. But I guess that's been it for the first match. Will we get another blowout on Breeze I hope not. I'd like to get some more screen time with you, Walt. But until then, we're gonna head into a quick break and we'll be right back with game number 2.
If you catch my drift.
Welcome back to VCT China's Stage 1 in 2026. My name is Crafty. I'm still joined by Volt. We're live here at Project Horizon to bring you the action of EDG versus Nova. Yeah, we're already in map 2. If you thought this game started, no, it's already over. Game 1, 13-3 on Fracture for EDG, and we're heading onto Breeze now. EDG's map pick. Do you expect a quick 2-0, or gonna Nova find their footing and strike back?
A 2-0, yes. A quick 2-0, not so much. I think that Breeze is always one of those maps that lends itself to a lot of stuff that makes the game even, right? Like, of course, the AWP is going to be a lot more relevant. Swagzer didn't really get the chance to do anything, really, excuse me, with that one. But hey, Kong is still there on the other side, so you never know what is going to happen. At least for Nova, my own biggest fear is going to be what happened here on this first map, right? If they start off slow, don't get the ball rolling, what would actually happen for them if that is the case? Because we've seen that they are very susceptible to just snowballing out of control in a negative way. Their composition, though, not a fan of. And I know that is crazy because there's a harbor on the other side. Who brought why are we bringing like Eng and Shadow's tactics here in China, guys? I thought that we were done with that with KC. Why are we doing this?
No, I'm hyped, man. I love harbor, and I mean, actually, I kind of expected Nova to play the harbor because I saw on AlexR's Twitter that he was praising the harbor and how OP he was, and that we're going to see it a lot during this stage. And I thought he might have implemented it into this Nova roster already. Doesn't look like it. They are going with the Viper plus Dome Smoke in form of Omen. We've seen a lot of Viper Astra. They're going for the Omen here on Azir. Other than that, Neon, I mean, was kind of to be expected to still be played. The Jet as the second duelist as well. I mean, can provide a lot of explosive util there onto both sides, especially on attack. But I mean, the harbor, crisp.
Hey,
I'm excited to see that one.
Let's see. From an objective analytical point of view, we've seen Viper Harbor dominate maps before. Of course, that has always been the case for Lotus, most of all, but also Icebox. A lot of teams really flirted with the idea to varying degrees of success. I think that Harbor in this iteration should actually still be as good, if not even better. It's just about finding the value of the ultimate, because we've seen even Vitality really in EMEA Clash. That was the one team that played with the Harbor the most. I think that there is a lot of potential. I do agree with you in that fact, but unfortunately, the one thing that disparages me from praising the Harbor too much is that we haven't really seen a lot of teams know how to bring the value out of it. They basically treat him as if he's a Viper. I think with the rework, he's leaning a little bit more into that initiator role of like a hybrid between an initiator and a controller more than anything. I think that his utility is so good for that part. But for EDG, they got Gianni, and that suppression could be so valuable, but he's not prepared for the cross, and Swagzer and Guang have both made their way across the worst tunnels.
They're in tunnel already. Chichu, however, did spot them out and gets a kill onto Swagster. Meanwhile, Azir has found one versus Kong though. In his A main duel, the rest of Nova looking to just wrap around through double doors, but nobody with some smart movement here towards A main.
Yeah, smart movement, smart start. The Van is finding a lot of value for EDG, and they're playing a late one here. Nobody. Got a lot of information. It's gonna let the spike get planted. Tested now by Azir. Could have gone wrong. He's trying to hold his best. 2 shots to the torso will be enough. The rotation's pulled. Needs to buy time, and nobody's doing exactly that. Even if he goes down, all 3 are already made their way onto the site. The cove is there. It is reinforced, but Smoggy playing ahead of it. Barrel spotted. That's one head to be found, and that is the next by Gianni. Excellent work from EDG. That is exactly how you want to dissect the site with Harbor.
Yeah, you could see the power of the cove there, especially in an eco round or in a pistol round like that. Rather, just drops it onto the spike, uses the high tide to cut off A main, and then just lets the teammate defuse to go for the duels themselves. Beautiful round by EDG off of that information and off of that space controlled by nobody. And that brings EDG another pistol round. I missed the percentages of them. I think they both were below 50% in terms of pistol round 1 thus far this year. But EDG working on that.
Yeah, and they're working it in a good way. Like, you look at the way that they played it, right? Gianni with the supportive knife. I think that actually spotted the players in main. So now they have to back off. A reset there for EDG. But one of the most important things if you're playing defense is that if you're going to get that value, then you need to get something out of it. That arrow is so defensive that they're constraining the amount of space that they got. And now a big test ahead of Chichu and Gianni. They got a Spectre and a Bulldog, which are formidable enough to hold down that line of sight. And there's plenty of fuel for that poison orb to find value.
Yeah, also as the snake bite immediately drops it, but players already got past it. Swagzer is through, finds the kill, but the damage is done. Chichu with the double Genie. Good for 1 is traded. It looks like the Storm Surge didn't really bother Azir too much, but nobody already wrapped around. Beautiful kill by Azir, though. Gets himself into a 1v2. The spike ticking away. Just able to hide into that corner, but once again, the Cove is just so good for this defensive side of VDG in these post-plan situations. And once more, they're successful, but losing 3 of the players versus the Seco.
Yeah, still, they'd be happy enough about that one that it didn't really go to disaster, because there was a moment in time there where if Smoggy didn't actually get that initial shot off, things could have been very dangerous. Thankfully, they're able to hold on well. Got the Guardian and the Bulldog on that round, and we've seen the amount of damage that they could have done with those bandits on the pistol. So adding to that a Sheriff and has Chichu. Right now, I don't think that they're looking for a win. They're just looking for damage of their own. And Nova could be capitalizing on the fact that they've done this much damage. Usually, I say that and I expect longer range duels, but they clearly are in love with that elbow position. This is the 3rd time that we see them either flirting with that idea, whether through a rotation or just running it outright, both here in round 3 and the pistol. And they found a lot of value on middle. That has been the weakness of EDG right now. But their strength is that they have called the right rotation. It's 3 strong on B, but Swagzer breaks it off immediately with Jenny going down.
They were immediately afraid of the push towards Dumbledore as well, and Smoggy actually finds that kill. No one checks the thin wall there. Another frag for nobody. Picks up a gun for himself. And all of a sudden, looks like another bonus round to be converted for EDG. Green snuck his way onto side. Azir getting past that smoke. It's a good paranoia. Chichu only with that bandit in hand. But what am I saying? Only. It's more than enough to win a duel versus Azir. Not able to wait for the rest of his team to join, though. Green needs to plant that spike. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. But he's trying to find a kill first. But there he goes. Kong Kong ending another round. Bonus for EDG. 3-0. This is looking like a similar start to Fracture already.
Yeah, same case. Same standing, really. Excellent work from the side of EDG. Because even despite that early loss, the Bandits just found so much value. And right there, they just played their angles, played their timing. Experience really came to a factor in the post as well. EDG still remains to be calm and collected, but a fairly bit more competitive here from Nova. Just the question of, can they break the deadlock? Because I'm still holding that opinion of, if you're already flirting with the idea of Chamber and you're willing to play it on the Fracture, we really should have seen it here. I think that Swagzer would have been much better suited to playing that sniper, and we can see from EDG that at least on the defense, single duelist composition works well. It's just going to be a question of, can it be as successful on attack? At least for now, their defense is going swimmingly, but there's one test here on the A side that might leave Smoggy in a world of danger.
Smoggy just trying to step in and out of that smoke there. Able to get behind the wall. Now they're all out in the open. No kill. Obtained there for Kong Kong. Smoggy able to dodge that snake bite. And even helping out Guang there. Kong Kong though goes down. The fight towards Pyramid is on for the side of VDG. Smoggy able to support with another smoke towards A main, but players of Nova are trying to bring the fight towards EDG. It's not enough, though. The weaponry too good for the side of EDG. It's another win. 4-0. A spike planted at least, because we've seen Nova struggling with that even being the case.
Truth be told, I think with that form of Gianni, there's no hope. Yes, as you said, like, they're getting closer, but again, like, what can you really do against that composition? Now, also, Chichu's shooting, and even when Kong Kong is slowing down a little bit, you still got 3 players that are out-aiming everyone on the side of Nova. It's 4 rounds to the good. Kong Kong got the AWP in his hands this time, not the Outlaw. And he's going to be tested by just one. One on the angle, beats into the punch, but Kong is always evergreen on the sniper, and the value could be there against Smoggy. Neon slides in, excellent trade from Nobody, but they still need to hold on that line. 2 players test Nobody, and he still gets one more. That's his ear. Last man standing with Green. 2 on 3 it is. There's an all command, but I don't think that they would really want to use it that much. Maybe with the pit, they're a little bit more enticed, and they indeed let it rip.
Yeah, that null command, just couple meters away before that Viper's pit hits. Gianni goes down just as the null command expires, so unable to get him back up, but Green wants to take a fight he should not have taken. Versus the operator of Kong. The pit is irrelevant. And so is this round for Nova. 5-0. I do expect another timeout coming in.
At this point, do you even take the timeout? I'm not even sure about it. Maybe you just want to let the game play out, see what things are going to be. I mean, the timeout, of course, makes a lot of sense, and it's not going to be the call. Because, again, like, I'm looking at this round and thinking the finances are not good, and I don't like the call whatsoever. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs, fragmented buy, and it's going to fragment round 7 as well, so maybe Nova at this point is just going to let the game run its natural course. So quick from Kong, just fortunately for him, not accurate enough. The lightning gun, that's the one, and Kong only good for a sole kill. That's a side taken over, and Nova showing some fighting spirit, finally.
Yeah, beautiful aggression. Change of pace there for Nova. Much needed. But Chicha finds another one. Autumn, however, good to trade both of them. And finally, and most importantly, a lot earlier than on Fracture, Nova get on the board.
Yeah, more than one for them, but as I said, still a big deficit financially. I believe that EDG should be okay. But right now, we've seen them break the 2 most important things. They've broken down the line of sight of the op. They got past the Harbor stopping power. And that bodes really well for them. Ultimate-wise, they still got from the shadows. Still got the Hunter's Fury. But this time, a bit more of a focus on middle. No test from EDG, but with the position the Smoggy is in, if the op tests him, he should be dead to rights. For now, they're a little bit more passive, waiting for the information. The pit on the B site will deny any entrance through B main. But with their fixation on middle, Nova could easily try to cycle their util and get themselves inside, whether it is going to be Nobody or, of course, on the other side, Smoggy. Somebody's going to be peaked by that op eventually.
Yeah. And that arrow got destroyed as well. Sort of expecting someone to push out of one of these sides. But EDG not really doing them the favor. Using that wall now to cut off both double doors and A main. Time is ticking. And Nova certainly need to find solution now. They're shifting Nobody over, and that is a good call, but it's also a great Hunter's Fury. Doing some damage towards Kong, but he finds the kill versus his ear, and it's good for a second one. Almost able to switch over to his secondary, but Swaxer claims the kill. Green uses the operator like a shotgun successfully. Gianni at least able to equalize the numbers. Green goes down. That makes it a 1v2. Autumn somehow still expecting their player to be in A main, but he doesn't know that both of them are already right behind him. No follow-up round for Nova.
Look at Kong. He's having so much fun.
He's having the time of his life.
I mean, here's the thing. When you feel like that, you know, when you get that double kill and then Gianni backs you up with his own double like that, like, it just feels magnificent. Just look at how crisp they are on this side of EDG. Lovely to see them functioning like that. Of course, morale should be at an all-time high. There's 6 rounds to the 1. But again, Nova haven't taken the timeout yet, and that is the one thing that makes me a little bit worried. But at least there's something that is working well for Nova. Swagzer is back in firing form. It's just a question of how long will we wait until Guang also becomes a participating member in this match? Because so far, he is only 1-2-6, and whether it is the rifle or the op, hasn't really found the biggest amount of value. But Smoggy is in a position of some genuine menace. Of course, there's the door behind him, so he could go for a fast flank if it is towards the A site. But lo and behold, they'll figure out the information. More presence towards B, and Gianni still beating everyone to the punch.
Finding quick 2 kills and even deciding push the door there. Rotate main. Nobody, however, is spotted and punished there. Like one, only 10 HP left though. Gotta use the drone versus the operator, but Kong shoots it down immediately, switches to the shorty, even cancels the from the shadows, and that should have been his kill versus one. But the shot goes wide. So it's a 3v3. Still, health advantage for the side of EDG though, as you're able to find a cross kill. Over towards Chichu. Jane is just trying to dance around the pillar. This time, the Cove will not protect him. In the post plant, Smoggy needs to aggressively push this. Gets the first kill, gets the second 3K for Smoggy, who's having a game himself. And EDG are just not stopping anytime soon.
Life could be dream, and I think that we were witnessing just that here for EDG. Everything going their way. Initial peek coming in from Gianni off the back of the drone, but even when Kong goes down, again, you just look at the way that they broke down that round, right? The initial kill from Gianni, the knife to push them off the site, and then magnificently handled. If it was played differently, if the window player peeked first, it would have been a different game. But EDG got the wherewithal to read that one, and unfortunately for Nova, just like that fracture, they're playing right into their hand.
Yeah, now's the time for Alex R to take a break here. I mean, Nova had a couple good rounds, a couple good openings, and at least able to get these get themselves into post plant positions. But the way they played it out just did not quite work for them. I mean, also because EDG were playing it phenomenally, of course, but I feel like that could have been a couple of rounds that they should have won. The one where they had the Viper's Pit over towards A. I mean, as you just said, even the last round, if they just used the window player to just jiggle peek for the spike, they would be able to play off of so much information instead of just having to face check Smoggy there. Now they're once again in a pretty tough spot. Another eco coming up for them. Looking like another big lead for EDG at halftime, no matter how these next couple rounds are going at.
Well, right now, with the way that they're going, even with those blades, Nova should be playing into what EDG has in mind, but they might actually beat nobody with that timing. Gotta be wary of the blades. Almost an angle there, and they're able to fish out Swagzer. And you look at the rest of Nova, they haven't really made a move. There's space made in middle, but where are they trying to capitalize off of it? The answer is nowhere. So when the duelists go down, Nova feel like they're just sitting ducks. It's just all meat on the table. And it should have been an easy one for Con. Couldn't flick fast enough, and now Smoggy's under pressure.
Oh, yeah, uses the high tide to buy some time. Create this little pocket here just for himself. He's able to find the kill there. It's actually almost a perfect circle. Geometry classes with Smoggy. But Autumn has nowhere to go, really, with the spike in hand. And just a sheriff, as you said, without any duelist, there's just no explosive power for Nova to get on site. No smokes either. He is spotted now, and they're probably just going to try to hunt him down. Nobody does so. Operator picked up again for Kong. And an easy round claim for EDG.
Half a league onward, all in the Valley of Death. And this is the domain of EDG right now. Nothing but doom have been awaiting Nova, even when they got the right ideas. Unfortunately, their firepower haven't really lent itself to a lot of good play, and you gotta give it to EDG. I said that there aren't a lot of teams that have capitalized Harbor the right way in 2025. Apparently in 2026, that seems to be completely flipped around. Seen good reading and good ideology from Vitality, and now I can say the same about them. They really are using it in the right way, right? Like, you've seen the duel slowed down, pockets of space created that are so advantageous for the team. But Kong has made an audio cue, and Guang is holding the left side, usually lightning fast, but this time, if he's detected, things can be dangerous.
Yeah. Guan just cuts him down. Kong did not really respect that position there from Guan. And Smoggy might just run into Swaxer's crosshair and decides not to do it. Steps away. So they're just holding their position in mid once again. 50 seconds on the clock. When are Nova gonna make a move towards the side here? The spike is still in spawn. As they're slowly shifting over. Oh, that shot hit through the wall. Bringing Chichu down to 28 HP. But Gianni gets rid of Swaxer eventually. As the spike moves over to B.
Yeah, that is the most crucial duel of the round. They denied any attempt of a pinch from spawn. Chichu, yes, on 28, but he can hold the space in backside if possible. Tries to take a timing on the peak. The flash from Gianni is just absolutely perfect. Right place, right time, great capitalization. The Chichu is even still alive there in the end. Time is already too far gone for green, and you are too green to beat this Mythos. Edward Gaming just running the server right now. Familiar face in Gianni. And this is a familiar result that they would have loved to see back, and they are right now going back to their usual winning ways.
I mean, this could very well become the quickest series we've had in a long time. I don't know if it might even be the quickest series ever in VCT China. We might get our stats guys onto that.
No tech pauses and we're good.
Yeah, no tech pauses, and we're actually speed running it. But we're also already into the next round. Kong back on operator duty, finds the first one, and everyone is just waiting in the wings already. The null command used to stop them. It's just free for all. EDG already on double digits once more.
Yeah, I guess no one's can be a hero when Gianni and Kong are basically on some Scorpion and Sub-Zero dynamic duo here. The rifle and the op plays well off each other. And again, whether it is supportive or if Gianni is proactive, this guy seems to be a fiend on the server today.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like, I don't know, like free play for them. Oh, what? How did Kong get that one? That's illegal.
Excuse me, what? How?
I don't know. Check in PC. But that was insane. Swaxer on the losing end of that. And he might just be fishing for another one. Azir does not really want to step out of that corner. The flick is good. Kong back on the knives. Dude, this is just insane from EDG right now. What are you gonna do? Autumn sitting in spawn. The flash is good. He goes down flawless. What a run from EDG.
What the hell are they even supposed to do against that? I'm sorry. Kong, that is not allowed. Like lightning fast, as I've said, but that is every time it's some marvel to see Kong at his best. Let's look at that shot. No skull through the stun.
No.
But yeah, a bit of fortune, of course, but it deserves for playing
accuracy.
Neon. Here's the thing, deserves for playing Neon. Just gotta say this. Those stuns are absolutely cosmetic. Whether it is Neon, whether it is Breach, they just don't work, guys. I swear to you, those stuns don't work.
That is Nah, this... I mean... It's just a case of, I mean, Nova are already struggling, and now luck is also not on their side. It seems doomed. It seems doomed for them. But what can you do? It's not the start they were hoping for, most certainly, for this stage 1 with this new roster, new coach. But EDG are just relentless.
Yeah, and I mean, that is an absolute statement from them. Of course, as you can tell, everyone in the arena is an EDG fan. So again, it is great to see EDG make a resurgence. Because when you're the fan favorite and you're struggling, a la Sentinels, for example, it just feels really bad. And of course, you know, it's a great thing for the community to see that. And right now, even better than what we've seen on the first map of Fracture, I gotta say, because Fracture, they were just running them down. There's a fair bit more ideas actually here on the side of Nova. We're not really discussing it because all of them are shut down by just aim differential more than anything. But the idea is there. They've been exploiting elbow really well. It's one of the angles that got changed, and I thought there will be a lot more action in there. We haven't seen it in kickoff. We haven't seen it in the off season. But now that Breeze is back in full force for stage 1, we are starting seeing teams try to exploit that angle, especially middle, with how compact it has become. It really enables a lot of play for both the attack and the defense. But EDG, 11 rounds in, and just as we said the last time, a pistol. And it does feel like it is game over. Only a single bandit, but the stack here from Nova might be the right one, because not only are the 2 players slowing down the initial phase of the round, the other 3 have all pushed into middle, and EDG need to find success here if they have any chance of winning the round.
Yeah, well, Green needs to get at least 1 in against 2 instead. Has Autumn support. And this should be their round. Flawless for Nova. What a start to their own defense, but they need a couple more of that caliber to really break EDG.
Well, they have actually found the pistol there. Great work by Nova, of course. Excellent work from Green on the hold. Started off well, as he said, with the stop and power. That second shot was excellent, but all in all, a round that didn't really get off the ground for EDG. Stopped at their laurels, and right now they're trying it again. Maybe a little bit less pace, since it's only classics. Not really that much utility, of course, for the side of EDG, but they are explosive enough. Things can work out well for them. Looking at Gianni, 2 flashes in the backpack, and maybe they can try to insert Kong into the angle. The first flash is successful, and they did actually work their way onto it, and unfortunately avoid Chichu. The Scald of the spray from the Spectre, plenty of damage done, and that might be the round over. The Spike Plant is a boon, but it's very unlikely with 3 classics.
Great flash, but great reaction as well from Autumn. It's just Gianni, and it's another flawless round for Nova. Beautiful A-holds thus far in these first 2 rounds, but is that enough to get into EDG's minds?
I mean, we haven't really seen
something to look out for.
Yeah. Here's the thing: we haven't seen much of an identity still from EDG, right? Like this attack has been really bland, right? It's just been hit A on the pistol. Hope that the numbers advantage is gonna be enough. On the second round, just do the same thing. Try to burst with a flash. At least the spike plant means that financially they're pretty okay. Heavy shields on everyone, which is going to matter against the Marshals and the Spectres. So for EDG. Right now, playing back to that default. Aggression could be called. There's a couple of pings on the door. They're expecting that is where the aggression is coming from. But it's actually the extremities here. Guang in a great position to maybe get 1 for free. Accurate with the Guardian. And even pushes further into elbow. Chichu is cutting off his rotation. But if he finds that kill there, that's the fight back. But instead, Chichu now identified and isolated. Will EDG lend him a hand? Might not be the case because there's a dark cover and they're trying to go for that duel also.
Yeah, they are actually. trying to help him out. It's a good paranoia though. The updraft into window. Azir following as well with the TP, and he might have been a bit over eager here with that push out towards window. Do they expect Swaxor being this close though? Nobody is looking towards a main, yes. And he finds his second. Oh, great drone here to spot Autumn very early. In spawn. Gets another attack in even. Is that the timing for green though? So he needs to recheck in towards elbow. It's a good crossfire here. As I say that, he goes down. Green finds another one. Never mind. It's just another free one for Gianni. They need to work hard for it, but they make it work. And they're up to match and map and match point for EDG.
Well, map, match, serious point, call it whatever you wanted. This is for all the marbles for Nova. At least what they've done, as he said, is significant damage on the side of EDG. Started really well from Guang, who has been struggling on the first half, so it's great to see a bit better of a run of form from him. Now up to 7 kills to his name, but he'll need to find a fair bit more for EDG. Her purchase is afforded, but looking at the left side, plenty of those players are only on 125. The Outlaw would have been pretty valuable, but Guang instead with the rifle, and Swagzer takes the timing. 2 for the price of 1. EDG stunned, and Nova pull all of their rotations into both mid and A. If they fall back into B now, might catch an opportune timing, and Nova is aware of that, so they're holding on to middle, trying to cut off that rotation as well.
It's a beautiful reaction versus the drone from nobody. The immediate flash plus the dash on Swaxor. He's traded, of course, with the numbers advantage for Nova. Certainly help them out in this A hold. They still have mid under control. And EDG seem determined to end it on A. Gianni gets the kill versus Azir. Immediate ult invested as well. Should buy them enough time to plant the spike, but he has to cross first, waiting for that wall to be up again. Toxin super low on the side of Chichu. Not a lot to work with. Still gonna use this orb as well to maybe create another angle here. Doesn't really need it though, as he's just fighting for his life. Player on orange is spotted as well. One with the operator is not enough to hold them back. It's a 13-2 on Fracture and a 13-3 to bring down the hopes and dreams of Nova.
Well, that was one-sided, all right. Excellent work from EDG there on that final round. A tough position to be in. Handled really well. Maybe the only thing, if I'm nitpicking, is the overlap between the knife and the null command. But it was just another tool to identify where they are exactly on the site. So they got at least one half of that knife from that use. For Nova, unfortunately, well, no halves, nothing really on that one. A tough showing for the youngsters, and for the debut and Swagzer on the VCT. You can feel a bit of the disappointment in his face there, in his eyes, and hopefully they'll be back in a better form. Right now, the rest of the team, the more experienced members, are trying to get the best of the youngster. Again, from what I've seen, Swagzer has got insanely high potential. A lot of praise as well from the rest of Nova, at least from the IGL and Autumn. But, well, I mean, from one Autumn to the other, that was an excellent call from the head coach. The veto really went in the way of EDG, and they absolutely deserve the victory here today.
Yeah, I mean, great showing on this first day for EDG. I mean, it's a bit of an unfair advantage that they have over Nova, of course, being in together in this roster for such a long time. Nova in a rebuilding phase, of course. We've talked about it a lot, and we will certainly hear about it later, but we do have an interview coming up. I think it's already ready, so we might just toss it over to Beatus, who's gonna talk us through. No, it's not. Oh, it's Moon. It's Moon this time. It's not Beatus. Okay, we toss over to Moon.
获得了本场比赛的胜利，也欢迎杰尼重返赛场，感觉怎么样
How do you feel about returning to the stage?
有点紧张，但还好。
Pretty happy with the performance today.
我觉得真的非常的精彩。
The crowd also thinks he's done great.
今天真的打的数据非常的豪华，赛前可能 Nobody 说觉得你的打法风格现在跟康康很相似。那我们现在这个版本其实双决斗也是非常非常强势的版本。 并且我们看过很多双决斗、双子星很顶尖的名场面。你觉得现在在双
How do you think your cooperation with Kankan is on the double duelist?
我觉得我还有点欠缺吧，还得
still lacking a little bit,
再练一下
but
才能追上康哥的
he
脚步。
will improve.
对，今天你跟康康两个人的发挥都非常非常的不错，包括康康他在图尔他的名居给我们留下的印象也非常的深刻。那你们当时在裂变峡谷这张图上面，刚好打的也是双决斗体系嘛？你们数据是非常豪华的13-2。我记得之前这张图你们就打得很主动，今天保持了以往的风格。你觉得今天在这张图做的这么好的原因有哪些
So what do you guys think you did well today?
肯定是。 教练组在后面提供的战术对我们帮助很大，
very helpful and they were able to cooperate very well and the double duelist worked out well.
那教练他平时在私底下是怎样帮助你的？
因为我还不是一个经验很老道的选手，他们会经常告诉我这就是小场面的最佳解决方式是什么，让我。
He says the coaches help him because he's not so experienced. They help him.
私底下可能对于你个人的帮助也是很多的。那再聊一聊当前的版本啊，因为可能除了赛前我们聊过的夜路，还有思凯，还有就是我们现在新英雄弥合的登场。你觉得随着时间的
You think mix will be used often in the in VCT?
因为弥合刚出来没多久吧，可能。 比赛还要继续检验它强度够不够，或者战术要。
He says they need to continue to like we need to see because he's so new. And he words to the fans and he says thank you for coming.
再给杰尼一些掌声吗？重返赛场的第一场比赛，就向大家证明了你的实力，真的打得非常的精彩。那我们今天的比赛到这里就
It's the end of the interview.
结束了。明天同一时间不
Guess there's no draw show.
Well, thank you so much, Moon, and that was something special from EDG in its totality. Of course, we have seen a great game here, and a big thank you to everyone who stuck around. Of course, a lot of EDG fans in the chat, but just want to throw some love to everyone who's throwing us at Project Horizon some love. Thank you, Nobi, for that Prime subscription. Of course, you know, we are a volunteer project after all, and, well, everything that goes here goes into making our production, our stream better. So we really appreciate you just tuning in. There's no real need for anything, but we always appreciate any of your support. So we're here for the love of the game, and clearly love of the game, the passion is what drives a team like EDG Crafty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though we didn't really get the banger that we were praying for between Nova and EDG, it's still been a fun match and always fun to watch these teams fight for their spots in playoffs here in stage 1. But as I was talking about earlier, I mean, Nova still have a long way to go, right? They are in a rebuild, but let's listen to EDG and their team conference. They certainly had a lot to celebrate.
一样的走出来，怎么这么久啊？那你能做到吗？我能做到啊，是吧？那都没射死啊！他们4个都是残，他们4个残，一枪都死，一枪都死。杰特80，霓虹40，都是ED，我炸左边。好，看右边，我去蹭他了。啥球？我让他射的不是你狂射我，兄弟，不是，你怎么没射死人啊？我没人，好像只有一个杰克上来了，只有一个杰克上来了，他后面人都没打。没有。等我，等我啊！王湘可能有一个。我方还剩1人。A 点，下，直接掰。我在架右边，我在架左边。有标，我丢个左边标。还在，nice。666。Let's go！ 我
是你老看，你们两个一点的狙击步枪手在干什么？出了一个大招，回来狙了2个。你老看我干什么，两刀？你不要老看我。你们两个在干什么？马了，我马了。你也马了吗？不是，还有高手，你知道吗？还有高手。我是玉是吗？你是有高手。
Gianni.
Oh, that
Jenny
was
is the MVP. Yeah, for I mean, unsurprisingly, back-to-back MVPs. What a comeback from the bench for the EDG player. I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better start.
I mean, again, like, clear hunger there. Had to sit around for a better part of the kickoff. CB in the roster, of course, and credit to CB. Domestically, he was doing good. But if that is the norm for us to expect from Gianni, if he is going to be another fragging pillar for EDG, suddenly they seem to be one of the scariest teams in the league. Guys, this blue line is the norm. This is the perfect hexagon. Like that is an overperformance to have ever seen one. And again, for me, that's another day in the office for Gianni that I have seen when he's on this top level, and it's all about maintaining that top level. You can tell in his highlights, crisp aim, but not only the aim, and that's the thing that we're not going to show in the highlights, but we've seen a lot of it, the flash assists, the position that he has, playing off his teammates, all of those are things that I feel like EDG struggled a lot with in kickoff, and just the addition of Gianni has elevated all of those to another caliber.
Yeah, exceptional KO performance there from him. I mean, that time on the bench must have done some work. I mean, they let him simmer just to absolutely cook when he came back. And I mean, what can you say? This is just such a one-sided performance on both these maps for EDG. No real standout player there for the side of Nova because they weren't gotten. Like they didn't get really on side. They weren't taking any chances. It's just insane how EDG were just steamrolling them.
Yeah, and credit where it's due though to the side of EDG. They were the ones that really suffocated the play on that side. And well, despite all of that, statistically speaking, in terms like first bloods, for example, both teams were pretty much neck and neck. It was just that conversion that always eluded Nova. Whether it was EDG finding the trade or making the most out of a disadvantage retake, they've done so well. And you can look at that in the retake statistic. 1 out of 7. They got into the site often. They put the spike down often, Crafty. But it was always the conversion where you would see EDG have a clear strategy in mind and everyone knowing their assignment, where they should be at. Nova was lost in those spots.
Yeah, I mean, they were giving them a lot more space than on Fracture, you said that, but their protocols were just exceptional, like insane retakes. There wasn't anything that Nova could surprise them with, it felt like, and oftentimes, I mean, they were just stopped in their tracks trying to even make anything work there for them, be it attack or defense. I mean, their defense didn't really have to show anything because I mean they only played like 5 rounds or what on defense there and on Breeze. I mean, that leaves a lot of question marks still for me for the side of Nova. I mean, of course they might have just faced the best team in their groups. We don't know yet. Where is EDG compared to these other teams in Group Omega? So it's definitely a tough start for Nova, but you were already hinting on this team needing more time to really develop what they are capable of, right?
Yeah, right? Like off screen, you and I were talking about this. I said that I'm not really expecting much out of Nova until stage 2. It's really a tough time to take over a complete overhaul as a coach between like kickoff and stage 1, especially that again, like Alexar wasn't really brought immediately after the end of their run where they would have had more time. It came in the off season. So with the integration of Autumn as well, a lot of things are to be expected with a rookie. again, like that's why I tried to contrast it to All Gamers at the very start when I was talking about like comparing Swagzer to Fangir. I think that the two players mechanically aren't that far off from each other, but All Gamers have already built a system in 2025 with Spitfires as their primary duelist, and we've seen how good Spitfires was today. We've seen how far they can actually go off with that one, and even Fangir as an upgrade did a fair bit of work, but again, that was just a pure upgrade to an existing system. It's not just that they're getting new players, you're also getting a switch to the system, and I feel like that is really fair to see how things have gone. Of course, for the result, All Gamers are happy to have survived the onslaught in overtime, but that was too close to comfort, especially in an opening game. This version of TEC might be another one of those where they can make an international event. We've seen them like somehow slither their way into an EWC last year. For this year, maybe a Masters. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, I mean, yeah, they certainly had a great showing in their first match. I mean, on the other side, we have EDG. Is that the resurgence to greatness already? Gianni, I mean, unsurprisingly, top player of today, followed by Coco, Fangir, Kong, and Smoggy. I mean, no real surprises here. Of course, the matchup between TC and All Gamers was a lot closer, so we expected a couple EDG players here in this ranking.
Yeah, and it is absolutely fair in that judgment. I mean, with Gianni having such a good performance as well, it really strikes me that both Kong and Smoggy also are able to make it in the top 5, because there was a lot of great performances in the series between TEC and All Gamers, and I feel like Kira in particular is actually my MVP of the day. If we're like speaking about someone that was a difference maker, Gianni, I feel, yes, we've seen such a great performance, but we've seen a struggling Nova. Things are going to be very different when we come down to tomorrow, though, because I am going to be, again, I am the only one that is biased here in Project Horizon, by the way. I am on fraud watch against FPX, and I am holding that fraud watch until they decide to change the team, because they're leaning more into the system that, yes, netted them good results in stage 2 of last year, but ever since, it has been a downhill trend, and that's the JDG that working their way out of stage 1. They're saying that they are ready to display their true level, and outside of that true level, I feel like that there is a true figuring out of the status quo in the second game between XLG and DRG, because that game has the potential to be a cracker, because we've seen some cracks in both sides. Yes, both of them were able to have good runs, but really I was somewhat disappointed with DRG, and also I still think that there's more of the XLG roster to find, and between those two, it's just a question of how much have they improved from Kickoff and from Santiago.
Yeah, but I mean, this could already be like the battle for second place, or maybe even like hint towards first place in Group Omega, right? Especially after the performance we've seen from EDG today. Yes, it was just against Nova, but we do expect both DRG and XLG to advance in this group, right? So this matchup this early in the stage will certainly path their way towards getting a good result in Group Omega. So yeah, I'm excited for that one. I'm not as big as an FPX hater as you are, but I mean, I'm also rooting for Kovac. I mean, he came from the German league, and so I gotta like hope for the best for him over at FPX. But I know where you're coming from. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
And I'll remain silent until I've seen them play against JDG. But yeah, it's probably gonna be an exciting matchup nonetheless tomorrow. Both of these matchups, so you should definitely make sure to tune in. We won't be here, will you? No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, I don't think I am.
No, you're not. Okay, because me neither. I did not hear what production just said.
They're just setting it's Mike and Rigor for the game 1, and then it's Madante and Div for the second matchup. So, you know, those are the 4 names. Of course, just a very shameless plug to all 4 of them, and actually the 2 of us. We would really appreciate if you not only follow, of course, Project Horizon on all of your social to be updated on the games themselves when we are live and all the other nooks and crannies, but also to ourselves, guys. You know, like really, like help a volunteer caster make a living out of this thing. But anywho, you know, like of course, jokes and giggles aside, thank you so much for tuning in. We don't want to take any more of your time, so again, same place, same time tomorrow. Tune in for more VCTC. And then without any further ado, we bid you all good night, and I guess good afternoon, because it's still pretty early on in the day.
Take care. See ya.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. I'm ready. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. We can set the world on fire, fire.